Recording in progress.
Good morning. Knowles.
Good morning, Chair.
Morning to yourself and all members in the platform.
Yes. Chair, may I like to introduce myself and explain why am I part of this session. My name is Umuziwa Kengwane, Chair.
Muziwa, can do the honor of opening your video. We see
Okay.
who are into. Then you'll switch it off for later.
Not definitely. Okay, sorry, Chair. Yeah, just get part. Okay. Can all members see me?
Clear.
Clear. Oh, well, thank you very much. Chair. Good morning, Chair, members. My name is Umuziwa Kengwane. I'm a project manager in Parliament, and I've been requested to assist the committee with this particular planning session of the strategic plan. I will be try and facilitate this session today. Yeah, but it's the first that I've conducted online. So, Chair, having done the introduction, I would like then to maybe hand over to you, maybe to do the opening remarks. I do have an appreciation that the committee has been working together, so there is no particular need of any introductions, unless then there are members that are or stakeholders that would be required to introduce themselves before we start with the session. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Muzi. Maybe one thing that I will request Nola to give us an indication of the attendance. Yes, we've been working together. Even the stakeholders are not new. It's entities that they account to the portfolio. Maybe we'll just have to get an indication. If you could give Nola a minute to check on the platform. Yes. Members present, the department and its entities, even those who are not part of the entity and the department, just to get an indication. Nola, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with the members of the committee. The chairperson is in the platform, as she's just spoken. We also have Honorable Bath, who's on the platform. We've also got Honorable Matigizela, who's a new member who's just joined the committee. We also have Honorable Litlape, who has joined the platform. I'm just going to go through quickly, Chair, and see. All right, Honorable Litlape, Honorable Mkhize is also on the platform. Honorable Numalo is as well on the platform. And then we have Honorable Kobe and just want to check who else is there. And Honorable Makasi. Those are the honorable members that are on the platform. And then Chair from the department, we've got the DG, we've got Rihanna van Schalkwyk from the DM's office. We have Honorable Mahlang was also on the platform, my apologies. And then we've got from the department, Mr. Maslaelo Matladi, who's in the DG's office. We've got the PLO, Luke Albert, from the minister's office. And then we've also got Dr. Hubert joined from ISA. And then from the support, the technical team of that's supporting the committee, we have myself, we've got Ms. Litlape, who's the committee assistant, we've got Khadija Osman, who's the executive secretary to the chairperson. We also have Let me just double check. Mr. Majosi, who is the communications officer of the portfolio. We also have a researcher, which is Miss Inez Stephanie. And I don't want to miss out on anyone. We've got Mr. Shoaib Dinason, who is the content advisor. And then Honorable Chairperson, support structure. I'm not sure if I'm missing out on any other person who's there. There's Mr. Charles Mabuza from ISA as well, Chairperson. And then we also have colleagues from the CDC, Kocha Development Corporation, Ms. Mpumi Mabula. Yeah, I think that's basically all, Honorable Chair, that I can confirm at this point. And then there's Kelly Byrne. I'm not sure if Kelly is from the Department of or CDC. I'm not definite. I think she's from the CDC. Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. And then Mr. Luaz Mahlang was just joining in. I'm admitting him as I speak. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Nols. Honorable members and everybody in the platform who have graced us. Maybe let me take this opportunity and welcome our new member, the one who's replacing Honorable Radi. We're going to miss him a lot, but we believe that Madikizela, you're going to be as active and productive as Honorable Radi. So I don't think we'll be having a fallback. But let me take this opportunity and say to you, this is a 2-day session of a strategic session that it's not just a tick box, but it's something that is a tool that will need to assist us take stock whether what we are doing is proper or not. It is self-intro to our good self. It's not a portfolio meeting, unfortunately. It's a strategic session that will also guide us. And if you remember, honorable members, we have a standing item that we track. Yes, I saw that, Honorable Bath. I'll come to it. As I want to also welcome the new member who have replaced Honorable Marais from the DA. Welcome and feel free. We hope you're going to do the same. But what I want to indicate is that the strategic session at the end of it tomorrow, we must be in a position to take stock for the previous year, whether we played our oversight properly or not. We must be in a position to understand the department, its goals and its APPs, whether it's aligned with what it's supposed to do. So our department is very strategic. South Africa rely on us, on the department as a Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. ISA, we hope we are going to present a very good document that will assist. As the minister in the beginning of the term, he said, we are going to be in a country that is being led by infrastructure. We are going to make this country as a construction site. So we believe, ISA, with your good work and your good planning, together with entities like a CBE, where you've got professionals, and also CIDB, where you are the ones who are rating whether those who are doing constructions are in the proper grades, or you just give them for free. We are expecting a lot, and even ourselves as members of parliament will want to gauge and check ourselves whether we are doing justice with the mandate we're given by South Africans. Are we playing a proper oversight? I want to also take this opportunity, Nola, and give it back to you while you'll be sending it back to the facilitator to give us apologies. I've seen an apology that came formally of the Deputy Minister. Already is in North Free State. doing part of his work, and I want to urge members and everybody in the platform to accept his apology, because he gave us a detailed apology letter. So I don't want to take much. It's not a platform where it only allows us as members, but it's a platform that it's a tool, as I've said, that must even assist us going further to play our proper oversight. There's a number of issues when we said as Manco, the way we've put it, the agenda, it will give us a proper indication at the end of the day whether we are on the right track or we must shape it back. So I want to urge members to bear in mind that it's not a portfolio, but it's a strategic planning session where everybody is allowed to echo his view, assist and reshape and direct in a proper way. Honorable Bath and Bonginkosi, I'm not sure whether I must give you a platform to speak as you have raised your hand in the platform, because it's not my session. The person who's chairing this or who's facilitating is Muziwake. I'm not going to take over his work, but mine was just to open a platform to say, we are in your liberty. Can you continue and do your work? We'll get in as guided by yourself. Then, as I've said, I want to urge members, let's cooperate, and we must know and understand why are we having this strategic section. It's not a ticket box, but it's a proper tool that will assist us to execute our work. Over to yourself, Nola, for apologies, then you'll hand it back to the facilitator. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Chairperson, sorry, not Honorable Peary, the chairperson of the strategic planning session. I'd just like to make a correction quickly, if I may.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick correction. Honorable Madiki Zela is replacing Honorable Marais, not Honorable Reddy. It was just a small technicality that I wanted to correct. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, if I may proceed, facilitator and chair of the session, with the apologies, we've got one apology from the Honorable Thring, who's an alternate member of the committee from the ACDP. And then from the department, we got an apology from the minister because we had invited the minister, the DM, as well as the DG. So the minister had declined our invitation, citing that he will not be available because he has a meeting to attend today. And then the DM, as the chairperson has already alluded, that he had submitted an apology that he would be in another conducting some departmental business in the Free State, and the DG is currently in the platform. And Honorable Chair, the other apology from the portfolio committee is from Honorable Dlelanga. He'll only be able to join the session in the next 30 minutes because he's currently engaged in another platform. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Nola. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, members. Members, Nola, if you may, I'm not too sure who's controlling the platform. Maybe if we can project the program.
For some reason, I'm noting that I don't have and this is weird, I don't have a sharing right as a host. That's kind of strange from my side. Let me see if I can try and, yeah, that's kind of weird. Strange things are happening on Zoom these days. So I'll try to give you some sharing rights. If you can, then I'll get you to share. Thank you, Muzi.
Okay, sure, thanks. Okay, maybe what I wanted to highlight, honorable members and esteemed stakeholders and colleagues, it's that we have a full day session. All what I would request is from the presenters and with the engagement that we're going to have, maybe just to take cognizance of the time, we have time limitations. We would like to be able to go through, cover all the presenters that have been allocated on the program. It's not out of disrespect when I maybe intervene in terms of time. It's looking at the time and trying to make sure that we listen to all the presentations and making sure that we have enough time allocated for engagement after we've received each presentation. Nola, are we able then to share? I've got just a 5-slide. Just to share the purpose and the objectives of the session. So then we can then continue to the next item. Okay, sure, I'm able to. Thank you, Nola. Okay. Can Chairperson and the members, are you able to see, colleagues, are you able to see the presentation I'm projecting right now?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, cool. Members, esteemed stakeholders and colleagues, I'm just going to run through. It's a very short presentation just to look at the outcomes and the expectations of the session. The purpose of this workshop is to establish a strategic framework for the committee for the next 5-year term, for the remaining period in the current term. Also to look at the ways and means of strengthening oversight and accountability in line with the Constitution and the National Assembly rules, and to promote transparency, responsiveness, and answerability from the executive, reinforce public confidence in government. The first objective that we have for the session, for the workshop today, is engagement and insight, is to create, is to have a dialogue between the members of parliament and experts and stakeholders. So then we can look at exploring emerging issues in the public sector, in the public works and infrastructure work, in the public works and infrastructure sector, and create a space for in-depth deliberation, often missed due to tight schedules, due to the busyness of the program of parliament. There are so many activities and functional issues that are usually programmed, and we never get the time to then engage in this fashion. Another objective is to actually develop a strategic plan and to reflect on the stakeholder inputs and the 6 parliament lessons learned that we've learned in the 6th parliament, and also to develop a 5-year strategic plan aligned with the 7 parliament priorities, and also aligned with the government pronouncement or presidential announcement and the mid-term development plan of this current term from 2024 to 2029. And also look at the public works and infrastructure sector focus areas. Another objective is the annual and midterm accountability. We would then look at the breakdown into annual performance plan, set quarterly measurable targets, conduct annual reviews, and implement a midterm review for 2027. The key outcomes at the end of the 2 days, we need to have come up with an action plan to develop to deliver the committee's mandate, having prioritized cross-cutting issues requiring inter-committee collaboration, a strong framework for effective oversight and accountability, a capacity building for members and support staff. My final notes is this workshop is an opportunity to shape the committee's role for the Seventh Parliament, strengthen oversight and accountability, ensure government delivers with transparency, fairness, and impact. Sorry, excuse me for that, and impact. Okay, that's what I wanted to cover. Members of Parliament, having delivered that short presentation, members and esteemed stakeholders and colleagues, I would like then to invite members to, since this is a workshop, your allergies. I can not. Yeah. Since this is a workshop, okay. Since this will be a workshop, I would like then to invite members. Once we have received a presentation, we will then allocate some time to engage with that particular presentation. I would like to invite members then to participate. We can raise our hands, and also we can use the comment section. I may request my colleagues from the committee, the support staff, maybe if they can assist me in monitoring the comment section, and we can then respond if there are any questions or any comments that have been made on that part of the platform. On that note, colleagues, I would and members, I would like then to move over to the next item on the program. I would like then to move over to the next item of the program and hand over to the department. I'm not too sure, but according to the program, the minister was scheduled to give a presentation. However, I'm just going to hand over to the department to give us a strategic plan for the department and focusing on the priorities. Is there anyone from the department who's going to give us this particular presentation for the next 45 minutes? For the next 15 minutes, and then before then we go to tea break.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Chairperson of the Portfolio. Good morning, Program Director, all members of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you very much, and also our stakeholders from entities, and also I see there's a DBSA representation. My name is Sifiso Mdagane. I know we didn't do introductions. I'm the DG of the department. Maybe Chairperson, we want to really extend our appreciation for you to invite us to your session. And I believe, having gone through the agenda for the first half of the day and also the day after, that we will be supporting and actually doing presentations. And maybe on my side, as already Nola introduced, but from the side of Public Works, maybe to indicate our commitment to work with the committee and ensure that as we look towards the 2029, this strategic session will also guide us in terms of the expectations of our political leaders in Parliament, that is our members of Parliament. So I think with those few words, Chairperson and Program Director, I would like to hand over to my DDG for Governance, Risk and Compliance. He will take us through the strategic plan and the processes, including the priorities that we have engaged with the executive authority, linked to the country's own priorities. Thank you very much, Mr. Facilitator. Lwazi, through you, Chair, can you then take the team through the presentation? Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Chair, the Portfolio Committee, members of the Portfolio Committee, honorable members, Mr. Facilitator, colleagues from the department, and also colleagues from our own entities and other invited guests. I'm trying to share, Chair. Okay. Chair, I'm not sure if I can be assisted in sharing. My system is not picking up the document from the side. It's a presentation I sent.
Sis-Nala, do we have the document from the department? Or are you still having challenges also to share?
Yes, I'm still having challenges. I'm actually on the line with ICT at this point, trying to get them to resolve the issue that I have with Zoom. I don't know why, as a host, I'm unable to share today of all days. But I would like to request one of the colleagues who from the committee section, either Shuaib or Khadija, to just flag the presentation on our behalf. Thank you very much.
Okay. Colleagues, are we able to assist?
I see someone's screen is on. Is on. I don't know whose screen this is.
I
Yeah,
suspect it's mine. I'm just trying to find the document.
Okay.
Okay.
Just Shoaib, just before you share the screen, just close it off and then try to find the document and open it, and then you can share when you've got the document on, because it's not gonna flight the actual document after. Yeah. Thank you.
Could I just be reminded what the name of the document is?
it reads as GRC presentation to PC strategic planning session.
Right, thanks, Lwazi. I'll just find it quick.
Yes, it's one of those that I sent this morning. Sure.
Oh, it's one of you. Okay, let me
Yes.
go. Can I get confirmation whether that is visible?
Yes, it is.
Fantastic. All yours,
Yes,
Lwazi.
it is. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. If we probably can get it to presentation mode.
Presentation mode. Shaib, if you can get it to a presentation mode, are we able to assist? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Shuaib. Colleagues, Honorable Chair and members of the committee once more, thank you very much. DG, thank you. So I'm going to take you through this presentation. Is basically structured into 4 sections, but I'll just stick to section 1, which represents the priorities, and the other sections will fall under T, under governance and partnerships. So I'll do notify which way where we are going to stop on that. So I'm basically dealing with the priorities of the minister. Next slide. For the department, which are now into the APP and the SP. But going further, I'm going to also demonstrate the extension in terms of the public works and infrastructure sector. Next slide. Now, next slide. Yeah, now this is where we start to be coming from. Maybe you can click 3 times. Last click. Thank you. So from the 7 administration, we're basically drawing them from the statement of intent, focusing on the agreement on the governance of national unity. But the 3 priorities or priorities for government as a whole, basically to improve our economic growth and development, which I'll touch on some of the KPIs that speak to that. Then the second one is an inclusive growth or an inclusive economy, which we have some KPIs that are there in the APP and SP, and then also the last part being the issues around a capable developmental state. Chair, you will note that I just kept it at a high level in terms of the priorities. There are not details in terms of the KPIs and stuff. Those are basically, I think we presented at some stage to the portfolio committee, but I will also touch on them as I present in this fashion. Now, the objective, not before that. Yeah, the objectives basically having looked at all the 3 areas, priorities, and in the context now of public works, how is public works going to contribute to the broader priorities of government within its mandate? So basically, we're looking at 1, we are going to be able to support the economic recovery through a number of initiatives, which I will also expand on that. And then also through infrastructure. I think there's a presentation from ISA, but Infrastructure South Africa, but there's also going to be that aspect within our own as well. And then how do we also leverage on our portfolio of assets, optimizing them, and also expanding on employment opportunities, all within our mandate to give context and also our contribution as a department to the broader government priorities. Now we then took those government priorities and then developed our own departmental priorities in line with these objectives, as well as the development of KPIs that then will be driving these priorities and outcomes towards. I'll also touch on how we have also developed from the priorities of government, SOI, statement of intent, to the priorities of the minister for this particular financial year up until the end of the 5-year administration. And then we developed outcomes, results based of each priority, and then developed the key performance indicators and targets for those. So we are basically looking at that entire value chain on how those we seek to contribute to that. The first priority, minister's priority, is public asset for public good. And this is where we're basically focusing largely on leveraging on our portfolio of assets, 80,000 plus assets on 36,000 land parcels, and how we also use those assets, sweat the assets for revenue generation, where we can also recapitalize that money into the maintenance of those facilities without relying heavily on the fiscus. So we basically need to find a way of generating our own revenue from those assets. Secondly, is also to say, if for a public assets for public good, is to say, how do you also maintain those public goods or public assets so that then the community and the citizens can also enjoy services that are rendered or provided by other government departments that we provide functional accommodation to. And this is basically what. So it's a 3-pronged approach where we're saying the Department of Public Works is the landlord of the assets to the client department, who then administers their own functions and mandate to the citizens. So we're also saying for public good, the citizens must enjoy the services that are rendered by the client department, but the client department must also enjoy the facilities that are provided by the department. So this is basically the priority that we're dealing with. Second is the generational asset accumulation. Now, generational asset accumulation, we said, as we build on this portfolio, it must also generate income and then also expand the asset base to ensure that future demands that will require functional accommodation will also have a capital as well as assets that will also meet future demands. And this is also trying to look at how, one, we look at the fiscus, and where we are constrained from the fiscus, we also look at how we sweat our own assets, generate revenue, and then respond to these future needs. Priority number 2 is infrastructure-led growth. Now, this is where we are focusing on, and this is split into 2 aspects. Now, as the government as a whole is to look at how do we leverage on infrastructure to grow our economy, and then the socio-economic spin-offs that come off of that. So we'll focus on one. One is growth that then depends on infrastructure, and then infrastructure that then depends on growth, right? Or that responds to growth. And I think the full debate, the discussion or presentation from ISA will also demonstrate that. But I think what is important in terms of this infrastructure-led growth, which aligns to the minister's bigger picture of turning South Africa into a construction site, is to say, we also need to understand the roles and responsibilities within the entire government value chain of who is responsible for the entire infrastructure. So through ISA, basically the coordination and ensuring that they also provide project preparation to all the different implementers. We'll be looking at that context, but there's also the context of coordinating information and reporting on the state of infrastructure, particularly the context where we're talking about capital fixed formation. What is the asset, the infrastructure, the performance of infrastructure, and that one is also split into 2, where you find that the public sector contributes it through infrastructure, but also the private sector contributes through infrastructure. So the coordination of that to have a picture of how infrastructure leads growth or contributes to growth will then also depend on that quality of the information and the ease of access to that information. So there is that coordination aspect. Then there's also the implementation of infrastructure by different implementing bodies across the spheres of government, including the public sector, private sector. The priority number 3 is expand public works program, and this is more now focusing beyond just the work opportunities that are created. It also focuses now on how then do we create an exit strategy that those that have participated in the program EPWP also acquire certain skills where, one, they can also use those skills into a formal economy, a formal job sector, or they use those skills to initiate their own businesses through whether it's cooperatives or small businesses, small enterprises, as a way of increasing and expanding on the participation in the formal economy as a result of that. So the EPWP was seen as a trigger and the support to that function to ensure that those who participate are then empowered and capacitated with the necessary skills to also broaden employment opportunities, as well as the actual jobs that are created as they open up small businesses, and they also get formal employment if they use that skill and are employed elsewhere. So that's basically what we use. And then the last priority, which is more administrative internally, which focuses on a number of things, is build a new culture based on excellence and transparency. This is basically aligned to Statement of Intent 3 of a capable state, with a focus on, 1, the compliance aspect of it, the ethics or ethical conduct, as well as looking at the administrative aspect of government as a whole, and largely looking at the capability and the extent to which and the resilience of government department, particularly public works. Should there be external shock, what is our business continuity model that then, in the event of external shock, we continue to render services to the public. The end game basically is to transform the public assets into national assets, use infrastructure to drive growth, and eventually make EPWP a tool for sustainable job creation, as I've already. So those are basically the minister's priorities, which now has then been cascaded and broken down into outcomes, outputs, indicators in the strategic plan document, as well as the annual performance plans. Next slide. Click once. Thank you. Then when you look at the statement of intent, the outcomes, and the interventions that we've brought in, now we are also aligned to the MTDP, medium-term development plan, which is basically a 5-year plan. So we've then taken those components, the priorities of the minister, the outcomes of the department, and the interventions that will drive those outcomes, and the KPIs that will drive those outcomes into this 3-category area. The first category was to focus on what is the core area of the department, the core business of the department. Then we also look at support areas and administrative areas. Now, by core, what it basically is to say, what is the purpose or reasons for our existence in the department? And this is where we drive our mandate from Giyama. In terms of asset management, we also derive from the Infrastructure Development Act, and then we also derive from the Constitution, as well as Section 4 of the Constitution, and also intergovernmental frameworks. So we derive our mandates in dealing with the core aspect of the department's mandate to drive this. And we then say, the second part where we talk about outcomes, we take the outcomes. I spoke about the priorities, that we then take the minister's priorities and then we develop the outcomes that will then feed into those priorities and develop initiatives to drive that. The first outcome that we have in the department is a sustainable infrastructure investment and infrastructure delivery. So 2 components. One is infrastructure investment, where we look at the infrastructure, capital formation, infrastructure investment, whether it's pledges, and that's through infrastructure summits across the country. Now, this is important in the context of creating an investor confidence in the long-term plan of government with regards to infrastructure, because that then assists us to look at the future plans and how you invest in infrastructure and the benefits that come out of that. And then also the infrastructure delivery, the speed at which we deliver infrastructure, and as well as the quality of infrastructure is also important. So that's the outcome that we're dealing with. Is it so split into 2? One, there will be the ISA component that basically coordinates the entire government, and then there will be the portion of the department that then concentrates on capital projects management, those projects that we are basically, which we consider them as infrastructure, that we will be also looking at as a component that also looks at the delivery of this infrastructure. The second aspect is asset management optimization. That 80,000 plus properties that we need to optimize through a number of initiatives, such as your repair, operate, and transfer initiatives, build, operate, and transfer initiatives, lease to own initiatives, as a way of ensuring that we optimize that asset base and increase that. There will be some that will have to look at core versus non-core assets, where we will then have to focus on disposal of non-core and focus on the core assets of the state. That's part of your optimization, because that basically means that when we are looking at non-core and there's no revenue generation, there will be an expenditure that will be incurred in that regard. That then, for instance, your security, your rates and taxes, and also external vagaries of nature, which may include, as well as or social ills, which may also include vandalism, which may also be costly to us. So we need to then look at how do we then break it into components of core and non-core. The initiatives that basically will be driving these outcomes will be the infrastructure delivery, investment and delivery. Those are the SIPs. That will also be looking into that as well. Through SIPs, you will see that there will be issues of how much has been invested in certain projects, and then what is the rate of delivery. We look at maintenance and utilization of state property assets. We focus on maintenance, working with client departments, looking at the allocation of infrastructure to public works, so that we are able to use the budget to improve on facilities. We look at job creation. These are the spin-offs that, as we look at infrastructure delivery, there will be procurement aspects in terms of your service providers or your contractors, who in turn will be appointing or creating jobs. So there will be that job aspect of it in terms of all the projects, and the maintenance aspect through term contracts, or is through facilities maintenance contracts, or total facilities maintenance. So there will be a creation of jobs there, actual jobs as well as work opportunities, right? And then publicly owned land for socio-economic will release land. This is where we initiate a release of land to human settlements, where they can also administer their function of human settlements. We also to rural development, where we deal with the land reform issues, as well as ESCOM for assisting in terms of the transmission lines, as well as contribution to the expanding the electricity grid to all the citizens. So those are some of the issues that we're engaged in. Energy security and green economy, those are some of the initiatives where we're looking at greening our facilities to contribute to climate change, as well as ensuring that we also administer also we secure energy security as well in times of energy crisis. As a transformation agenda, we're also looking at that. There are three components or three legs to the transformation agenda. We look at how do we transform the industry and the sector, through leveraging on our policy. One example would be the Public Works Act. The other one is the expropriation bill. Those are some of the instruments, government policy or act instruments that we can also leverage on transforming the industry. The second leg is looking at the skills. How do we then develop a skills pipeline? For instance, when you link this one with the infrastructure development, the future needs of the country, when it comes to infrastructure, we must start looking at what will be the relevant skills now in the context of 4IR, and what skills do we build to then also support that future demand for infrastructure development. So the second leg will be looking at the skill set that will be required in future. The last leg will be the procurement, which is largely the participation one, where we're looking at the deconcentration of your certain sectors, such as women in construction, SMMEs, cooperatives. How do we bring them on through our procurement spend to participate in this environment, in built environment, and then also have a fair share in terms of contributing to the economy, 2, participating in the economy as an opportunity for them to also expand, and 3, also creating jobs in that space through that procurement space. So the transformation agenda will be looking at that. The gender mainstreaming and addressing hijacked buildings are also other initiatives as part of your BOT, ROT as well. Now, the second leg, or the support area, the support area focuses on we as the Department of Public Works nationally. Who else do we support outside the department, be it client departments, be it the entities, be it the provincial department or other entities, and other government departments. So this is basically focusing on where we trigger a process to support the mandate of the others who will then discharge or administer that mandate. And the outcomes that deal with that is a coherent government and employability. And this you will see that the support through EPWP of public bodies providing technical assistance to ensure that they also achieve the targets of work opportunities that need to be created. Transform and professionalize built environment. That's also part working with the entities and other government departments, as well as provincial departments, on how we transform the built environment and professionalize the state in terms of the built environment. And then the infrastructure planning support. This is where we provide technical support to the implementing parties or bodies. One example is ISA assisting a particular province in project preparation, but that province being the implementer. That's the kind of support we provide in this. So here is basically a number of interventions that we're focusing, that the end goal is to ensure that there is expansion in terms of industry, and we attract investment as part of that infrastructure investment as well. And then also contributing to MISA, municipal infrastructure, DDM, if you will, DDM model, which I'll also present at a later stage. And then we also declare war on pit latrines. Now, this is basically a support we will look into with the Department of Education. Not that we are the implementer, but also to say what support can we provide, because it also deals with infrastructure. Well issues of bridges, working with different spheres of government on the well issues of bridges, 96 bridges per annum that we basically are constructing. And this is basically also assisting also municipalities as well as the Department of Transport and working together with the Defense Force. If effective management of delivery services and entities, this is basically working with our entities to ensure that our entities, they carry the mother body mandate to actually implement their high priorities and high levels of the high priorities and objectives of the department. IJect buildings, working with this local support. This will also look at not only just hijack buildings, but also looking at the issues of, I should have added it here, the issues of construction mafia. This is where we work with the law enforcement agencies. We also work with the communities. We also work with the private sector to ensure that we are also addressing the issue of construction mafia or of business forum, if you will, as well as issues of hijacked buildings. This is where we work with the communities to ensure that we look at the environment and the safety of those buildings. And also through one of the projects, which is one of the projects called OBB, Operation Bring Back, we're looking at areas where we have seen that the buildings have been hijacked or taken or irregularly or illegally occupied. We look at one where it's irregular, we regularize. Where it has been illegally occupied, we evict. And then in other initiatives where we can say, how do we dispose of these non-core assets for bettering the communities in the use of state facilities over a period of time. Sustainable program funding and support. This is basically looking at funding different. I think Issa will also touch on these issues of how do you look at different models of funding and supporting and for sustainable program. And also, I've also spoken about the construction mafia. The administrative area, this is now more internal into the department, where we focus basically on the outcome, resilient, ethical, and capable state. Resilient, should there be an external shock, how resilient are we? This is our business continuity. Ethical, we've got the ethics committee now functioning. We deal with the other issues of ethical to address issues of corruption and code of conduct, but we also deal with a capable state, the resources that are required for this by the department to be able to administer and discharge its function. But some of the initiatives that we're dealing with is zero tolerance to fraud and corruption, build a new culture based on excellence, 30 days payment, because it assists in driving the sustainability of suppliers. And then we're also looking internally the management of staff, ghost employees, because that is also a cost to the state if they're ghost employees without a return on investment. And we also focus on occupational health and safety measures that are coming in, because we're in the construction, we are also in the property and maintenance, but we also need to adhere to the occupational health and safety measures. And lastly, we basically say the backbone of all of this is basically your ICT and innovation, where you're looking at the digital transformation, the digitalization journey on how we modernize these approaches overall in the department. Next slide. And then, this is the last slide. Then, having looked at all these big picture KPIs and outcomes, etc., we still also need to deal with the fundamentals in the department. I think we've raised it over time. AG has raised these issues as well as portfolio committee over time. They've also been raising these issues. So the fundamental issues that we're also dealing with is that as we administer all of these, change management will be critical in ensuring that we then dislodge of the culture of doing things, especially if we have to look at modernization and innovation and ICT digitization. There will be a change management on how do we then look at the adoption of new ICT to drive the core business of the organization. A service delivery improvement plan, Chair and honorable members and colleagues, we have partnered with the Public Service Commission and the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, where we also conduct site visits, and we develop a service delivery improvement plan where we have found that there are areas where we are not doing well, whether it's correctional services or it's a SAPS, police station, and the communities is up in arms. We have developed an improvement plan, targeted, measurable, of how then we seek to improve those issues. Again, it goes back to that three-pronged process I talk about: the department, the client department, and the citizens. Business process management as part of automation, as well as modernization and innovation that will cut across all our areas. And then that will culminate into a development of a macro and a macro delivery model of public works. There's a strategic and delivery unit that also will be focusing on that, in ensuring that we deliver that the mandate of the department. I've talked about ICT and communication through the digital strategy, ethics, compliance, and infrastructure. You would have seen that we are also conducting lifestyle audits, and then also trying to strengthen our ethics as well as our initiatives of zero tolerance to fraud and corruption. Contract management and monitoring, you already see that we've got the contract administration embedded into the SCM, and then project managers will be empowered with contract management to ensure that from the root to the fruit, the value chain of your procurement, even through the life cycle, we are able to work with one complete project within time, within budget, and within quality through that overall contract management philosophy. And then organizational-wide skills assessment, it's part of assessing whether the skills that are existing in the department still assist in the new thinking of the department for us to be able to meet these priorities and outcomes. And then the reskilling of that would be also important in areas where there's a need to do that. And then the last two basically is the maturity of a strategic management, inclusive of the risks that are associated with the state. We are also focusing on the risks that are quite a number of them that we. So each of those outcomes that I've raised, there will be a strict risk issues, risk associated interventions to deal with those issues. And lastly, for corporate governance, as well as to build also reputation as well as confidence and trust in our operations, is a move towards a clean audit. We have two entities: the main vote, which has been unqualified over time, and then the PMTE, which over time has seen a number of qualifications, though there are improvements, but the game change now is to basically move towards a clean audit. And these are the fundamental areas. We've called them the 10 principles that are internal into the organization that also need to focus on to ensure that once we deal with these issues, the bigger picture will also be achieved. Thank you, facilitator, honorable chair, and members. I'll end it at that in the first part of the presentation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mahlangu. Thank you for that insightful presentation that you've just given us. Members, time-wise, we let's say 3 minutes past 10, and we are, according to our program, we are scheduled to have tea at 10:30 o'clock. So this gives us an opportunity maybe to, if we can allow for engagement, if there's an appetite for members to engage the presentation that Mr. Mahlangu has just given us. If there are any comments that the members would like to make, any questions that they would like to raise, I would open up the floor for the members maybe to engage the platform. Maybe if there's an appetite, then it can take us up until tea time, where we'll get a leg stretch for about 10 minutes, and then we get ready for the next item. I would like to open up the floor, but also before I do that, may I request assistance from the committee colleagues to assist in identifying hands and any comments that are being made on the comment section of the platform. I'm opening up the floor. Members, if you and the stakeholders that are part of the platform, if they would like also to participate and engage the presentation.
Right, Mozi, we've got two hands. There's the
Okay.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Piri, and Honorable Madikizela. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. In that sequence, I would like to take the chair, and soon after that, Honorable Matikizela. Then after that.
Thank you, facilitator. Let me start by appreciating and welcoming the presentation from Mr. Mahlangu. Maybe one must just reiterate what Jabu have said on the platform for all presenters and members who will be making a comment or speak to open their video first before they proceed. Maybe at a later stage you'll close it for a better reception. But mine, I just wanted to check with Mr. Lwazi to say, you know, the presentation is good and it really shows us if we follow and or what has been planned even by the department can be done in that order. Things South Africa will change. Things will be in a good space. In your priorities, Mr. Mahlangu, you spoke of the public assets to be taken care of for a public goods. But, you know, when we played our oversight, it still takes me back to the PMTE issue on telecom towers, that as a portfolio we'll still have to engage it further. What I'm not seeing in your presentation is how are you going to make sure you overcome obstacles that makes the department not to excel in their work in terms of the public assets. Yes, we are the landlord. Yes, we are the ones who must provide even accommodation for our sister department and even South Africans at large. The presentation is good, but it does not give us even challenges that makes you not to overcome or that makes you not to give what is expected out of you. It just shows the good plans, but in terms of your challenges and how you are going to overcome that, it does not reflect. I'm not sure whether am I giving it in a proper context where you understand it. At the same time, you have department that feels they want to own land, they want to own building on their own, and as a custodian of that, in some it looks like when you present you want to give them partially that space, but in others automatically you are the landlord. There's a mix of interest there and not even giving us as oversight players what is it that we must support you in. For example, you spoke of the DOD, which they want holistically, wants powers to own and have access to the authority of the land that they are using due to their sensitivity of their asset of goods that they are using, be it your missiles and other stuff. Again, when you look at the borders, there's a presentation that was brought to us, the one-stop border show. We are not even sure whether you support it holistically as a department. I thought in your presentation you'll show us and give indication why are you concurring with them, why do you agree with that presentation. At the same time, that presentation that was brought to us, unfortunately I'll refer to it, that it does not show, it requests you to give them powers and the ownership of the land. So is it the same priority, the same mission as you as a custodian, as you are the landlord? Are you holistically still want to hold the ownership, or you'll want to give partially to different department or according to their needs? Let me stop there. Thank you, facilitator.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to take the next Honorable Matigizela.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the presentation, Lwazi. I have two specific questions. On the interventions, you spoke about the transformation and obviously referring to empowerment. Now, some small contractors, often complain about some of the requirements. And let me make an example. You would find that a tender is advertised at 7 GB. And obviously, the maximum value of 7 GB is 60 million rands. But the requirement would say, for example, give examples of 2 tenders that you have done in the past at the cost of 35 million, or tenders that you are currently doing 2 or more at the cost of 35 million. And surely, if a company has done those tenders, it would not be at 7 GB. It would be at 8 or 9. And some small companies see that as a preclusion by the department. And so my question is, how are we dealing with empowerment in a true sense of the word to make sure that those who were previously and currently disadvantaged are really given an opportunity, a fair opportunity to do business with the department? And the last question for me is that I'm sure many people know this department is notorious. In fact, you are associated with corruption, if I can put it that way. I heard that you spoke about the culture change. And you spoke briefly about the measures that you have put in place to deal with that particular problem. But, I mean, will it go far enough to really deal with this perception and make sure that you deal with corruption in the department, and because the department is notorious for corruption? So maybe you can expand a bit for me on that one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matigizela. I see I have another hand. Honorable Letlape.
Good morning. Good morning to yourself, facilitator, to the chair, and to honorable members. Mine is just a quick one. I think the priorities that have been said are very clear on what the intentions are. But my worry about it is how they are being implemented and how some of them are actually being isolated and not being given the urgency that it needs. For example, I just want to check with the issue of land, giving out land. Like maybe we can be taken through the criteria that we use for land. I'll raise this issue because it has been an issue that we have been raising for quite some time, that when Public Works gives out land, you'd find that it's only one particular province for the past few months, one particular province that seems to be getting this attention of being given land. You go to provinces like your Free State, your Northwest, your Eastern Cape, Gauteng, where we've got so many informal settlements. And part of us trying to grow the economy and stabilize our economy, we also need to look into the human settlement factor. How is Public Works prioritizing that? And what is the criteria of just giving out land? Because such issues of human settlement should be one that take priority, especially when the department wants to invest in infrastructure. When you invest in infrastructure, you need to be able to go outside of just the cities to create and to broaden the economy in terms of infrastructure. And I don't see us doing that as a department. The other aspect is the fact that, for instance, with EPWP, There seems to be a serious lack of oversight on the part of the department, on the side of the department. We've recently seen how EPWP has now been used, the budget has been used by municipalities for things that has got nothing to do with EPWP. But we don't see action being taken, and maybe not necessarily an individual, but maybe the presentation should have given us a broader idea of how do you intend to deal with such matters now that you have identified them and you want to focus on them. How do you as a department work towards ensuring that EPWP funds are not misused, but EPWP itself is not misused for political intentions and for political scores, which has been the case. I completely agree that EPWP's intention should be the ultimate absorption of permanent employment, and that's what we want to see in order for the economy to grow and for us to actually see that, in fact, this particular program is working for our people. I don't think we're at that particular point, and I would have loved the department to maybe give us their own plans on that particularly. On EPWP, how does, I know we've had that conversation in the committee before, but it was also just answered, in passing, on how the department plans to ensure that this goal of EPWP's absorption into formal employment, how do they plan to do that and to work around that? I'll stop there. Thanks, facilitator.
Thank you, Honorable Lekape. May I take Honorable Bath? I see your hand is up, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Muzi. Yeah, so I agree. I think the department's agenda and goals are very clear from the presentation. But one thing that does keep coming up, and I think it's something that we need the department to clarify, not just for us as a committee, but also for the South Africans that make many requests for unutilized land that is owned by the state. And I know we've spoken many times about what is the department's disposal strategy or means of disposal. And I think the actual steps need to be made very clear so that South Africans, as well as ourselves in the committee, know what those steps are and how people can make requests for land. That being said, I think the department has made significant strides to make land that it's not using available for, as they call it, public good. I know just in my own constituency, there was land that was being transferred from the department to the municipality, which had been in abeyance for about 10 years. For whatever reason, I don't know what the delays were, but occupation of the land was given now pending the transfer. And now there's a taxi rank that's busy being built or expanded, which hasn't been able to be done for the past 10 years because of the delays. My question around this is, does the department have a strategy or does it have a means of determining, once it does give or allocates land to other users, that the use that it's intended for is actually followed up on and confirmed? I'll make an example. I think there have been a number of gender-based properties or buildings given to the Department of Social Development for gender-based violence, for example. But I've heard reports that, in many cases, the land or the building is given and then it's actually just not used. So I don't know how many properties have been handed over to other government departments or other spheres of government with an intended use, but then haven't actually been used for that purpose. The next comment that I want to make, and I agree with Honorable Piri, in terms of mandates, we use the example of SAPS, where in many cases SAPS have taken over the responsibility from Public Works to build, to maintain, and I don't know what methodology is used, because sometimes you go to a police station and you find out, oh, this police station is being looked after by the supply chain management processes of SAPS, and yet the police station is in disrepair, but Public Works gets blamed for the poor state of the police station. So I think as a committee, it's something that we need to consider. how should the department, or, what is the department's position on allowing other spheres of government or other departments to have mandate over public works assets? I think another really good example is that of the Parliament rebuild. That mandate has been taken away from DPWI and is sitting with Parliament and the DBSA. And we know as a committee that we actually can't even get the DBSA to come and speak to us about that project. And it's just an example of the risks that are involved when at the end of the day, Public Works is still the main custodian of all state assets, whether it be at the national or provincial level. But what protects, or how is the Department of Public Works protected from mismanagement and misuse of the assets that it gives the mandate away for? I agree also with Honorable Letlape. I think the department needs to be, and we did ask this actually in that committee meeting, that the department regularly give us updates regarding the revision of EPWP and how the reforms are being implemented from the roadshows that have been hosted around the country, the inputs from those, and how that is translating into a new EPWP policy. I think that's something that is critical, and it's something that has a lot of potential to change the face of the program and to also, promote proper upskilling of participants that hopefully will then lead into formal and permanent employment. So I think it's just those couple of issues that need to be ironed out, hopefully through this strategic session, because I think these are key priorities for the committee. That the committee will be wanting to keep its eye on over the remainder of the seventh Parliament. Thank you, Muzi.
Thank you, Honorable Bath. Mr. Mahlangu, I would like to hand over back to you, just to respond on those questions that came from the members. I would like also to highlight, I think, Mr. Mahlangu, let me check with you. You still have a capacity to take one more, because I see there's, I think it's Member Kobe who has a hand up. Can I take this one hand and then I'll hand it over to you to respond? Honorable Makobe.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, I'm just going to request just before mine is very quick. It's very quick, but I'm currently driving, so I'm not in a position to open my video. I'll do so shortly in the next session. So I just ask to be excused just for now. Chair, I think maybe if the department, because I think they've put out very good plans and they've been presented to us before. I think as maybe if the department could start narrowing down to assist us as well as a portfolio committee to give us their SOPs in as it relates to the grand work that they want to do with regards to public assets that they want to use for public goods, as it relates to to EPWP reforms, as it relates as well to asset optimization. And I say this because maybe let's take, for example, in terms of asset optimization and the way in which they work with hijacked buildings, we can see that across the country, the methodology or the standard operating procedures are not the same. And I'll give a recent example where, you get where the political relations, if we can put it in that way, between the minister and maybe the premiers of the provinces or the local, the three spheres of government, if it relates to one political party, it seems as though the work is fast-tracked and it works out much better. And I can tell you with one recent example, for example, with the Western Cape High Court, which has just granted the minister and the city of Cape Town a judgment to say that they can then work with hijacked buildings. The same we have seen in KZN, where the MEC and the minister have worked together in tandem to address issues around public works and infrastructure. What this does for the department, for me, I think it creates a level of inconsistencies that we are not seeing uniformly applied across the country. And what it does is that in places where there isn't political uniformity or sort of political understanding, what we then see is that there isn't a lot of work being done in those areas. And the department is going to then fall short in terms of reaching their 5-year objectives, because they're giving us success stories in pockets, but it cannot be uniformly applied across the country. And I say this, maybe if the department can give us a standard operator or a template in which we can also, as the portfolio committee, if we're trying to hold them accountable, or if we are doing oversight, we can play better oversight because we are working from a template that can be universally applied across South Africa, and that doesn't just work on a gentleman's agreement. So I think that the department then needs to narrow down in terms of the big strategic objectives, narrow it down, and then give us a roadmap in terms of how they will be then achieving these things across the province, in Limpopo, in the Free State, wherever we are doing oversight, we can then, apply this across and not wait to see if there is a good working relation between, various political parties or MECs and the minister. I think the department needs to get that one correct. Chair, also, I agree with my colleagues that we have a grand idea of what the department wants to do in terms of public assets and ensuring that they make provision of buildings so that departments are able to exercise their mandates. But I think the one thing the department needs to focus on and hone in on is rebuilding trust in terms of their execution of their mandate as it stands today. They've got a backlog of 8 billion rand in terms of maintenance, and various departments, as my colleagues have previously said, are calling for the devolution of their mandate because they are seeing that the department is slow to respond in terms of their issues. How is the department then saying, maybe let's focus on rebuilding trust, give us a roadmap as well in terms of maintenance, what they're going to start doing, which areas are they going to focus on? Just hone it in for us nicely as a portfolio committee, so that we are also able to hold them accountable when we look at that maintenance plan or how they plan to reduce the backlog that is worth 8 billion rand as it stands, just so that we can also start building trust with various departments that we lease buildings to. And finally, as it relates to EPWP, I think they've spoken widely about this, but I think the recruitment process, Chair, is going to give us skewed results when it comes to the end of the 5 years, if we're going to look at the results of what the department has achieved. If we aren't going to look at the recruitment processes from the start, we're already seeing that even in this last cycle, we've seen mayors literally give out jobs to their political volunteers, political party volunteers. We just want the department, I think, as Honorable Bath has said, to give us a roadmap to show us how they will play greater oversight in terms of the recruitment processes and how EPWP opportunities are then given out to people. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kobe. Mr. Mahlangu and colleagues, I would like to give you an opportunity then to respond. We have about 2 minutes till tea break, but I'll try and allow you enough time before we take break to respond to those pertinent questions that were raised by members. Mr. Mahlangu, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ngwane, facilitator, and also to thank the members for the questions. I think I'll also be assisted by the colleagues on the platform as well. Let me start with the question raised by the chair, Honorable Piri, on the public assets and oversight. I think the question basically was, yes, we do have it as a priority and also as an outcome, but how are we going to deal with it? And I think you raised also one example of telecom towers. Yeah, and then also the challenges. I think the challenges mainly that we have around this issue around public assets for public good, or generally the model within government with regards to assets, is one, there's an issue of budget allocation, National Treasury, where basically the allocation of asset maintenance and is often given to or allocated to the client department. And then there will be a tug of war between the department itself and the client departments in terms of the allocation and the use of that funds for that. And that also is a strenuous environment, or a strenuous engagement between ourselves, and to the point where the dilly-dallying and the toing and froing ends up resulting in no action at all, and then things then collapse to a level where then the image from a department as the custodian is then marred with all these sentiments to a greater extent. But the other challenge as well with regards to that is that now during the adjustment, budget adjustments in October, you'll find that a lot of departments will then adjust and say, look, they have no funding anymore. They have used the money for something else, or they reprioritize the money for something else other than what would have been allocated or would be redirected to public works. I think we've shared this a number of times, but we're looking at a different way of how to deal with this one. I'll come to it. The other issue is the funding model. Now, this is a funding model across government in terms of asset management. I mean, at some stage, we were talking about 14 rand per square meter that we're receiving. That's not even enough to cover your maintenance, etc. It's also an issue. And that is a balance between why would you pay a higher premium by a client department for a private lease, but then there has to be some negotiations and the tug of war when it has to be a state. But it's a balancing act in terms of what is the quality from the state, in terms of the state assets, but it's also what is the interest from the client in moving towards. I think it also comes to that other question that was raised by Honorable Matigizele from a procurement point of view, that it's a balancing act between the interest from the client in taking the mandate vis-a-vis what will be the holistic government interest in managing assets. So it's a balancing act that is also there, and I think that is a government-wide decision on how we deal with these issues as well. In terms of the devolution as well, I'll make one or two examples. I think one of the critical issues with devolution, yes, the discussions to a point where between the department and the client, to a point where the department is seen as non-responsive or late or delays or failure to respond to clients, has resulted in them wanting to take the mandate. But I think what we've not done properly, or even if there is one aspect that has been done, but it's not fully recognized or appreciated, is that the due diligence, we need to also look at the due diligence in the context of the muscle and the mandate within that aspect. I'll give you two examples in Eastern Cape. When you look at correctional services, there's a correctional services in Eastern Cape, Kirkwood Correctional Facility, which basically has 100% devolution. And then you also compare that with Wazakele subs, also in Eastern Cape, where there's no devolution, it's 100% maintenance of those facilities by the department. You'll see a vast difference between the devolution and what is it. In fact, it's even much better with collaboration and where we are actually 100% maintaining, because the funds are there and we have the resources to then deploy to those. Whereas where there's a devolution, we are also seeing some challenges, even up to the point of a clear responsibilities between the client department and ourselves as a department to implement. So there are those kind of things. Once we start doing that kind of due diligence, it will also state whether the devolution is an appropriate model, especially where there are benefits as well as good stories to tell, or whether there's a reinforcement or reinforcing of the allocation fund to the department so that we can then let's be tested on the basis of that. So we're always hamstrung by this actual allocation as well as the different interest with that regard. So what are we doing also to look into that context? Two things. One, there's also a part of the APP, a review of the KIAMA together with the regulations to look at whether we can then move to a point where there is full understanding of the roles and responsibilities between the user and the client and the consequence thereof should there be issues as well, and the role of other stakeholders such as Section 13 of KIAMA, which in this case National Treasury, as well as the consequences of failure to actually adhere to those. So those are things that I think should be embedded and understood in creating a model that then assists government as a whole, not just public works, but government as a whole in terms of asset management. The second one that we're trying to do as well to address the issue of allocation. A task team was formulated between the department, national and the provincial departments through the Director General advancing as the chair of the technical MIDMEC. I'm leading the task team where we are now writing a cabinet memo on behalf of the minister and the MECs to look at a relook of this devolution of budget so that we have a clear understanding of what then are the roles and responsibility and how we can ring-fence money specifically for that. But that also comes with another aspect internally in the department to look at the right capacity to administer that function of maintenance as well as that. I think DG can also raise another component, a good story to tell, where if you look at the Justice College, it was purely done by the workshop, which is under all those that are under the department, purely no contractor outside. So there is that kind of due diligence. I think that is also been a gap in terms of dealing with those issues. So those are the obstacles that we experience, but we are also looking at different ways of building that trust and building a profile that can also showcase and demonstrate the willingness and the commitment of the department with that regard. Honorable Matikizela, your question on transformation and the differences, and I'll try to be blunt at the same time, careful with my choice of words. I think there's an issue around the grading system. I think CIDP, there's an amendment to that Amendment Act of the CIDP and the interpretation of that. So one is that issue of the grading, and then what will be the categories that are aligned to the preferential procurement aspect of it. I think there's a mishap in terms of that alignment between the preferential procurement and this, but also the issue of the strategy, procurement strategy to that aspect of whether it's a 7G with a 60 million, but when you look at the breakdown, you find that those people will not have operated at that level of a grade, but then it's a requirement. So that's a misnomer, a mismatch in terms of that. And the question now is that an interest on the part of a particular service provider that is earmarked in the value chain, or is it misalignment from an administrative point of view in terms of a procurement, the misalignment from procurement and grading? Those are things I think that are basically dealing with these issues. And I think that missed and that gap also creates, it opens channels for other opportunities. You mentioned the issue of corruption, etc., etc. But yeah, I think those are some of the challenges that we are basically that we are actually seeing as well. I'm not providing a holistic answer, but I'll just basically say I'm careful with my responses in that. But internally in the department, what are we trying to do to deal with the corruption within the value chain of SCM? We are already embarking on an e-procurement. We are doing a base study. We've engaged the National Treasury, but that is from an administrative point of view, where we're basically looking at the e-procurement process across the value chain and all the role players to deal with that. So that is one step in terms of that, not only just for corruption and stuff, but it goes beyond that from an audit trail, as well as ensuring that we improve the turnaround times and also fairness and transparency in our procurement systems through that e-procurement aspect that we're dealing with. Honorable De Klappe, you asked a question around the priorities, yes, but I think your focus was more on land. I'll respond in this fashion when it comes to land. Again, I think this is a government-wide issue. If I use a three-prong approach, so for instance, Department of Public Works, which has a mandate of the custodian of land, but our mandate goes as far as release of land to various departments. In this case, if we use human settlements as an example, or rural development as an example, the recipient, which then becomes the rural development and land reform, ought to also have a plan in terms of how are the citizens or in certain specific areas are going to administer that land as well through the land reform or restitution or distribution. I think there is a mismatch in wide value chain. And I'm raising this because, Honorable Chair, members, you recall that we also had a finding around this issue where we had a finding on land reform, where we also need to disaggregate it by gender, how many women actually were recipient. But when you look at the mandate, we were as far as release of land, but the distribution of that will be the responsibility of the human settlements or the rural development. So it's a government-wide disjuncture that we've raised. We've written to the Minister of Presidency, in the Presidency, DPME as well, to have this clarified, but also as a means of saying, let's have a coherent government that then understands within the value chain who does what and what and what, so that we have a holistic picture of from the start to the end, what is a government-wide end result. So that is an engagement with that. And I think through intergovernmental relations, we can also do our part through the stakeholder matrix that basically shows that entire value chain. Let me link that question to Honorable Bart's question, where you're asking as well around the issue of land, and there was one land that was given, donated through the disposal policy, and you find that now there's a tax rank. It is similar across, similar idea, similar model as well. DPW, DHS, Department of Human Settlements, and then the citizens or the recipient of the land. I think the gap again as well is to say, how do we say, as the Department of Public Works, when we release land, working together with human settlements where they've identified where the land will be, working together with municipality and the provinces, what are their integrated plans for that? What are the plans for that? So that we have a holistic picture of, in this particular area, this is what the municipality is trying to do or intended to do. This is what the province is intends to do. But now, as we release this land, what then will be the architect of that specific environment in terms of the different components? I think that is also lacking as part of our stakeholder matrix. Would also be engaging in that. But I think there's also different priorities and interests where you find that also the pressure to release to a particular community, we release to a particular community, but there's also other priorities of the municipality which were not in line with the communities as well. So I think it requires a holistic architecture of from release of land up until what will be the socio-economic benefits of all of this in a nutshell. And I think that's basically is a lacking aspect of it within government. On the, again, taking it back to Honorable Klape on EPWP oversight and lack of oversight by the department, I think we do acknowledge that there were some gaps. So I think the example that happened of the disbursement and the abuse of funds or misappropriation rather. Yes, we do have MOUs and agreements that we sign and protocols that we sign with the departments and the implementing bodies. And maybe the issue now is how stringent are they and how do we enforce those protocols? Yeah, so I think IGR maybe and EPWP colleagues, if they're here, can also expand on that, on the issues of how do we disperse funds on the business of a business case, and then we monitor whether the dispersed funds, we are actually managing them in accordance with the business case and the targets. What we're doing currently in the department, we are conducting an evaluation study on the benefits of the EPWP, and I think once we've concluded that, we will also share with the committee of the findings that we're making, and I think they will also raise those issues of the gaps administratively as well as from a model point of view, if there are any architectural gaps within the whole value chain of EPWP. And then the last one, Chair, I think was Honorable Kobe on the issue of SOPs. Maybe let's, through the DG, we commit to the department, to the Honorable Chair and members that we do have a strat plan, which we presented. We also presented the APP. Let's come back to show how we're breaking the APP into activities through the operational plan, and then also from a level of a SOP, how the business plans are also breaking it down in that context. And maybe we can also do a quick and dead roadmap that will show the priorities, how we are moving towards that turning South Africa into a construction site with these variant tentacles or elements that we've presented that will show the interventions and the targets that we're basically. And then coupled with that will be the shareholder or the stakeholder matrix within the particular environment and areas that then form an oversight model of Parliament will be able to say in a particular environment or a particular community, these are the deliverables by the department, who are the stakeholders, and what are the challenges that we're facing with the stakeholders. I think that we can also provide through you, DG, if we can commit to that as well. And then lastly, generally now, because there was a point I raised around that the department is slow to respond on these issues of maintenance, etc., etc. I think I've touched on issues of the budget. I think the other issue that is also critical that we must also raise is that you find that other government departments also have mini DPW capacity. They also have capacity within themselves. The question now is, do we devolve that so that they manage a particular portion of it, partial devolution, or do we create a PMTE that then can absorb all these critical skills so that it's an entity that oversees and provides support to the entire state, or we continue with status quo on the basis of allocation of funds. I think it requires a general overview. The DG, I think, presented at Foresight on the functional accommodation, which encompasses some of these issues. And what's coming out of that is that I think there's also an interest from the other DGs who are also inputting into the process to see that how do we say a change in that overall government machinery in dealing with the issues of asset management. I'm not sure, DG, over to you. I've just tried to cover as much as I can within the period. Thanks, facilitator.
Thank you, Mr. Mahlangu. Before the DG can respond, get on the platform, I would like maybe just to assist. We are running behind our schedule. However, we will try and recover this time, because I think after the DG we can take a 10-minute break, and then we'll take the next item and see as the day progresses how we recover this time. Over to you, DG. I would like to give you an opportunity maybe to respond.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think we really are. I just want to caution a bit, Chair, that this is not the department's strategic session. This is a Parliament Portfolio Committee strategic session. So our inputs are made on the basis that we can shape the strategic session towards a particular direction that the chair and the members want to see in this particular administration. Safe to say that, Chair, we are really very much alive with what the portfolio committee priorities are and what they want us to achieve. And I think Lwazi has covered it very well in terms of the department's priorities, which is your minister's priorities. But I think it's also linked to the performance agreement that the minister just signed with the president. obviously, as parliamentarians, there's also a requirement that the expectations of constituencies on the ground, what is required. I think as a department, we are really very much aware that part of our activities, and the chair may remember, are normally shortchanged by various issues that we don't have control over. Even as early as yesterday, Chair, we had a situation where, as we're presenting the functional accommodation around the Public Service Commission report, including the Human Rights Commission, South African Human Rights Commission report, and also the TPME. It was clear, honorable members, that we have to find a different approach in terms of dealing with public works matters that impact on service delivery. We can't afford going forward to have excuses around these blockages that, in our view, Parliament has got powers to assist and sort of take us out of that because of the powers that the Parliament has. I believe that it will be very important to emphasize on this one that programs like EPWP are very critical to assist on the issue of employment creation. And the way things are managed has got to be so efficient that we are able to display the jobs or the tangible jobs that we are creating, and also preparing these people for a good exit when they become, if you like, attractive to employment opportunities. So the training aspect on the EPWP then plays a bigger role to ensure sustainability of this program. I think maybe it will be very also important that from the DDM model or the district development model, we're able, chairperson, as members of parliament, to display to what extent is public works as your department, you being the committee members of the portfolio, understand that from all these districts that we are having in the country, how much and how many employment opportunities have been created through this program, and also to do your own oversight, also on the area of the NPOs that we've appointed in terms of the same creation of jobs, which then says that it will be very important that the portfolio committee play that role also to see that we have money that has been spent and it's spent in the right places, and the portfolio committee members are able to even vouch for those decisions that have been made by the department. So in shaping your strategic session, I think it will be also critical for me to also mention that part of the new, if you like, changes that we are trying to implement to try and look at improving the department, like the unit that has been developed or created in the office of the DG Service Delivery Unit, we will be in a position also to share with the committee when the time allows what sort of critical projects we are targeting, so that even on those, the portfolio committee role to then play the oversight role and also assist also in shaping also our plans into fruition in terms of service delivery. I just want to also conclude by saying that maybe, Chair, when Mr. Adam Mtombeni does his presentation, it will be critical that we ensure how our stakeholders are really managed and dealt with, and to what extent can also this portfolio committee assist us in shaping the image of the department, because I think the portfolio might be very much aware that our department sometimes is on the news for the wrong reasons. And I believe that with proper single message, with many mouths presenting one single message, it will help us a great deal as a department. In other words, we're saying that our communication has got to align with the manner in which our portfolio committee also wants to see things happening. I think that goes by saying that most of the things we say, it is encouraged that has got to be understood by committee members, because these are the first line of defense in the event something happens. But also, if we do communicate outside the portfolio committee, some of the critical decisions, it might impact on the failure to have one single message. Maybe I will then maybe say that, Chair, I really am also happy that at least there's some engagement. I took a number of points that the committee members have raised, and I think some of them is work in progress. But I think what I like is that the same message is clear from the our MPs. They want the best out of public works, which I think there's nothing that has changed except to say there's more emphasis to actually move with speed. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, DG. Thank you for those for the responses that you provided. Members, esteemed leagues and stakeholders, I would like to take this opportunity right now, maybe just to give, it's actually 5 minutes before 11. Just a bit of a leg stretch for 10 minutes. And if we can exactly be back on the platform at 11:05, so we can receive the next item on the agenda, which would be the presentation of the Parliament strategy, focusing on the priorities of Parliament, and then we can continue with our program. Exactly 10 minutes, if I may, if the members and Chair, you want to say something?
Before maybe we land, I'm aware that the department will be with us until the end of the session, even tomorrow. But one thing that I want to emphasize and concur with the DG is that ours, when we say it's a strategic session, it is ours, but also they must bear in mind as a department and the entities that will present that it's part of wanting us to understand and how do we best assist them in implementing their priorities as it's their mandate. You know, they must not look at us as if we are police, but they must look at us as those who want to assist them to achieve and implement their mandate positively. Yes, it becomes a thorny issue and very embarrassing when in the media space bad things are said by our department, because in our own space we see it when it's said TPWI, we become part of them, even though we are the oversight players. So when they present, they must not have that at the back of the mind as if we are police, but they present to us to assist them and make us understand better how do they want to implement the mandate. When I've raised my question, I said, you know, in their priorities and their mandate, when they present, it becomes clear, but there's a certain element where their mandate is not implemented thoroughly based on different reasons. And even Kobe, when she came in, it seems like there's no similarities or a certain way of showing there's consistency. So they must make us understand, even when we play an oversight, we know because of these reasons and that reason, they are unable to do this. But then how do we get in as a portfolio and the parliament to assist them to overcome those obstacles? I think at the back of the all the presentations that will come in. It must not come in as if we are here to chop, but the session, it must assist us to and the department to implement their mandate thoroughly and in a good way. That's why at the end we need to know how did we perform in the previous financial year, and going further for the next fourth coming financial years, how are we going to check, do the balance and checks of us and them in terms of giving South Africans the services that they need. So I just wanted to put that clear at the back of their mind. The strategy session, yes, it's not a portfolio, but we want to be on the same line. Even tomorrow when they'll be bringing a report, we'll refer to them, but this is what you have said, and versus of what we are expecting you to deliver. So it must not be confused as if we are in the platform of grilling each other. No, we want to be on the same line and assist them to implement what they're supposed to do. Thank you.
Muzi,
Oh, okay.
Muzi, could we just start that clock for 11 o'clock then? Thank you.
Start
Could we start the clock at 11 until
at
10?
11, yes.
Thank
Until
you.
10 past, yes. Yeah, no, definitely we are starting the clock at 11 o'clock. We coming back on the platform at exactly 11:10. If the colleagues and the members will be back on the platform at exactly 10 past 11. Yeah, we can just have a leg stretch right now. Thank you, members and colleagues.
Recording stopped.
Ubali. Ubali. Members, colleagues, stakeholders, maybe by way of indication, Chair, are you back on the platform?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. So we can start with the session. Members, we exactly 10 past 11. We now can move on to the next item on the agenda, which is a presentation that will be done by our content advisor, the committee content advisor, Mr. Shaib, will give us a 7th Parliament strategy plan and priorities. But before I hand over to Mr. Shaib, I would like also maybe just to concur with the words that Chairperson sort of highlighted before we went on to we went on to a break. This particular session today is a session where, as members of Parliament, stakeholders, and all other interested parties, we come in on this platform with a collaborative
Recording in progress.
And to try and assist the committee in crafting an instrument that will assist the stakeholders and will assist the department in executing its mandate by using the instruments that are provided by Parliament to make sure that we unlock the challenges and the issues that may exist within the sector. Because the entire purpose of this session is to come up with a framework or an action plan for the next 5 years to make sure that we work as partners in delivering the services to the South African public. On that note, I would like to call upon Shahib then to give us just a short presentation on the 7th Parliament's strategy plan and priorities. Shahib, if you can take the platform and give us your presentation, sir. Go ahead, Shahib. You can start.
Good morning again, everyone. I'm just switching this camera on for a short period just to say hi to everyone and to show that I'm still alive. And it's not an AI robot speaking. Thank you, colleague, and good morning to everyone. The presentation that is in front of you is the presentation of the strategic plan and the APP of the institution that we work for. It's an institution that is covered in Chapter 4 of the Constitution. And it gives effect to the founding provisions of our Constitution that sets up the Republic as one sovereign democratic state with particular values. It wants to achieve human dignity, the achievement of equality, advancement of human rights and freedoms, non-racialism, non-sexism, but also that this Constitution is supreme and it is the rule of law. The 4th subsection of Section 1 of the Constitution is important as it puts in place a voter's roll. It gives everyone of a certain age with certain abilities the right to vote. There's regular elections in the country, and we have a multi-party system of democratic government. The reason why this is important is because our work and that of the department and of the executive authority is to ensure accountability, to be responsive to the people that voted for us, and to do our work along the value of transparency and openness. These things must permeate strategic plans and annual performance plans. The executive authority in the case in front of you is the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. Importantly, the National Assembly deals with matters on behalf of the people nationally, deals with the powers in the Schedule 4 and 5 that provinces and national departments have concurrent responsibility for. Now, public works and infrastructure is one of those concurrently assigned powers according to the law. The National Council of Provinces deals with provincial and local government matters. We always tend to forget that through SALGA, municipalities find representation nationally in the National Council of Provinces. I say these things because a lot of the work of this committee and of the department does not stop nationally. That is the horror that we face as a committee and the nightmares of the DG and the top management team and of the minister. And we do this nightmarish work, complex work. You can see the DG when he speaks, there's a smile on his face. It's a nightmare, but it's done with dignity and with pride. It's a young democracy, and that passion should remain there to achieve these values. So this executive authority oversees the preparation of this strategic plan and the APP, the budget and the adjustments budget, in accordance with Chapter 4 of the Constitution. Now, we must just also reflect that the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, long name, but an important act, aligned to the Public Finance Management Act, which also finds a sister act in the Municipal Finance Management Act. And all of them speak to matters relating to oversight, the financing of oversight, the representation of the rights of the people along the values that I mentioned right at the start, that is stated in Section 1 of the Constitution. Now, the Financial Management, I'll shorten it now to Financial Management Act, Financial Management of Parliament Act. 6 months after the election, that the Secretary to Parliament, who is the accounting officer, must prepare and present a draft strategic plan to Parliament's administration, to the Executive Authority for Parliament's administration. And that plan must cover the 5 years from the last election to the next one. It must state the priorities of the administration, state the objectives and the outcomes for each of the program of Parliament, as well as include multi-year projections of all revenue and expenditure, and it must include performance measures and indicators. These are important because they are actually linked to the contracts of staff members of Parliament. From the SDP right through, these are the things that link our salaries to our actions. And so we must also be accountable for, like we keep the DG and his top management team and the minister accountable, as parliamentary staff members, as well as members of parliament, we need to be accountable as well and transparent about what it is we do or not do. The purpose of the strategic plan then is based on policy priorities developed through planning sessions in both houses. The plan sets that long-term impact and desired outcome over the 5 years, and it should be achieved through the annual performance plan of each of those years and operational plans and budgets of those financial years, comprising the 5 years. And it will focus on activities and inputs that is necessary to deliver particular outputs. So our priorities, our strategic plan and our APP and budget is linked in this way. It's designed for the Speaker and Chairperson of the NCOP to direct and oversee the planning process. Members of both houses participate in these sessions to shape the policy priorities. The accounting officer prepares that plan based on them and prepares the APP and budget for the respective years. This is an image that shows how we work from the bottom through our actions, what it is that we use when we work, the resources that contribute to the production and delivery of the outputs, our activities and processes that we use. It's a range of inputs that we then produce to work towards particular outputs, and the outcomes is what is achieved every year, but specifically as we move towards the pinnacle of the triangle, which is not only the outcomes, but importantly, the impact. In other words, something must change. We're not here just to do in order to leave things after the end of 5 years exactly like they were before the 5 years. That's the reason why the committee, when the committee starts at the beginning of the year, we have our first session. That's why this is not this committee's first strategic session. This is probably the third or the fourth one. And when we meet the first time, we lay out what the sixth parliament did, what the outcomes of the sixth one was, and what the weaknesses and the vacuums, the gaps that we did not achieve, even though we used plans, budgets. There are always things that we cannot complete fully. So that is the outcomes approach. The structure of this plan consists of the mandate, the legal mandate, the business of parliament, the jurisprudence evolving mandate of parliament. In other words, the right to housing, the right to access to healthcare, Subramuni, that very first case, Grootboom case in the case of housing. Those things, and doctors for life, etc., those are court decisions, constitutional court decisions that provided detail as to what Parliament's mandate is, even where it used to be vague. A situational analysis is done, an impact statement is prepared, outcomes and indicators are prepared, and those are very important at number 4. And the risks and mitigation measures are outlined with resources to ensure that we can execute what we should. This is not going to cover, I'm not going to cover this slide very much, but this is what has informed the strategy. And it's these things that we need to keep in mind. What is the world economic outlook? What does the growth projections look for a country of our type? And over the 2 years and the next 10 years, what are the things that constrain us in moving from the bottom of that pyramid to the outcomes and the necessary impact? Some that need to just be mentioned here is the impact of things like COVID-19. The storms and the viciousness of the storms, violence of the storms in terms of climate change. Biodiversity loss, geopolitical confrontation and conflicts is something that unexpectedly you have global leaders that work with spite rather than with strategy. Where money that should be pumped into developing countries are suddenly just not available because of spite. And then, of course, our natural resource crisis in terms of drought, as well as in terms of energy power that very often require great cooperation and collaboration at a time when there is worldwide less cooperation and collaboration. The global parliamentary environment looks like this. South Africa, the parliament is part of the International Parliamentary Union and its actions and impact. This relates to our national development plan, the country's national development plan. Just because Parliament does oversight over the executive and the president and the executive does not mean that it is not part of that international link up and the work to get democracy growing across the world. So the effectiveness of parliaments across the world to hold the executives accountable is important. And so this matter of a parliamentary ecosystem of democracy for everyone, where we work broadly to climate change, to address climate change and to collaborate towards addressing that, to engender democracy and democratic process, and no fear for vigorous debate and differ, where people can differ and with a smile and with dignity speak to one another about their differences. Fighting for human rights, gender equality is crucial. Youth participation, how do we bring our children to espouse the values of the Constitution with the fire of 1980 and 1976? How we work towards peace and security, and how all of that needs to be sustained rather than reaching heights and then eroding it and losing it. The legislature, and I referred to the Sixth Parliament earlier on, was on strengthening oversight and improving public involvement. And then Parliament burnt down. And it eroded, diluted the public involvement process. Even though people are able to follow us online, all people are not online. All people are not connected. And so the improvement of public involvement processes in our oversight. Just last night, the meeting talking about just getting the dome up and making certain that there are people who can sit there and follow what's going on. It's sad to see that we are struggling with that. And that is these two issues, the one of COVID, as well as what happened in the National Assembly and adjacent buildings in 2022. Nola and I tried to help putting out the fire on that day, but we were unsuccessful. So this issue of the Sixth Parliament, what it did and what it couldn't do, and where we are today, is something. These extraordinary events are shaping our work, sometimes for the good and sometimes not. So the Seventh Parliament, the shift in the global power and governance, heightened geopolitical tensions, a new political landscape. We have a government of national unity after 2024 and not a majority government. Low levels of growth, and if I could just quickly go here, I said I was not going to, but the growth projections do not look favorable because of the geopolitical tensions and because of the unwillingness to collaborate. And of course, the issue of misinformation. The misinformation and disinformation context is a dangerous one, and it affects how the 7th Parliament gets right what it wants to get right, with low economic growth, decreasing budgets, rising crime levels. I don't know about rising crime levels. Our country and the world sees rising crime. Gender-based violence, unemployment, poverty, and inequality. Why I said what I said earlier on about rising crime is that triple challenge work hand in hand as our legacy from apartheid. Must not forget where we come from. It is very visible to all of us that there has been very little shift in terms of geographically reshaping our towns and our cities and our villages. The poorest of the poor still live where they live, and the wealthy still live where they live. That is an issue that we need to work hard at. The Judicial Commission of Inquiry into Allegations of State Capture, the high-level panel report and its outcomes, showing that the laws have been promulgated, but the effect of those laws, because of unemployment, poverty, and inequality, has still not been, it's not impacting our people. And that's the pinnacle of that triangle. The triangle is not just over this 5 years. That impact needs to be felt throughout, from 94, every 5 years. And then, of course, the struggle that our secretary and our committee assistant struggles with all the time, the lack of permanent facilities that suits our meetings. Sometimes we call, the relevant stakeholders must come to us, but we cannot house them sufficiently because there are no proper venues for our meetings. So the vision is a transformative and activist parliament that improves the quality of life of South Africans and ensures enduring equality in our society. Not equality today and inequality tomorrow, but equality that's enduring. To represent the people and to ensure government by the people in fulfilling our constitutional functions of legislating and looking at executive action and how the budgets are used. The values are openness, responsiveness, accountability, mutual respect, integrity, professionalism, and teamwork. And the impact statement and outcomes looks like this. Transformation of society and improvement of quality of life of our citizens. The first outcome for program 1 is improved performance and effectiveness through information and culture optimization. Increased, number 2, second outcome for program 2, increased government responsiveness and accountability by strengthening our oversight over the executive. We will touch on this tomorrow again and right through our session about what is meant by oversight over the executive. How does the DDG's reports, or chief director sometimes reports to us, or when we are at a construction site, a project manager's report to us. How does that link to the executive action of the minister and the deputy minister? As a committee, we need to make certain that we know that there's a fine line to be drawn there, that the executive cannot be held accountable for certain things, but similarly, the administration cannot be held accountable for certain things. And we need to know where to be strong and where to be robust. There is a time and a place for everything. Outcome 3, meaningful and adequate involvement and participation by citizens. I'm not going to say more about that. Enhanced capacity of members and impactful lawmaking. Now, number 4, this committee's support staff acted on our members in a second session that we had, strategic meeting, where our members told us they need to be trained in what the sector is about, broader than just the content advisor and researcher and the administrative staff telling them what it is. They needed broader exposure, and we did that by engaging the School of Government, as well as at WITS, as well as the WITS built environment and construction department that took our members through training, certificated training, that is, in Gauteng. The 7th Parliament's theory of change looks like this, and that's the impactful aspect. The administration supports members to do their work effectively and efficiently. And we don't always succeed. But that work should result in stronger oversight, enhanced lawmaking and public involvement, despite the challenges, improving public office appointments, and improving international engagement. That's the 7th priorities for 7th Parliament's 4 priorities listed out there. Our outcomes is improved effectiveness, impactful lawmaking, responsive and accountable executive. So our job is actually to stand there and assist the executive authority in acting responsibly. Not that they don't know how to do it, but it's because it's difficult to always do the right thing at the right time. And so members do oversight, and the staff and Parliament's administration assist them to do that. Meaningful and adequate participation of our people. Meaningful and adequate, very easy to say participate, but how do you participate? Is scowling at looking at somebody and shouting a person a name, is that participation? Of course it is participation. But is that acceptable? Is that meaning, and is that adequate? Is it going to bring the point across? Enhanced member capacity. I referred to that just now. The impact is to speed up service delivery by government. And of course, then, we work as a parliament that wants to transform our society and improve the quality and the dignity of life of all our citizens. I'm not going to go through this again, but just to say that information availability is crucial. Digital transformation strategy of Parliament is there to support the automation of core business processes, of monitoring and evaluation capabilities, the analytical use of decision-making and predictive capabilities for proactive oversight action. There's a difference between active oversight, proactive, and preemptive. They're not all different, but proactive and preemptive is a different story to waiting for a department and a minister to do stuff. These are things that we are putting here for members to give attention to, so that they are empowered and skilled, and so that they can then tell us what must be in the strategic plan of your committee. And you'll notice this outcome starts with openness and transparency, and you can now see why at the beginning I cited Section 1 of the Constitution, because it has a lot to do. These 2 indicators have a lot to do with improving our oversight and legislative work. In this term, the existing mechanisms and oversight interventions for effective governance and accountability by enforcing consequence management, that's a tough one, consequence management, measures for executive non-responsiveness and non-compliance. And so when we push hard for non-responsiveness and for non-compliance where we ask for something, it is because of this bullet, because we need to be stronger on what it is we do. We are very weak as a parliament when it comes to bringing laws that comes from the people. Laws are made by the executive primarily in South Africa, and that is something that we need to work hard at. For these instruments to achieve results, the House resolutions will have to be targeted, just specific, well-informed, and executable. It's no use bringing stuff that cannot be executed. Pie in the sky does not work. It's not actionable. Parliament must establish standards and processes to ensure that House resolutions are monitored, tracked, and implemented. These are work that is ongoing. This is work that's ongoing. 3, improvements for public participation. It is there. The repurposing and repositioning of constituency offices. This is something that has been raised. The issue of how does a member bring issues to a committee for those issues from the constituency offices to feature in the work of the committee. It's critical that people's needs are satisfied. If not, you may turn the people against you, the very people that voted for you. Then stakeholder management improvement, engaging partners for public participation. I think our colleague will speak about intergovernmental relations, but which also involves stakeholder management improvement. In the case of Parliament, it's a bit different. It is every single sectoral person, community, business, out in the sector that is part of this. Training and reskilling public participation resources and partners, especially in the provinces, and innovative public education programs. Members are tasked with the execution of the functions of Parliament, which is twofold, which we touched on, legislative as well as oversight, and then the investment in continued learning environment will build a Parliament and inject creativity in the resolution of the complex challenges of the country and the world. 5, impactful lawmaking. It must have the desired impact. If a law says a particular thing, members have the duty to research and to find innovative ways to ensure that it is so. Proactive identification of legislative needs based on emerging social issues. How do you use your constituency office to inform them? Dedicated capacity within Parliament is required to conduct post-legislative reviews. This is what the high-level panel brought out. And this is how Parliament is trying to give effect to it. How do we check? We can't just check on executive oversight as the minister that does X. We must also look at the ministers responsible to implement a particular law or a particular provision of a law. How do we ensure that we go and check whether it has that impact? Establishing mechanisms to feed insights from that type of post-legislative scrutiny back into the legislative process. So your legal process, your policy, your law, the impact, the lack of impact is brought back into policy and back into an amendment to a law. Now, I've dealt quite a bit with all of these, but what is important for us is to ensure that in our work, to be more responsive, to impact, that we find a way of working with across the two houses. That is a matter, and the issue of collaborative oversight between committees of the two houses or 3 or 4 committees takes place. It's the only way in which you can have impact. The sister committees of education, basic education and higher education and training, there's a lot of work that we need to do around the built environment professions that requires our attention. And that, I think, no, that's not the end yet. I would love it to be the end. I'm going to skip most of this because these are programs If you look at associated services and transfer payments, legislation and oversight is much of our work, as well as administration. The issue of facilities and financial support for parliamentary entities and political parties is not irrelevant at all. It's critical. But it is something that members can speak to much more than ourselves on this particular strategic plan. But the intent is set out as on the slide, and it is critical that the department just also takes note of some of these, because associated services, some of it falls within your ambit as well. Chairperson, these, my apologies, facilitator, these are the outcomes, and through the MTEF targets, you may notice, it's a pity I don't have a proper pointer, that you'll notice the digital committee dashboard in 25-26, the online committee submissions, resolutions and monitoring, tracking, that third bullet under 25-26 financial year. It is something that we've done reasonably well in. I'm not going to compare ourselves to any other committees, but to say that the committee can congratulate itself that it decided to look at that resolutions and monitoring tracking tool that it developed in every meeting. And the department should share in that as a positive outcome that needs to remain consistent. And there's 2 systems to automate core parliamentary processes that's been developed. I mean, that is there, but the issue of the second bullet there under 27-28, the legislative sector dashboard, which goes across the 3 sectors, my apologies, the 3 spheres of government, is critical. The target this year, that's what we looked at earlier on, and these are the 4 quarters and how that will be rolled out there. Legislation and oversight, I suspect that our committee is going to be more busy with legislation this 5-year term, once the department submits the Public Works Bill, as well as the amendments to the CIDB and the CBE Act. Increased government responsiveness and accountability by strengthening oversight will flow as follows over the MTEF targets of 25, 26, and 7. And those are the targets that's been set out for ourselves of implementation, 70% implementation of the oversight priority plan. We have this plan available. It has been sent to members. But if needs, we can go through that for clarity and transparency. And this is the particular year, which is this particular year for this outcome. In Q3, you would notice, in the annual target is 70%, but you'll see that in Q3, we are supposed to have been completed 50%, and in Q4, 70% of the oversight priority plan. So if members want, we can go through that. Outcome 3, meaningful and adequate involvement, participation. We're going to struggle with this, but we have set targets again over the MTEF, as well as annual and quarterly targets here of 90%, 40% for the second quarter, which is passed, and 70 to 90 for the third and fourth, respectively. Outcome 4, the outcome of enhanced capacity is as follows, as well as that's the MTEF, and the next, the bottom one is for the annual, which is 25, 26, and those quarters there, members can have a look at that. Outcome 5, impactful lawmaking, as follows. You would notice the MTEF target for this year, 6 legislative impact assessments must be conducted on identified bills. Now, that will be communicated I think the bills might have been done already. I'm not certain. Some colleagues can assist with that, as well as the annual target as stated at the bottom for this particular financial year. The mitigation of monitoring and review, I'm not going to go through this one. Monitoring and review of Parliament in terms of the financial management of Parliament and Provincial Legislative Act. These are the mechanisms that's been put in place and that is active. The Audit Committee of Parliament, the Executive Authority, that's the Speaker's office, as well as the Chairperson of the NCOP's office, and the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament. The governance documents gets referred and submitted to the oversight mechanism, which is monthly financial statements, your quarterly performance reports, which committees now have to submit, as well as the mid-year and performance assessments and the annual reports. The mid-term strategic plan review will be in 27-28, where we will reflect and, if required, amend to ensure that we remain relevant and our indicators remain impactful towards the outcomes, and then other minor amendments to the strat plan and APPs. And that is the strategic plan of Parliament. There should not be any questions, as this is yours, in which you already participated. I thank you for your attention, and thank you.
Thank you very much for that detailed and insightful presentation from Shahid. Thank you, Shahid, for the presentation. And I would like to check with Chair if there are any comments that she would like to make. I also, on my end, Shahid, I do not anticipate any further engagements on the strategic plan and priorities of Parliament. However, Chair, if there are any comments, or we can just swiftly move over to the next item.
Advisably, let's just walk over to the next item. That one, it's something that is undebatable. All of us, we know it was just a reminder, and bearing in mind that we are supposed to work in this manner. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. Members, colleagues, after we've received that detailed and insightful presentation from Shahid, we've got two items. That it's actually one item, but we have two presenters from the department. This will take us up until the lunchtime. If there's a bit of time, if we finish before 1 o'clock, we can engage with the presentation. I would then request my colleagues from the department maybe just to take cognizance of the time, just to allow, so then we can allow members also to engage the presentation. And then, but if it doesn't allow, we can see if it allocates a bit of time after lunch. Maybe we can cut lunch short with 15 minutes so we can engage the presentation if then colleagues didn't finish in time. However, I would like to hand over to the colleagues now. Mr. Mahlangu, I'm back to you again, the DPG of Governance and Governance Risk and Risk Compliance, and Mr. Adam Mtombeni, Deputy Director, Intergovernmental Relations. Intergovernmental relations. Colleagues, I hand over to you right now.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, and colleagues, and also honorable members and Chair. I think I was assisted earlier on in terms of flighting. It's the same presentation, but the other slides, if I could be assisted once more, I appreciate.
Shahib, I think you were the previous guy who assisted us with that. If you may, again, just do us the honors, or Noli, Nola, are you able to? Have you been able to fix your problems? If not, then Shahid, if you may.
Nola, can you please indicate?
Nola?
Yes, I'm trying to open the document now, Mosi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nola. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We can go to slide 7. Back. Slide 7. Yeah, thank you. No, the next slide. I ended up here. Thank you. Thank you, Chair and honorable members. Chair, we can stop there. In the document, basically, in the agenda, it just says GRC, governance, risk and compliance. We're not quite sure what exactly was expected, but I've since engaged Shrey, who gave some guidance in terms of our approach. And I think the issue was more on emphasizing on the governance issues, the relationship between minister and the parliament, and also beyond the department, beyond parliament, also department in terms of governance. Chair and honorable members, I'm going to align this to the outcome of parliament responsive and accountable executive through this integrated GRC model that we use, so that we can also share some elements that maybe after the strategic session, maybe there's some elements that can be considered by the committee in terms of its own oversight over the department, as well as oversight that we do over the other entities, and then linking that to the strengthening oversight. So this is basically a governance or oversight enterprise-wide that we basically say. Earlier on, we presented the priorities SP and APP. So we're basically coming here in the middle part, where we then look at the 3 components of the governance, risk and compliance that encompasses all those priorities and initiatives that we're basically dealing with, from strategy, people, technology, and processes. I talked about the digitization strategy, etc. But I think that also forms the oversight model from the parliament point of view in terms of a responsive and accountable executive, where on periodically we appear before the committee to present on beyond just the APPs and progress on the deliverables, but also on some issue-based elements where the committee can also assist in terms of oversight. And I think the last one, where we had also said, based on the challenges that we face through National Treasury, Parliament can also assist by bringing the different parties together, DPSA as well as National Treasury. So this model also assists in shaping and sharing to Parliament a model that will also assist through their oversight, assist us in empowering, or also empower us in delivering our mandate. On the left side, we've got public works sector. This is National Department of Public Works with the provincial departments of public works and infrastructure and our entities. We're also looking at that in terms of the public sector plan, which I will also demonstrate here. And I think what I'm doing towards the end, I'll also share elements where areas for consideration by Parliament in terms of its oversight, linked to, again, the theory of change that was presented on Parliament. So this is basically an overall model that we use to oversee that. It can be replicated as well. Next slide. The components, basically, this is basically just sharing the components of how we're looking at this model. And then we take into consideration from a compliance point of view as well as from a risk point of view all our areas where we are affected, internally and externally affected, but also recognizing the external oversight bodies such as the Parliament, portfolio committees, select committees, as well as our external auditors such as Auditor General, and also our audit committees. So it basically embeds all of that. And this basically is that these three components are mutually inclusive. So that's how we treat them, so that there's an understanding of the full value chain of these risks. So from a governance, basically we're saying the strategic direction and the deliverables, and then those deliverables being exposed to risks, we have to deal with those risks, but also in our endeavor to achieve those objectives, we still need to comply with certain regulations within the government machinery and stuff. So this is basically how we operate on that. Inclusive of this is also compliance with Parliament, the issues of parliamentary questions, the issues of submissions to Parliament, annual reports, the time frames for submission of information and making available information to Parliament. We are also guided and bound by this. Next slide. The model that we are basically developing is basically what we say, moving from chaos to clarity, how we integrate all of these basically. And this also basically is trying to see how do we enhance decision-making processes, because when you are dealing with silo mentality, the silo approach, it also affects decision-making. So we're integrating the three components of GRC to make sure that we have a seamless decision-making process that aims to make an informed and effective choice in our deliverables. We're also looking at increasing operation efficiency, and this is where we talk about the alignment, and those of the issue of poor integration and duplication also affects the alignment with a lot of fragmentation. And when there's fragmentation, duplication, there's wastage of resources, and hence it also touches the issues of wasteful and expenditure and irregular expenditures that we often see. So this integrated approach will also assist us in dealing with those issues, so that when we then present also even in Parliament, we should be able to demonstrate how we are managing within the allocated budget. And then also going back to those 10 principles, our commitment moving towards a clean audit. Legal and financial risk, those are things that we have picked, I think, from a procurement point of view, from the construction mafias, etc. Those are things that we are, and then from the leases and the disputes that we often have, also affect this issue of mitigation as well. How do we mitigate these legal and financial risks? And financial risk, again, is also goes to the point of procurement and this quality of services that we render, including construction, how often, and maintenance, how often to maintain one and the same thing over time, at what cost and what price, and quality of the performance of the contractors, such that we construct within time and budget. And so this integrated approach helps us to also mitigate this untoward risk. We achieve a greater quality of information. I think one of the most important things is the credibility of information. That also, when we assemble information for parliamentary processes, it also informs and equips the parliamentary processes to also make their informed decision, particularly when you go into oversight. It's always important to go in oversight with an informed position of what is the nature and what is the what is the work that the department is doing. And I think that I'll link this one to the earlier questions where there was a request for a roadmap of public works, so that it then enables parliamentarians through that roadmap to achieve their objective and also play their oversight role. And I think the most important thing, as again, is that removing duplication and wastage of resources and minimizing the complexities of the business processes, it also helps us to achieve ability of repeated processes, doing away with silo mentality. So that's basically our model of trying to bring all of this together, embedded into our daily business operations. Next slide. And then in terms of stakeholder and how they fit into this, we also recognize I think the DG also alluded to the issues of stakeholders. Tombeni Probe in this presentation would also talk to the stakeholders. I think what's critical is that I've just highlighted a few of them: Section 4 of Kiyama, Section 6 of Kiyama, the users and the custodian. Also looking at other stakeholders in the construction, etc. So we basically look at how do we then shape a stakeholder matrix that then helps us to identify those stakeholders, set the timeframes in terms of deliverables, how we continuously communicate information to the stakeholders, giving them feedback in the Batupili principles through the service delivery improvement, and then also how do we manage the value of the quality of those projects so that we operate within the allocated funding, and also up until we also realize the goals and the investment that has been allocated, or the investment of a project, and whether there's benefit from that investment as well. So that's basically how we highlight this and from a stakeholder matrix of all this. So I think as requested earlier on, we'll build this into that roadmap or in terms of the stakeholders as well involved in this, and aligned to certain prescripts, regulations as well. Next slide. Now, and then we're saying, what then to strengthen this whole thing, we're looking at our digital transformation, we're looking at the 6 cohorts, or 3 cohorts, 6 parameters in terms of that. Our current situation is that we're moving from a silo perspective, raise it in terms of moving from chaos to clarity. We have a lot of manual processes, so we want to modernize and automate, and then we had a significant number of audit findings that we want to see. So we want to move from business as usual to present and active, and formalize all these processes through modernization phase, and looking at the Internet of Things and different emerging technologies and solutions, up until we are basically innovative and adaptive to the changes. And that's basically one of the things. So these are the 6 stages that we are basically embarking on. We are partially in the modernization phase, in some of them, cloud computing, integration and stuff. So we are basically looking in the future of a total digital strategy for the department. Next slide. And that will also embed it in the governance. So it will be governance, risk and compliance, and integration, which is through the digital transformation. Next slide. And then how do we work with the sectors? And I think this is also important from an oversight of the portfolio committee as well. This is basically all the different, and I think this also touches on both the NA and NCOP, even from a policy point of view, legislative point of view, Section 75 and Section 76 bills. We also look into this context. We look at the commonalities, common areas and shared values, as well as shared outcomes for the sector. That is National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure with all the provincial departments of infrastructure. And then from a governance point of view, the HODs of these provincial departments of infrastructure and public works and infrastructure is chaired by the accounting officer, the DG, Mr. Swisom Tagane. And then the MINMEC, ministers and MECs, is chaired by the minister. But all of us are working on these common shared goals. And the reason is so that as a public works sector or family, we are able to then demonstrate the impact we have. If I look at the theory of change of parliament that says the impact is a parliament that transforms the society and improve the quality of life. We are basically wanting to move into that direction so that the oversight by parliament committees are able to see also how we are contributing to transforming the society, as well as improving the quality of those lives, the quality of life of the citizens. Next slide, I'll also demonstrate through our sector plans on how we try to do that, which can also form part of priorities or areas of focus or interest for committee members. We have a sector plan that is being developed, where all members participate. Again, all this provincial, national. We also have COPTA. We also have SALGA in this whole frame, as well as the participation of National Treasury, especially from a funding model. These are some of the issues that we have. The 25-29 sector plan, just split into two, looking at the overall sector and the KPIs of the sector, and then also what we call the standard indicators. I'll come to that in the next slide on standard indicators. So on the side, you'll see that this is basically the frame for the sector plan 25, and then the table of contents is basically shown there of the 11 components that we'll be dealing with in this sector plan, which we can also show once approved, we can also share with this. What's critical is basically through the DDM to enable across the government, spheres of government, to integrate planning and also improve service delivery. I think this is basically why we have a sector plan with all of this on how we do that, governed by the intergovernmental framework that basically ensures that all government states coordinate in a particular manner that then delivers seamlessly across the country. And then also aligned will be Schedule 4 of the Constitution, which basically say this is our concurrent mandate between the national and provincial competencies in areas of common areas in terms of interrelated areas and interconnected areas. And those are the two that we're focusing on, while appreciating the different powers of the spheres of government, but our focus will be on interconnectedness and interrelated areas and how do we move together in that fashion. Next slide, when you break it down from the sector plan, we also have what we call standard key performance indicators. Standard key performance indicators basically is now creating uniform indicators for all provincial departments of public works, and currently we have about 5 of them, and this is just a sample of how Northern Cape has signed a document as HOD or Northern Cape, but all the provincial departments will have this standard indicators. Standard key performance indicators, basically what it does mean is that we will identify areas, common areas, again, interrelated and interconnected, and we will have the same measure for everyone in the sector, national to the provinces, so that we're able to say, as a sector, public works and infrastructure, in relation to construction, we had X amount in terms of construction, X number of jobs were created, direct and indirect, X work opportunities were created as a sector, and overall, this is 1% contribution to dealing with unemployment in the country. As an example, that basically is the form and shape and posture that we're taking towards changing and transforming the society and improving the quality, so that it goes just beyond just measuring numbers, but it tells a story on how we are changing the status quo. And that's the approach that we are taking in that regard. Next slide. Right, so click twice. Thank you. So overall, all of these issues, which are also embedded in the sector plan and standard indicators, we are saying maybe these may be areas of interest for the committee oversight, where they can also measure us against in terms of our own contribution within the mandate of public works, and then also linking it back to the statement of intent of economic growth. How do we contribute to 5.4% growth, as well as ensuring that we have a Gini reduction in terms of poverty and inequality of 0.6 over the 5-year period. And when we say job creation overall as a sector, as government, how do we create 4 million cumulative job created? We are also demonstrating to say within public works, what are the direct jobs that we can create from infrastructure, and then overall, when we aggregate as a country, we should be able to see what is our contribution to that 4 million. Investment is a 3 trillion investment for the country, and then we are able to say from a Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and the sector, what is our contribution to that investment, and also support of SMMEs, which I alluded earlier on from a participation point of view, that with our procurement spend, we're also looking at that. And this can be disaggregated in various areas, say, so that then members of parliament can also see that in their different constituencies, they're able to see that the involvement and the presence of public works through a particular program has actually created X number of jobs. Or in their community, there's this infrastructure investment and it has these spin-offs. In their community, through the procurement, there are these SMMEs that are participating in that. And I think that's the kind of information that as an oversight body over public works can also assist in terms of targeting and getting into those spaces where we have no reach or there are a number of issues and complaints that we can also tap into from the wisdom and counsel of the parliament through their oversight model. I'm not going to go into through them, but basically this is what we are looking at as a frame of how we can also work together with parliament in transforming the society and improve the quality of life for all. And that's basically is the end of the presentation from a governance compliance aspect of it. Thank you, Chairperson and members of the committee. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Okay. If I may check with the colleagues, does the presentation cover both items on the agenda?
No, there's going to be another one from the DDG IGR.
Oh, yes.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, Facilitator, members of the Portfolio Committee, DG, colleagues and other representatives from other entities. Let me check if you are able to see my presentation from your end.
Yes, we are able to see it. You can continue.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm trying to put a video just to be able to see that I'm in the meeting indeed. My name is Adam Tombeni, the DDG for Intergovernmental Relations in the department. Can I be allowed to switch the video just to increase the connectivity?
Yes, you may go ahead, sir.
Okay. Trying to close that. Okay. Trying to close that. What I want to indicate, Chairperson, there is something which is coming on my screen. I wanted to put it on the presentation mode. So, yeah, I'm trying to do that. It's not able to do that. I'm trying.
If I can assist, there's a toolbar that's. Can you see? There's a toolbar that's just below where I've got my cursor on. I'm not sure if you can see on the screen, but there's a little button, the little play button that's written from current slide. So maybe you can click that and then it'll play the presentation.
Trying to check it. It's a new system.
Check the toolbar that's above.
This one.
No. That go to the next. Go to the next one. I think it's highlight. Yeah, that's it. Okay, if you click the one next to the percentage, just before the percentage, what does that do?
Yes, this one.
Yeah, yes.
Yes, I'm trying to put. It's not.
It's
not working. But
no,
yeah.
Go to the top one, Mr. Mtombeni, just above the presentation. There's a thick toolbar, and then icon 1, 2, 3, number 4. That's where you play it. Yes.
Oh, okay.
This one.
Yeah, that one.
That's the one.
Okay, I got it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I'm being schooled as well. We need to be in the class from time to time. What I want to indicate, Chairperson, is that, and the facilitator, is that this presentation augments the presentation that was done by my colleague, the DDG for GRC, on the issues of stakeholder management and partnership. So what my colleague did was able to present the corporate environment or enterprise-wide in terms of how we deal with stakeholder management and partnership. So mine will be sort of focused to the line function of IGR, as it were. I'm trying to move the slides. It will be more focused on the IGR as a branch within a public works environment, how we do stakeholder management, and also the partnership. So it's more aligned to what we do to sort of, assist the department in the issues of coherent governance and also integrated planning and so forth. So as a outline, we'll start with the purpose, which will be a short one. We do a bit of introduction. We also highlight the issues of stakeholder management processes and also the stakeholder management support, which as a branch we render to the department. And we go into the issues of IGR-related stakeholder management and partnership. This is the content where we show the metrics in terms of how we integrate. So the chairperson, here we are going to share some perspective with members in terms of stakeholder management aspect and related partnership drive from DPWP mandate. What I want to indicate in the introduction, chairperson, is that as a branch, we are the share function within the public works environment in terms of supporting the core business. We share, in the main vote, which is public works and also PMTE. So we are able to sort of cut across the two areas and share our support. And here we are sort of, facilitating the issues of corporate governance, integrated planning, infrastructure-led growth across spheres of government in terms of the mandate which we do. And we are sort of, also able to assist in the issues of attainment of national priorities and sustainable infrastructure outcome through the business of the department. So that's where we find ourselves in. And we are also exploring the potential of a collaboration with stakeholders in public sector and private sector, and particularly where we also come with issues of strategic communications and stakeholder engagement, and we do alignment to support intergovernmental relations, service delivery, and public participation. Also continue with the introduction. We also strive for having stakeholder management, which is sort of more aligned and which will be able to build trust, transparency, and policy synergy. And as my colleague indicated, public works as a function, it's a concurrent function, and we need to sort of have tools to ensure that we're able to communicate effectively, and we are able to track the performance and also have citizen access. On this branch is very central to help along those lines. So as the department digitizes, we need to have a way to communicate effectively to our stakeholders and community. And this branch, IGR, is also involved in devising some behavioral insight to the department, where we need to sort of come with environmental scanning. So when we interface with stakeholders, we have a capability to do environmental scanning so that we are able to see the behavioral aspect in the areas where we are performing, so that we be able to sort of interface accordingly. So we normally do this when we have our public appearance programs. We do environmental scanning, which we share with the department, the core business, and our political principle to ensure that we support our stakeholders effectively. Eventually, the coordination effort by our branch should lead to a properly storytelling that amplify visibility, impact, and transformation outcome. So we need to. So when we coordinate, we need to ensure that whatever we're doing, there's an impact, particularly to the citizens. And as a department, we must be visible, there must be impact, and we ensure that transformation is also central in our business. Here, this slide talks to the stakeholder management processes, which we are sort of involved in as a department. I need to indicate, Chairperson and Facilitator, that in the department, we have an approved a policy framework on public participation, which help us to sort of interface with structure, with stakeholders. So this policy is so detailed, it also comes with a stakeholder matrix where I can indicate that each and every unit or branch in the department, they're having their peculiar structures or stakeholders which they are sort of integrating with or engaging with, and we're able to guide them in terms of the processes on how to engage effectively to manage those stakeholders. We use this four-pronged process to deal with that. We do have this identification of stakeholders where we analyze their interest, their influence, and even the potential impact on success and interdependencies when we deal with those structures. We also plan for stakeholder management, where we come with management strategies to effectively engage with stakeholders. And we also manage stakeholder engagement, where we need to communicate with our stakeholders and also meet their needs. And ultimately, we also have a controlled stakeholder engagement, where we monitor overall project stakeholder impact so that we be able to be effective. But all these processes yield to improve stakeholder management. The IGR also supports the department as a whole and the executive in various manner, where we are able to sort of coordinate with external and internal stakeholders, including the entities. And we also play budget support and transferring authority in terms of our sector entities. We're sitting with the budget in the branch where we are the transferring authority to our entities. We also drive the coordination of internal and sector governance structures. We also coordinate internal planning task teams for public participation, as I indicated, and we also render protocol support when there are events involving our executives. And we also facilitate seamless interface between public works, national, provincial structures, including the municipality. And we're also entrusted in dealing with departmental participation in DDM programs. Here we try to sort of, indicate a chairperson in terms of how we deal with issues of stakeholder management in the matrix format. Like, for instance, we indicate in terms of IGR governance, mainstreaming, entity support, and concurrence, where the department is able to through IGR, run with internal DPW stakeholders ministry, where we also deal with the issues of we are the corporate secretariat. We are able to assist in convening top governance structures so that we facilitate strategic leadership in the department, and issues of monitoring also come into play. And we also deal with issues of IGR stakeholder management support, as I indicated, where we drive a stakeholder management strategy of the department. We also, when we deal with the issues of DPWI, the provincial Department of Public Works, the sectoral coordination, here we do institutional support aligned to the IGR Act and also GIAMA. Here, as Mr. Mahlangu indicated, we central in supporting the implementation of a 5-year sector plan, and also the issues of convening the MINMEC and technical MINMEC. So the branch is central around that area, so that the department is able to lead in terms of concurrent mandate. We also interested in terms of dealing with issues of parliamentary support, including the provincial legislatures. So here we coordinate support to line function and the ministry. So if there are issues pertaining to parliamentary programs, we're able to assist the department and line function to adhere to the request from Parliament in terms of ensuring that the program of Parliament is executed. We're there on daily basis to monitor, to get the content, all the reports, presentations, dealing with parliamentary questions and so forth, and also issues of supporting the oversight visits by Parliament in our projects and so forth. So we're there as IGR branch to support around that line, and we're able to sort of, have capacity around this area as we're dealing with this parliamentary support for many years. So my colleagues in the branch are sort of central to support around this area. So when dealing with the national departments, which we call clients, you could see that the nature of partnership which we have is that one of custodial and client relationship. So here, in terms of the architecture of the department, we do have a user demand management unit under PMTE. It's one of the units that is central to sort of coordinate with our national clients. They've built capacity over the years in terms of portfolio management. We do have managers that liaise with our clients, in all our clients. So it's an area which is sort of well taken care of. We call it a key account management. So we do have colleagues from UDM, but we also come in as a IGR branch to interface with them when there are IGR disputes, so that we be able to utilize the mechanisms which we have to resolve IGR disputes, and also to sort of escalate engagement. If some of the engagements need to be handled, particularly at the high level, involving our executives, we come in to convene those high level engagements so that we be able to resolve the disputes that arise from time to time. And we also facilitate the interdepartmental task teams. We know from the side of Cabinet the number of interdepartmental task teams that we need to participate as a national department. So IGR branch play in that space. For instance, we have the interministerial task team that deals with traditional leaderships, where we also as a sector deal with the issues of advancing infrastructure delivery and skills development, one of the work stream which is chaired by our minister. So we are the coordinator of that work stream, so we are able to interface with stakeholders, which also include traditional leadership, to see how best as a sector we sort of respond to their concerns around infrastructure delivery. And we also having the interministerial task teams that deals with land reform, which we need to sort of play a role in coordinating those. And also, task team dealing with municipal performance turnaround, which is sort of headed by COGTA. We also play a role around that one. So there's the one for public employment programs dealing with EPWP, which now is to be resuscitated. We're busy making a representation to Cabinet just to resuscitate that interministerial task team so that we be able to drive EPWP programs. When we go to the local government sphere, we're given levers to sort of integrate and have a coherent governance or cooperative governance around this area. In our MINMEC, we do have SALGA as a critical stakeholder, that the participant in our MINMEC, so they're able to bring the voice of local government in the business of public works. And we also drive the DDM, this district development model. So department through the ESCO, the entrusted IGR to coordinate DDM participation by national public works and provincial public works. So we are central in terms of dealing with that, where we're also having standard operating procedures to align our participation in one district plans through DDM so that we be able to advance the catalytic projects which the sector is driving so that we have integrated planning and execution. So yeah, this is the area which we are working with, and we're also participating in the Eastern Board development, which involve some municipalities in KZN and even Eastern Cape, dealing with the issues of smart cities. So we are also involved around that, the work streams that we are facilitating as an IGR branch. Still with the issues of IGR mainstreaming, we are also interested with NEDLAC as a critical stakeholder. Public Works is an inherent department that form part of NEDLAC structure. When we look into the foundations and the constitution of NEDLAC, Public Works is a central department that drives a development chamber where we facilitate social dialogue, policy discussion, and with social partners like your government, we're having labor, business, and community stakeholders participating. So I'm also a convener, government convener for a development chamber of NEDLAC assigned by the department. And we also prioritize the issues of public employment programs through EPWP and other departments that are leading in the issues of public employment programs. So NEDLAC is a critical stakeholder that we interface with. And again, on the entities front, as I indicated, we also having the 6 built environment councils and also our charter councils that we interface with. And then the nature of our partnership here, we sort of deal with the alignment of public works mandate with that, the mandate of our entities. The department provide oversight, so we do the support on the oversight and the issues of synergies, and also dealing with the issues of shareholder responsibilities. So here, it's our branch that facilitate the approvals of annual plans, including annual reports, and also we also central in making sure that our executive deal with quarterly performance reviews and also issues of budget, which we see it in our baseline where we assist them. We also oversee the utilization of those budgets. And we also central in supporting the appointment of the boards and councils, and also supporting the support by entities in the departmental program for them to assist and participate. And there's these other stakeholders, which are other state-owned entities. Like, for instance, DPSA, we're having KUHA with us, IDT, UNISA, just to name a few of the other state organs that we interface with. There are some of the entities where in their acts, our department is required to participate in their boards. So we are the one who facilitate the processes of appointment of representatives from Public Works to participate in those boards. Also in the boards, in our entities where we need to get other, particularly other entities to participate, or government institutions to participate in our boards or councils, we facilitate departmental representations, as it were. So that's how we deal with them. And we also is central in terms of working with our line function to sort of develop protocols, like to sign the memorandum of agreement, where they come as an implementing agents, where they assist us on the implementation of our projects, and even some training and development and technical assistance. So we have that kind of a relationship. CIDB, we're having a special relationship apart from CIDB being part of our entity where we do oversight on them. They also assist us as a partner in the event management, particularly the contractor development summits, or some of the events, particularly the one which we are going to have the 12th of September in the Northern Cape. So on those construction summits, that sort of, helping us, and also the contractor development events as well. So we partner with them to sort of, implement those programs, making use of the stakeholders which they are having that other side and the reach, because they also have reach with their stakeholders and so forth. Similarly with CBE, where with this build environment climate in Daba, which is forthcoming, we are also partnering with them to sort of, deal with that event. Coming to the international environment, IR, this is one of things which we execute within the branch. We do have a unit of IR within IGR. So we have a couple of stakeholders that we are dealing with, particularly the regional and multilateral partners in African region, the Global South, Global North, and the European Union. So the kind of relationship we have with this institution is around the issue of technical assistance and exchange foreign programs, and also the facilitation of high-level visits aligned to national development program objectives and the TPW mandate. So we are able to facilitate, as it were, like you could see there, we also mentioned the trips which we took to Asia, Indonesia, India, for instance, around the issues of knowledge exchange, and also the signing of the protocol currently with the UK, which is sort of, facilitated by ESA. So we are able to sort of deal with these aspects, as a unit, ensure that things are well aligned in our front. We also having a nature of relationship around the issues of Commonwealth War Graves Commission, which is local. There are some graves which are in South Africa, and some of the graves that are international, UK, France, etc. So here we are sort of interested with the issues of annual transfer budget to the Commonwealth War Graves Funds. And we also do regular site visits as a department, just to ensure that those war graves are in a good state. So we do conduct those site visits from time to time. And we also having the international development agencies, which is an official development assistance like Japan, International Cooperation Agency, JICA, the International Labour Organization, ILO, China, Korea International Cooperation Agency, and other international official development assistance stakeholders. So we're dealing with them to improve the organizational performance through international development assistance in the form of training opportunities. So we're taking a lot of requests where we also facilitate the application by our colleagues to participate in the training which are being offered by this institution. So the other area is around the government of Republic of Cuba. This is a special relationship which we have with the Ministry of Construction. Members, as we are aware, that we do have an existing bilateral agreement with the Republic of Cuba on employment of Cuban technical advisors. So this is a bilateral agreement which is sort of running, dealing with issues of capacity and exchange. So as it were, currently we're having this program running where we're having some CTAs that are assisting us in the department, including our provinces, etc. So you can see that this is some of the agreement which we are having, and we are also nursing that relationship, as it were. So we also having the Ministry of Works and Transport, Uganda, the nature of partnership here. We're having a memorandum of understanding in the field of public works and infrastructure. This is one of the relationship which we have. We also, monitoring the implementation of the action plans around that particular MOU. We also having Ministry of Works and Transport in Namibia, where we also having a memorandum of understanding in the field of public works and infrastructure development. we need to sort of resuscitate the implementation of this agreement. It's ongoing. And we're also having a strategic minister of public works within the Gulf, for instance, in Kuwait, Qatar, and United Arab Emirates. Here we are facilitating a high-level technical mission with identified strategic countries in the Gulf on the area of public works with the aim of attracting investment and capacity building. So here is an issue which is sort of going. We're also seeing how best to formalize the relationship around this area. So here we're also having a unit which is called gender, where we're dealing with the issues of gender mainstreaming. We're having a couple of stakeholders that we interface with to do gender mainstreaming in the department, like the Tshwane Metro Municipality, where we are able to deal with the issues of access audit of state buildings. So this is one of the requirements where we need to get compliance around the accessibilities of our asset portfolio. So we conduct a regular access audit, and we produce the reports around that. And we're also having a special relationship with the Department of Social Development around the issues of gender-based violence, femicide shelters. As you are aware, we also handing over some of state houses to assist them to deal with the vulnerable group, as it were. We're also having a relationship with CBE, CIDP, NHBRC around the issues of empowerment programs for gender mainstreaming, like, for instance, National Contractor Development Program involving women in leadership as well. So this is a strategic relationship which we have. This is an ongoing program. It's an issue which we run, particularly in terms of our plans from time to time. We're also having a relationship with South African women in construction, SAWIC, where women in construction and property sector, social partners, we are involved and having synergies in the program, where they're able to sort of, help us on how best to sort of reach out in this for this particular important designated grouping. We do community outreach program working with SAWIC. Regarding the Department of Small Business, we're also having partnership in terms of women SMME development and project financing. This was launched on the 28th of August 2025, which is a recent program which was sort of, running from our side. So in terms of concluding remarks, Chairperson and facilitator, we say that as IGR and the department, we always look forward to engaging with relevant stakeholders internally and externally in contributing meaningful to IGR functional work areas, in shaping more integrated and inclusive public infrastructure ecosystem, and also the engagement with stakeholders, which happens in a vertical and horizontal fashion, so that we attain inclusiveness and alignment to government priorities. Thank you so much, Chairperson and Facilitator. So this was an augmentation to the presentation done by my colleague, the DTG for IGR. Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you very much, Mr. Adams. Thank you for that presentation. And also thank you to Mr. Mahlangu for that insightful and helpful presentation. Members, we are left with 12 minutes before 1 o'clock. I am tempted just to give a brief, just a few minutes to members to engage both presentations that were given by Mr. Mahlangu and Mr. Mtombeni before we go for lunch. Yeah, let me take that opportunity and then give members an opportunity then to engage the presentations. If the colleagues can also please do assist if there are any comments that have been made on the comment line, and also keep track of the hands that if any member is raising any hands. Members and colleagues and stakeholders, here are two presentations. If you can just raise your hand if you want to engage, or if there's any comment that you'd like to make, or any input that you'd like to make. No input from my side. It's okay. There's thank you, Honorable Park. I see your comment on the comment line. Any other member would like to raise a
Sorry,
comment, have an input?
Honorable Kobe has her hand up. I don't know if you can see it. Just bringing it to your attention.
Okay, no, thank you very much. May I take you, Honorable Kobe?
Thank you so much, facilitator, and thank you to the two presenters. I think they've given us a good overview of in terms of governance and IGR. My particular question goes to Mr. Mtombeni. In terms, I see that the department has been doing a lot of work in terms of international relations, signing MOUs, and also having relations in Cuba. I just want to know if, because this is fairly new, I think, to us as a portfolio committee, that maybe in terms of IGR, which would help us as well, in terms of our oversight role, if we can have regular impact analysis of the relations that we have with international communities as it relates to the issues of infrastructure, if these relations are in any way helpful. I remember in one of the, and we weren't able to account for this as a portfolio committee. In one of the questions that we asked, we received an answer, parliamentary answer from them that says that they have quite a few technicians that are from Cuba that are occupying positions in our department. And I mean, in terms of when we're asking for accountability in terms of how many South Africans are given job opportunities and foreign nationals, even if the relations are strategic, I think as a portfolio committee, it's important for us to continue to get reports on that so that we know the cost benefit analysis or the impact analysis of our relations with international communities. So maybe from the department's side, if we can get regular engagements on the department's relations, whether it's at an intergovernmental relations perspective or international, but I'm particularly interested in our IR engagements. And I think that will also help us to put into perspective why our department or the head of this department, the minister then travels, engages or undertakes international travel, which is common of all other departments. But from a perspective of infrastructure on our end and how that assists us, I think we need to have much more regular engagements with IR and the IGR department. I think in our previous couple of engagements with them, we've just seen how they do IGR, especially as it relates to the entities. But if we can have quarterly engagements with the department as it relates to their international engagements and plans, we can better account or hold them accountable. And yeah, in that regard, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kobe. Before I give an opportunity to the colleagues from the colleagues, Mr. Mahlangu and Mr. Adams, to respond, there's a comment from the comment line. I think Honorable Bongosi Matikizela posted a comment saying, can we have these agreements in writing in order to understand what value they add to the country and vice versa? That's another comment that I read from Honorable Member Matikizela. Any other hand, colleagues, before I hand over to my colleagues from the department? and ITR. Okay, I don't see any more hands. May I hand over to Mr. Mahlangu and Mr. Mtombeni to respond?
Thank you, facilitator. I should think I'll start from my side in terms of the comments and questions for clarity from the honorable members. I'll start with Honorable Kobe in terms of a comment around the issues of us having an analysis report in terms of how this is impacting the country, including the CTA's program, where those CTAs are occupying position in the department, and regular reports around the impact analysis and quarterly engagements, as it were, including our plans. I should think we welcome that comment, Honorable Member. We do have those regular analysis, particularly in terms of the MOUs which we have signed. So we'll welcome that. I should think we'll be guided accordingly in terms of doing that kind of engagement. Similarly, with the comment by Honorable Madikizela around the issue of the agreements. Yes, agreements are in place, and the issue of value add to the country, I should think this will be linked to the analysis which we need to do, because there are new agreements or protocols that will come in terms of the new engagements which are ongoing in the department, and also the old ones which we're having, which we need to review the impact and so forth. So in other words, I'm trying to indicate that as a department, we'll be willing to engage around this issue. I should think this will also help the portfolio committee as well when they undertake their own international study visits, just based on our analysis. It will be a value add so that the members can also do that oversight on their side to benchmark accordingly. So yeah, thank you for the inputs, member. We really appreciate it.
Mr. Mahlangu, would you like to take a bite? Colleagues, am I still audible?
Yes.
You are.
You can proceed. You are still audible.
Okay, no, it's fine. Mr. Mahlangu, Mr. Mahlangu, are you still online?
Yes, sorry, Chair. Yes, I am. Sorry, I was interrupted by a call from the minister.
Okay,
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. No, I'm saying you would like to have a bite on maybe just commenting on the questions and the comments that the members have raised based on the presentation that you gave, that you just previously gave.
Apologies once more, Chair. If maybe just a summary of that, then I can respond. Just with an interruption while questions were being raised. My apologies.
Okay. I think there was a comment, maybe on, let me find. I'm not too sure if this particular one is related to you. Okay, there was a comment from Honorable Matikizela. I think he was referring to the agreements. Can we have these agreements in writing in order to understand what value they add to the country and vice versa? But I think this is particularly to Mr. Mtombeni, and he just responded to the thing, to the, if the colleagues can assist me, if there are any questions that are directed to Mr. Mahlangu, you might be required to respond on, while I'm also just checking on my notes.
If I may.
Yes, Honorable Kobe.
Chair, I don't think I don't think there were questions that were directed to Mr. Mahlangu particularly. I think most of the questions that were raised from the platform were directed to Mr. Mtombeni, as you have correctly stated earlier. And maybe we can break for an early lunch. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you very much. Actually, we're right on time. We exactly 1 o'clock. Chair, as a guidance from your end, we've allocated an hour on our program for lunch. Maybe if I may check with the members or maybe with the chair, if she can provide a guidance. Is an hour enough, or can we? What would be the proposal? Cut it short, so try and allocate more time on the engagements, or we finish early. What
No,
would be the proposal from the chair? Just leave it as an hour.
Mzwaka, I think just make it 30 minutes. You know, when you break for lunch, it's unlike you are physical. We are on a platform. Members can stretch for 30 minutes, then we come back so that we manage the issue of time.
Yes. Okay.
Please,
Okay.
let's take it for 30 minutes. It's exactly 1 o'clock.
Exactly 1 o'clock. Okay. Members, esteemed stakeholders, if and colleagues, if we can be back on the platform at exactly 1:30. Just grab a cup of coffee, biscuits, and then we can come back on online. Members, 1:30, we see each other again here. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
I'm not sure if Dr. Mabula can hear me. Mabula, are you able to try and test? Because I was told that you wanted to test sharing the presentation.
I'll talk to him just now, ma'am, and then see if he can do it. I don't know if he's on the
Yes,
platform.
I can hear you. Yes, I was trying to coordinate with some on the other side. So I've tried. It says that the host is disabled.
I've given you the
participants-
sharing rights now. You can try again.
Okay.
Nola,
All right.
also just taking a leg stretch. I'll be back here at 1 o'clock. So if I don't respond.
No problem. You can just go ahead, Muzi. We're just doing our thing while you're away.
Sure, thanks.
Can you see it on your side?
Yes, it's visible, Doc. Thank you. Just
Okay.
try to beam it up quickly. Yes. It's
Yeah.
nice and visible.
Okay. Great
Sure.
stuff.
No problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. See you later.
We back. Okay. Members, oh, we're back. Oh.
Recording in progress.
Microphone.
Recording in progress.
Okay, members, welcome back. May I check if the chair is back? Chair.
She is on the platform, but I'm not sure if she's online.
Is it? A bit hesitant to start without her, but can you check on the phone, Nola, if we can? Oh,
Muzi,
yes, Shaib.
the idea of having a facilitator is exactly that. We progress according to the time on the program.
Yeah,
We can apologize afterwards.
Okay, cool. No, it's fine. For the members that are present on the platform and the colleagues, the time is now 1:31. We had agreed to start at 1:30. So I think we might as well just go ahead and start. Okay. We might as well go ahead and start. Thank you, Member Path. The next item on the agenda, on our agenda that we have is we are receiving a presentation from ISA, Infrastructure South Africa, from Dr. Joint and DDG Charles. We will be receiving a presentation under the infrastructure development in RSA, ISA, National Treasury and DBSA, the 5 case model towards achieving NDP infrastructure targets by 2030. May I hand over to the colleagues to give us a presentation for the next 45 minutes. We've allocated 45 minutes for this item. However, if they can just take cognizance of the time, so we can also have a bit of time for members to engage the presentation that they'll be providing. Over to you, members, our colleagues, Dr. Joint and DDG Charles.
Good afternoon, program facilitator. Also to the Honorable Chair and the Honorable members. As you mentioned, I'm joined by my colleague, Mr. Charles Mabuza, and I'm also extending an apology for our acting head, Ms. Mametsi Masemola, that's not able to attend today. And we also just would like to extend our sincere appreciation for participating and being invited to participate in this strategic session. My colleague will actually load the presentation. So I'm just waiting for him to load so that I can actually start.
Okay.
I just want.
Good afternoon, Chair. Host disabled participant screening sharing, so I would need access to project.
Okay. Nola, may you please, or any co-host, to provide sharing?
Oh, is it DDG Charles? Okay.
Yes, DDG Charles, yes.
I'm not DDG.
Granted.
Chair. Thank you.
Sorry?
No, I was saying I'm not DDG. I work for ISA. I'm the lead for the National Infrastructure Plan. Thanks.
Okay.
I'm also going to ask permission to stop my video so that we have a proper bandwidth. I trust that is okay with the members and the chair.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. Thank you. We can see the presentation. If you can put it on presentation mode. Thank you.
Colleagues, you could also see that it's quite a mouthful, the request to present. So the main focus will be on, the NDP targets in terms of infrastructure delivery, as well as our relevant stakeholders and partnerships within ESA. We decided to change it from a normal reporting focus and to make it a more relevant and interesting presentation, and with specific examples in terms of our partnerships. So when we look at the NDP targets, it's quite substantial. The NDP request gross fixed capital formation to be 30% of the GDP. Now, there has been a slight decline since 2023, where we stood at 14.8%. So you can see we are at half of what the actual target, and this actually reduced even further to 14.17% of GDP. So it is indeed a worrying factor, and it's perhaps also supported by the fact that our GDP grew at 0.5% the past financial year. Another major concern is the actual underspending of allocated infrastructure budget. On average, for the past 3 financial years, there was an underspending of around 17 billion rand of allocated public infrastructure budgets. That summarized to a total of 51 billion rand underspent. So one could have actually constructed a lot of infrastructure with this, and it was in-year budget allocation. So there's definitely a concern in terms of implementation capacity of the different sponsors and departments. And you can also see on the table on the right-hand side in terms of a source of spending, where the majority of spending sits. It's within the SOEs and public entities at around 52%, and local government at around 23%. Public-private partnerships, which should support quite a big chunk, is only at 2%. And that's part of the reason why National Treasury also changed some of the regulations, especially with regard to local government, in terms of PPPs that were less than 2 billion in terms of capex value, where they also reduced certain of the requirements in order to improve the facilitation of public-private partnerships. We can go to the next slide. So in terms of the problems in infrastructure implementation, there's quite a number of reasons that one can underline. One is the limited public funding. We all know the fiscus is constrained, and we should move away from pure fiscus financing. There's inefficient resource allocation. There's also challenges in accessing external sources of financing, and I will also address that in a later slide. And this also impedes our economic growth. So research has indicated that the country requires about 6 billion rand per annum for project preparation in order to achieve the NDP targets by 2030. Now, if you look at ESA, we only get around less than 600 million over the 3-year MTF period. So that's less than 1.1% of the requirement. So there's quite a big gap between the need in terms of the project preparation budgets and the actual availability of budgets. So the country needs around 16 to 20 mega projects that must go to market every year in order to reach that NDP target. So it tells you that there's a major need for us to focus on mega projects and ensure that they are actually prepared and implemented. So in terms of the ISA value proposition, it's, I think, critical that we provide project preparation support. That's one of our core mandates. In terms of a strategic integrated projects, we are also responsible for the designation and acceleration of SIPs. That includes the unblocking of specific permits and licenses, which includes water use licenses, environmental impact assessments, mining licenses, etc., in order to fast-track implementation of projects. The thought leadership is another critical element, because one needs to understand sometimes the relationship between infrastructure investment and economic development, or the constraints within infrastructure from an index perspective. And then lastly, the facilitation of funding and financing of projects. So we are not the financier, but we also focus on the facilitation of that. Charles, we can move. Thank you. So the 5 case model, we were also asked to attend to that. And I think it's critical, being that it's a strategic session, that we just revisit what does the 5 case methodology imply. Now, when you look at the left-hand side, there are 5 critical elements that must be part of any business case for a project. That's your strategic case. So you must prove a strategic importance of a project. The economics focuses on the value of money to society, and also focuses on specific social and environmental considerations. But I think the one element that's very critical and sometimes forgotten is the commercial case. So what's your procurement strategy for this specific project going to be? And is it realistic and credible from a commercial deal perspective? The financing element's always critical. And then you get to the management case that actually focuses on specific implementation plans, but also operational requirements during the life cycle of the project. Sometimes the maintenance requirements are not properly addressed. The infrastructure risk strategy must also be addressed, and also a need to look at the teams that will be implementing, but also operating the infrastructure. And then you get the 3 different stages, which is your early business case. That's typically your pre-feasibility phase, your intermediate business case, which is your full feasibility. And then what makes this very interesting is your final business case only happens after you've gone out to tender, that you have actual prices and costs, so that you can then update your feasibility studies to get a clear indication whether the project is still viable after the procurement process has been followed. So this will then help with improved project delivery, and also to reduce potential underspending. Now, this work is one of the outcomes of our relationship with the UK, the Infrastructure Projects Authority. They gave us the training on it, they assisted us, and we adapted the Green Book for the South Africa situation, where we've detailed the 5 case modeling methodology. So in terms of collaborations and partnerships, and I think it was DDG Lwazi that also indicated earlier on, we should not operate in silos. And I think for government to proceed and to enhance infrastructure delivery, it's critical that we acknowledge the importance of stakeholders, but also of partnerships. So I will just go through a number of case studies and examples of where ISA has been involved with specific stakeholders. For instance, with National Treasury, they invited us to form part of Reference Group 7 that focuses on the development of regulations for the finalization of the Public Procurement Act. So it's specific regulations that's dealing with the procurement of infrastructure. In the past, the procurement of stationery and the procurement of infrastructure followed the same legislation, and that caused major problems in terms of mega infrastructure projects. So this focus area is to improve the procurement of infrastructure. It addresses items such as major asset classes, goods and services related to infrastructure, the procurement of capital assets, but also specific issues pertaining to contract variations. That's very pertinent towards the infrastructure space. So it's a critical regulation that's been drafted. Now here, the Development Partners Forum, that's a information and a process that ISA established, where we engage on a quarterly basis with various development partners in terms of DFIs and MDBs, in order just to get input and ideas on the delivery of infrastructure and the financing, some of the constraints, but that they also have line of sight of some of the mega projects that is on the agenda and on the pipeline of our registered projects. So it's a critical element, and within the next week or two, you will also see the outcome of that MDB DPF in terms of actual agreements that's currently in the process of being signed. So it's a critical project for us, an initiative for us to drive. You can see there are quite a number of international and local partners involved in this the Development Partners Forum. In terms of provincial support and partnerships, what ISA has also done is we appointed 9 provincial infrastructure coordinators. So it's a formal process where we engage with the different provinces. This is done through the collaboration of the Office of the Premier or province-sanctioned structures, so that there's a formal engagement platform between ISA and the different provinces in terms of technical coordination, facilitation, unblocking, but also oversight and monitoring. So it's a very important process to also know what are the main priority projects from an infrastructure perspective emanating from the different provinces, but also to understand certain challenges and concerns relating to infrastructure delivery. Very critical process and an important role of ISA. The Adopt a Municipality program is also a new initiative, and I must just emphasize this is done in collaboration with MISA, Municipal Infrastructure Support Agent, as well as COPTA. So we are not taking over any of the other mandated departments, but this is focusing on the development of business cases based on the ISA 5-case model, in order to ensure that for these 4 selected pilot municipalities that we can deliver a number of projects. So the aim is to do 20 in total, but by the end of this financial year, we hope to have 5 IBCs. You will recall in the previous slide deck, I referred to the different stages. So this is the second stage. So it's moving away from a pre-feasibility into a feasibility study component. So this will be rolled out as we make progress with this initiative. Very exciting and quite a big acceptance by the local governments involved. Very, very interesting project. The Construction Development Index is one of the other collaboration agreements we have with the academia in this instance, and with the industry. In this instance, we co-developed this with a South African Civil Institution of Civil Engineering, SAICI, where we developed and identified what criteria are relevant to construction development in the country. And in this instance, it's 7 criteria that was identified. And the year 2015 is our base year, so that one can then also look since, what's the impact of construction development index in the country relative to the year 2015, which is the reference year. Now, you can also see clearly the impact of the COVID pandemic on the construction development index of the country, and how we are still struggling to recover to previous pre-COVID levels of construction development. The high level of construction development index in terms of the World Cup was also interesting to note. This Free State Agricultural Roads project is a new initiative. It's the early stages where Infrastructure South Africa, with the agricultural community, AgBus specifically, which is a agricultural business unit, and Agri-SA, together with various other relevant provincial departments, such as the Roads Department, Agriculture Department, and Public Works, will focus on the identification of the appropriate rural roads that needs to be upgraded. It's a critical project. We don't include consultants in this, so this will be done in-house with input from the agricultural community, and the pilot will be Free State specifically. So and then it will be, if it's successful, it will be rolled out to other provinces. So the idea is, or the intention is, to measure the impact of poor roads on the total logistic cost of agriculture, but also how it might impact our food security, so that we then identify and assist the province then to see what roads from an agriculture perspective needs to be a high priority in terms of maintenance and so forth. The Infrastructure Risk Barometer, this was developed in collaboration with the University of Johannesburg. So it's one of our collaboration agreements that we have in place, where we said, let's also assess what is the problem with infrastructure from a risk perspective. So we also identified 7 specific criteria, and then and each of those criteria has certain sub-criteria in order to define that specific risk item. And you can then also see what's the average overall weighted risk from infrastructure perspective side, where it's at 55, which is within a medium risk category, although 2 specific criteria of developmental risk and project risk were the high risk items. Development risk implies where does the actual investment takes place. From a spatial perspective, it also talks to gross fixed capital formation per capita in the spatial locations. And project risk relates to the number of engineers per capita, as well as your civil engineering confidence index, the cancellation of tenders. So those items are elements that one needs to monitor. We are updating this on an annual basis. So in order to see how does this risk barometer change over time, hopefully one can reduce the level of risk from an infrastructure risk barometer perspective. And maybe the PC is much more aware than I am, but the 7th administration has 3 key priorities, and the first is to drive inclusive growth and job creation. Now, we developed the Local Government Inclusive Growth Index in collaboration again with the University of Johannesburg, where we identified the inclusive growth index for each local municipality, district municipality, and metropolitan municipality in order to actually get an index number to determine what is the level of inclusivity in the country. We have backcasted this to 1993, so we can also then say what was the progress since 1993 in each area. So the map on the left-hand side, we want to see green color. So you can see we are far from a proper green map, but there are major improvements when you compare it to the 1993 model. So only 5 local municipalities met the benchmark value in terms of inclusivity from a country perspective. But on the right-hand side, where you see that map with the green areas and the red areas, the green areas provide you an indication of areas where you have leading inclusive growth areas and how it impacts the regions around it. You can see that Western Cape is starting to influence positively, change and interact with Eastern Cape. Gauteng area is always a green area, and then one can also see some of those areas that requires intervention in terms of the rural areas of KZN and Eastern Cape. And another important element is out of these 8 criteria that we use to determine the LGG, 5 items are directly or indirectly related to infrastructure delivery. So it's a critical element to ensure inclusive growth of a country. I think that's my last, the last slide is one of the project preparation support initiatives where ISA earlier identified the top 7 projects for it will receive project preparation support. Now, one of the programs that will get support from ISA is a water reuse project from the Water Partnerships Office. So, and you know, the Water Partnerships Office is located within the Development Bank, but there's also the Department of Water and Sanitation is involved with this process. And it's intended that one of the specific focal areas will be Mangaung, where ISA will provide project preparation support in order to reduce the number of non-revenue water in the country. So it's a very critical project from a water perspective. Thank you, Chair and Program Director. I will end my presentation here. Thank you.
No, thank you, Doc. Thank you for that insightful presentation that you've just given us. Members, colleagues, if I can round it off, it's actually 4 minutes or 2 minutes before 2 o'clock. We have a bit of time to engage the document, just to get more clarity, more information that will help us craft our committee's strategic plan. If I can see by the show of hands, members that would like to ask questions, or they can post them on the comment section, as we've been doing. The committee colleagues, if they can assist by monitoring hands and the comments on the comment section. Any hand? Okay, there's one hand. Okay, I don't have a name. It shows as iPad. My apologies. I don't have a name for the colleague or member that's raising a hand. I can take you right now.
It's Bongenkosi Matigizela. I thought Nola has assisted in renaming.
Okay.
My
okay.
iPad.
Honorable member, no, it's fine. Yeah, I can take you now. We have about, okay, maybe just for context also, we have about, let's say, take it up until 2:30. If we finish early, all good also. Thank you, Honorable Matigizela.
Okay, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Look, there's this concern that I have, and I think it's shared by many South Africans. You have a situation where the economy of the country is struggling, which means obviously we are not raising enough money so that we can spend on the infrastructure that is crumbling. But at the same time, you have this challenge of municipalities who are failing to spend their infrastructure funding. I mean, if you look at the AG report, it's really quite concerning. There are really permanent features of that report. The underspending of infrastructure and lack of capacity, corruption, those are three dominant features in municipalities. Just to understand, to what extent do you think the DDM model is succeeding in addressing the challenge? Because we are told that one of the objectives of the DDM model is to really bring a better coordination so that we can be able to deal with that challenge. So that's the first question from my side. But then the second question, which is the last question, the mandate of ISA, vis-a-vis a number of other entities and spheres of government that are investing in infrastructure. And from where I'm sitting, I do see the effort of ISA in trying to make sure that we deal with these infrastructure challenges. But to what extent are we really able to coordinate so that we don't duplicate and end up, with a situation where a lot is being done, but with very little impact? How do we make sure that using ISA, we are able to really have a better coordination so that we can get the maximum impact of infrastructure spending, rather than having, a number of people who are doing the same thing but with very little impact? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Matikizela. Any other member that would like to have a bite? Okay. Honorable Park, I see your hand also. I would like to.
Thank you, Muzi. Yeah, just in the absence of any other hands, maybe just to request a comment from ISA around the Adopt a Municipality initiative, and maybe just to give a bit of an explanation as to what is the framework through which ISA are engaging the municipalities, like how is it structured? How often are they meeting? How constructive is it? And what is the progress? And from ISA's side, does ISA feel that they are at a point where they can expand by another 15 municipalities, considering that this initiative is quite new? So I think I just want to get a bit of insight, a little bit more detailed insight into this initiative. Thank you, Muzi.
Thank you, Honorable Pa. Any other hands, colleagues, members?
I think members are covered.
Are covered. Okay. Maybe any comments from the other stakeholders? I think this is a more collaborative engagement, because it's assisting the committee to craft a strategic plan. I think it's not only members that just need to engage. Maybe if there's a comment from the stakeholders that are on the platform. No. Okay. May I hand over to you, Dr. Joint, maybe to respond to the questions that the members have asked regarding the underspending, effectiveness of the DDM model, effectiveness of the Adopt a Municipality initiative, and the capacity to increase or engage more.
Thank you, program facilitator, and thank you for the questions, honorable members. Let me start with Honorable Madikizela's question in terms of the DDM. It's all about coordination. It's not my place to make a comment on whether it's successful or not. I think it has a very critical space. But I think it's required that there's alignment also with the different national plans and programs. For instance, the National Spatial Development Framework serves a specific purpose, and the DDM must also ensure that there's alignment between that, also the key priorities of a national infrastructure plan. But I'm a firm believer that it must start at ground level. So the DDM has a very important role to ensure infrastructure delivery. And you are correct in terms of the comments by National Treasury on the poor delivery of infrastructure projects. So that's a concern in that perspective. But from a planning coordination perspective, I think it's critical that the DDM continues with its work. It's a very critical tool as long as there's alignment to the National Spatial Development Framework. The question about mandate, I think one of the problems of a country is that there are too many coordinators, and with ESA in terms of its mandate to be the single point of entry for large infrastructure projects, it's critical that we then coordinate that function. So our admission requires that projects above $1 billion should be within the focus area of ESA. We can't be involved with smaller projects and so on, because we are also a relative small unit in terms of human resources. But with single coordination, it's easier to also ensure that there's standardization of project preparation methodologies, that we can roll out the 5 case model. So that's my answer in terms of that it just makes sense that we also, that ESA serves its purpose. When you look at the value chain of infrastructure delivery, we are having very interesting debate currently with National Treasury, but the project planning component, the project prioritization component, the technical elements should be not within the mandate of a financing organization, but within the mandate of an infrastructure delivery organization. And then the appraisal and financing should sit within a National Treasury perspective. As I said, there's very interesting debates currently in that regard. And then, so I trust I've answered that question. Honorable Bath, in terms of adopter municipality, the Technical Service Office of ESA is fully engaged with those 4 pilot municipalities. You are correct to state that it's a new initiative. At the moment, it's working very well. As I said, we have willing partners in the process. It's always critical to have willing partners. And most of the work is done and executed by the ESA staff. So I don't think we will roll out within this 2-year pilot phase to other municipalities. As I said, by the end of this financial year, we plan to complete 6 business cases, but at the end of the 2-year period, we plan to complete 20 projects. So to the value of just below 6 billion rand in those municipal areas. But it has great potential for rollout in future. I think we should just do the pilot and also learn the lessons that we need to learn from that process. But at the moment, it's going great. I think they engage every 2 weeks or so there are frequent engagements. It's not an initiative where we meet with the partner, and then a year later we come back with results. There are constant engagements. The teams are on the ground. They understand the locations. They understand the partners. So it's at the moment going very well. And as I said, it's also to understand what's our mandate as opposed to MISA or COCTA. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Program Director.
Thank you, Dr. Joint. I don't see any other hands from the members. I think I would like to assume that members are happy with the presentation and the responses that have been provided. I'm not too sure if any comments from the researchers, from the content advisors. However, if there is none, I'm happy, because the main objective, I keep hammering on this point, is to extract as much information that will help us to craft the strategic priorities of the committees, hence then completing the entire strategic plan for the committee for the remainder of this term. We now can move over to the next item on the agenda. We will take a presentation from the CEO of DBSA, Ms. Boitumelo Mosako. I think the presentation will cover the challenges and improvements of infrastructure delivery models, lessons emerging for oversight of infrastructure projects. Ms. Mosako, the stage is yours. I can, on the program, we had allocated again 45 minutes. If you can finish
the video.
Yeah, finish a bit early so we can engage the presentation if time allows on your end with the information that you have to cover.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Thank you for the opportunity for us to come through and engage with you on the work that we're doing at the Development Bank of Southern Africa. We're currently flighting the presentation. I don't know if you can see a chair on your side.
Yes, definitely we can see. If you can put it on presentation mode.
Is it on presentation? You can see, Chair?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, let's see if I can navigate it. Wonderful. Thank you. Chair, maybe just an overview of the Development Bank of Southern Africa so that there's a bit of context as to why we exist as an institution. We have been formed by an Act of Parliament in 1983. Excuse me. We have been in existence for now close to just over 42 years. And you know, it has been a journey where we started off having to service homelands post-94. We then started servicing cities and private sector, and also expanding our mandate to Southern Africa. And that's why, you know, we are called the Development Bank of Southern Africa. Now, what is relevant, Chair, that I'd like to mention here is that prior to 2012, 2013, the Development Bank's mandate was quite, strategic focus was quite wide, in line with the mandate to promote economic development and sustainable growth, to promote human resources development and institutional capacity building, to mobilize financial resources. And here, maybe just to expand a little bit, Chair, is that we have equity investment from the government. We wholly owned by the South African government, reporting to National Treasury. So we leverage the equity from that is invested by the National Treasury. We raise money in the capital markets so that we can execute on our development activities. We facilitate sustainable development projects as well. Now, in 2012, 2013, that's when our mandate, our geographical mandate was extended to sub-Saharan Africa, so to the rest of Africa. Additionally, we decided at that time strategically that we will focus on infrastructure as the bank and focusing on the 4 network sectors, which is energy, transport, water and sanitation and digital infrastructure, that's ICT, and the 3 social sectors, which is education, health, and affordable housing. So this is a strategic position that we have adopted, which is relevant for the conversation that we are having today, as this engagement is around infrastructure. Now, how do we execute on our infrastructure mandate as an institution? Firstly, we plan infrastructure, we prepare infrastructure, we finance infrastructure, we build and we maintain. Now, just to elaborate a little bit further on where we provide these services, on the planning side, this is specifically support we provide to municipalities. This is a service that we fund from our own resources as an institution, where we provide infrastructure planning advice to municipalities, where we provide assessments to municipalities. And this is where, we do the bulk plans so that the municipalities can then have, good business plans to submit for the allocation of the MIG grants. In addition to these planning assessments, we also offer revenue enhancement services. This is where, for instance, we would fund the rollout of a pilot for metering or supporting with billing challenges within a municipality. The second service that we also provide in this space is asset care, because we are of the view that, in the infrastructure space, it's not about building new, it's about also taking care and maintaining what one has. And this is this is the space that we are then supporting. These services we actually provide to under-resourced municipalities. The way we classify munis, there's M1, M2, M3. So M1 is your metros. So that would be your city of Joburg, city of Tshwane, Kuruleni, Cape Town, eThekwini. Then M2 would be your secondary city. So we are talking Polokwane, we're talking Rustenburg. And M3, that then would be your under resource municipality. So that would be, your rural municipalities. Now, another service that we provide is prepare. We prepare projects. So this is a service we provide to the public sector and the private sector as well, where we provide technical assistance, project preparation, feasibility studies. So if a client comes to us, say they want to build a hospital for instance, a private hospital, and they need project preparation funds, then we would, support them with the funds that they then require. But then what we do is we then recover those funds when the project reaches finality. This is a critical area. And I think being in the infrastructure space, and I'm sure even Isa could have touched on it, is that, there is a gap generally around project preparation. And it's a key area of focus for us because, as a development finance institution, it's important for us to use our own resources for project preparation, but we also mobilize other resources from other funders to support our project preparation activities. Another program and another element here that we offer is programs. We are of the view that as the DBS say, to do project by project, in the environment that we are in is not ideal. So we have adopted a programmatic approach to infrastructure development. By that, I mean we actually develop investment programs so that either the state can implement or we enable private sector participation in those programs. I mean, the example that I can give is the flagship program that we developed together with our Department of Minerals and Energy, or Energy, that is the Independent Power Producer Program that has enabled private sector in electricity, in energy generation. The most recent one that we did, Chair, was with the Department of Home Affairs, where we actually prepared projects for the One Border Post. I think there's 6 of them, and they're currently at RFP stage. So these are the programs that we take on. There's one we took on of SA Connect to address digital infrastructure in state facilities, but that one was then put on hold. Another flagship one that we did was the student housing program that we worked on with the Department of Higher Education. So this is giving example of the different programs that we then have. This specific division also supports the infrastructure fund. The infrastructure fund is a collaboration between National Treasury, Infrastructure South Africa, its Department of Public Works and Infrastructure through ESA, and the Development Bank of Southern Africa. This is a fund that was formed, it was in 2020, the latter part of 2020, where we put this together. And one of the key reasons of putting together the IF was to then have a platform to finance infrastructure projects for the country that required blended finance. So that would be raising money from the state and then getting capital from the private sector as well to enable the full completion of the projects identified. Currently, we have received BFI approvals to the tune of 37 billion, and I think the pipeline is just over 100 billion. And this is a fund that we have been that we work together on with ESA and National Treasury. Now, the next service that we offer as the bank is financing. This is finance. This is debt, equity that we provide to all our clients. As you can see on the slides, in terms of our clients and mandated exposure, we have municipalities, we have state-owned entities, we have the private sector as well. As the DBSA, 30% of our book is the municipal book. It is a key sector for us as an institution. And the reason it is a key sector for us is that municipalities are a way of providing basic service delivery to citizens and to enable business in the country. And it's important for us to continue to support municipalities, in terms of infrastructure, and that's why we provide both financial and technical support. We will not, achieve the growth that we so require at the level that we need if we do not provide this support. The third, I think I've touched on municipalities, and we fund different types of projects in energy, wind projects. We fund solar projects. We fund hospitals. We fund the building of roads, and we provide these services not only in South Africa, but in the rest of the continent as well. We have agreed with our shareholder that 60% of our operations will be in South Africa and 40% for the rest of the continent. And I think that is critical because South Africa being, one of the strongest economies on this continent it then continues to support the continent with the infrastructure mandate. The fourth thing that we provide is build. And I think this is most relevant as well to the discussion that we are going to have today. I am joined by Mr. Chweni Mpela, who is our group executive for infrastructure delivery division, who will be touching more on the activities, on the work that we have been doing in this space. This is an area where that is unique to us as a development finance institution. About 10 years ago, when we focused on this infrastructure mandate, we decided that we wanted to, when you are a development finance institution and you are hearing that money has gone back to the fiscus, due to capacity issues around delivery, we decided at that time that how do we augment state capacity to implement infrastructure, and at that time it was very clear that we are a state-owned entity. We are not looking to replace anyone. We're looking to augment what is there, and provide this service, and and this service, it's 10 key projects that we provide. Our first clients was the Department of Education and the Department of Health, and I think Chweni will touch on the key achievements that we have had in this space. I mean, we started off with 2 clients. I think we're now at about 34 clients across national government, provincial government, and municipalities as well, where we come in to then assist with different types of projects across the health sector, whether it's roads, whether it's education as well. We are also providing support to the Department of Public Works as well. They have allocated some of the projects for us to support them with. Now, what is interesting about this service that we provide as well is that because of the work that we have been doing, and being identified as a trusted partner, we also have international DFIs who are looking to implement projects across the continent, who have even approached us to say, can you implement these projects for us on the continent? So we're currently implementing a water project, moving water out of Eswatini into Maputo, and 2 months ago we were also launching a water project in Zambia. Now, the last one is the maintenance. Maintenance, and this is the service we then provided to the union buildings, and this was a mandate from yourselves, where we then assisting with the coordination of service providers to then provide facilities management services. Now, if we look at our commitment, to, and I think this slide I have already touched on, that we need to develop and prepare large scale infrastructure projects. We need to find innovative financing products, and we have identified those in the form of the blended finance structure. We have front loading facilities that we offer as the bank, because we know, I mean, infrastructure is a long-term game, but then, the requirements are now. So what we then do with front loading is we provide solutions where we then provide the funding now, and then payment is then provided over a period of time, because the need is now. The next one that I want to touch on, I think I've already touched on the support that we then provide municipalities. Now, I want to touch on a little bit on the integrated municipal approach. one of the things that we reflected on, I think this was 2 years ago, was to then say, we do different projects in different municipalities, whether it is a water project in the Vembe district, whether it's a pilot that we did in Newcastle on metering, so we do different services in different municipalities. We decided 2 years ago that we would actually want to have an opportunity as an institution to partner with a district. And as we know, under a district, there's a few municipalities to partner with a district. And I think this was also inspired by the work being done on the DDM model. Now, with partner with the district, we said we would like to work. It's a willing coalition arrangement where we work with municipalities, district municipalities that are looking to firstly enhance the service delivery and to create economic opportunities in their districts. And that is their purpose. That is what they would like to do, because we don't want to, it's a coalition of the willing, because all of us have to put our time and our resources to then get to the results that we so desire. There are 8 districts that did approach us when we actually went on a roadshow to really talk about this work that we're willing to do. And there's 8 of them that we are currently working with. And there's 4 strategic objectives for this. It's critical infrastructure investment, infrastructure delivery management, local economic development, and governance and institutional strengthening. And these are the key objectives that we are driving. We went into all districts. We have done a deep dive, a deep diagnostic into the challenges and the needs of those districts. We have developed project plans together with the municipalities, that some of them have actually gone through council approval, and some of those projects are actually currently in our pipeline. I think as we sit here today, we probably have about 7.2 billion in projects from this initiative that we are looking at implementing, funding and implementing. Some of them require early stage preparation work, which is the resources that we're going to put forward so that we can support that work. This is a very exciting project, exciting work for us as an institution. I will now hand over chair to Chweni. I don't know if he's on. Are you online, Chweni? Just to touch on the infrastructure delivery model.
Yes, I'm here on board.
Okay. No, thank you. You can go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much. My name is Chweni Rampele, as articulated. I'm responsible for the group executive for infrastructure delivery, and work very closely with this department, with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. And as C has indicated, this infrastructure delivery capability, we inaugurated it in 2013, 2014. And I think if you look at it in that 10 years of existence, we have done over 39.8 billion of infrastructure project tangible that we've addressed in the various departments. As she has indicated, we have got close to 34 to 36 departments currently that we are working with. Again, as we're saying, we're clear that we are not there to take over. We are there to really be in a position to augment the capacity of the state to deliver infrastructure as an organ of state. And then in terms of the services that we particularly focus on, we play much more as a unique implementing agent that particularly focuses on the planning and design of infrastructure projects, but also we also then deal with the issue around the program management services. There are a number of PMOs and program support units that we inaugurate to support the department, because our issue is also to build the capacity in the various departments that we really get to be engaged with over a period. And one of the things that we also then focus on is the capacity building to say, when we the 3-year or 5-year lapses from the memorandum of agreement that we would have signed, what then becomes the capacity that we leave. And that's primarily where we're coming from, to then say, this is the PSU that we established. We also then have some training and development programs that we run in terms of taking the engineers in the various departments, training them so that they can get registered and really develop to that effect. But more from where we're sitting is the deployment of the young people that comes from the universities, and in some cases is this work integrated learning programs that we then deploy quite a number of those students in the process in the built environment. Currently, as the DBSA, we have taken it over also in terms of we have close to 40 to 60 of the young people that we have taken through. We deployed them in the various provinces and various projects that we're doing in the various provinces, just for them to gain skill and for them to really be in a position to understand the actual nature of what we're dealing with. So particularly from the other area that we really started to move much more swiftly on was the infrastructure maintenance. And when I'm talking infrastructure maintenance, I'm going to get it to 2 levels. Is the total facilities management approach that we've taken of dealing with the buildings and the facilities themselves. And then the other approach we've taken is that of infrastructure maintenance. Currently, we are in discussion with the city of Swane. As you know, the Roy Valley treatment plant has we have dealt with the phase 1 of it, and we start to realize that the most important thing is that infrastructure maintenance, which is basically starting with those wastewater treatment plants. So in the next slide, Chair, I'll be next slide. Yeah, these are the issues that I don't necessarily be in a position to place much more emphasis on. I think our issue is to try and say, if we can address the issue of capacity, the issue of capability, and then the issue of the structural issues that particularly are there within the delivery space, we can really be in a position to see progress in the delivery of infrastructure. I think there is one of the glaring issue is about the planning of the projects, because in many cases we find ourselves planning projects this year, having to design them this year, having to really be in a position to even deliver them the same year, and that becomes a constraint in terms of some of the things that I think really are enablers for the delivery of services. I think what I was just listing there is just more to indicate the areas of those multiple challenges that we're really faced with regards to the delivery of infrastructure. In the next slide, we're covering it's just to demonstrate part of in terms of our model, what are the kind of infrastructure and projects that we particularly have dealt with in addressing some of those challenges. Part of what we've done, as he has indicated, we dealt with education before. We did with the so-called inappropriate schools, which is the RCD program that we started with the department at the 2012-2013 there. We were really replacing the mud schools, eradicating the mud schools. And then part of what we're showing, there's one of those particular kind of model schools that we've done, which it was 50 at that particular point in time. Also, in terms of the housing conditions, we're just demonstrating to you what we've done. This is what has happened in Ekurhuleni. We had a fire station. There was some social housing that we built there. In Limpopo, we've worked with Roads Agency Limpopo. We did 19 roads and within a very short space of time to try and ensure that we address the issue of the roads and the gravel roads in that area. And then we also, with health, we dealt with issues around how we deal with the issue of health. That we came up with models like the ideal clinics and started to replace and refurbish the clinics. So in our next slide, it's more to indicate what I said. If you take the 2024-2025, that 34.5 billion increases to 39.8 billion in terms of the 5.2 billion that has been delivered of infrastructure tangibly that was delivered in the previous financial year. So we just covered here up until 2023. Even the jobs that we created has increased from that 91 from just this service to around 96,000. So in that regard, we're just trying to share with the committee some of those particular achievements as we said. So in the next slide, it's just more to also said these are some of the challenges that in our process of delivery we found them manifesting. And one of the key issues, like as we said, is more the capacity. There are some departments in some cases that we work with only to find that they've got 1 or 2 people that has to administer a very huge infrastructure portfolio. But the issue here is like as I said, structural. Is more departments when they were set up, they were not set up to really deliver infrastructure, because we had public works as a department that will deliver infrastructure, projects in that regard. But in this context, you'll then find that education has got its own particular program there, tourism, all of that. So that again, when you look at the origin of the existence of those particular departments, they were not necessarily structured from an organizational structure point of view. We also deal with the issues of infrastructure. So, but now we're seeing that trend really coming in, and in some cases you'll find that you don't have built environment specialists in there, and then we're starting to. That's why we started to propose the issue of the program support unit, that we have a component that is skilled, that is equipped with those expertise, and that they can take them through. So part of what we also then found in the process is that there is a very greater need for us to then deal with the issue of diversity and inclusion. Because in many of these projects, that's why we're so deliberate around the issues around women, around the issues of youth, and we in our programs and the way we structured our procurement regime is to ensure that we then start pushing for intentional ways of ensuring that there is that diversification and empowerment, because this country is looking at transformation as one of those things to really start to drive the economy. And that's why we really, in our programs, we really emphasize that particular part. So one other challenge that we really found in the process as we engage is the issue around the unclear process or inconsistent approaches to project, projects, designs and all of that. So in some cases, you find that you get to get a school that you need to go and do. When you get there, you find that no, this land, it doesn't even belong to the state, it belongs to an individual. And now you have to start afresh in terms of beginning to then start with the zoning and all of those sort of things. In some cases, it's the challenges of the financing, that you find that the project is there, but the funding is not enough to really deal with that. So what we are saying is also to then say, as we engage with the departments, is to develop mechanisms of infrastructure investment processes and kind of assisting with the decision-making frameworks. And as C has indicated, especially with the municipalities, we then felt that when we deal with these 4 strategic delivery areas, we need to also ensure that we drive the municipalities to that mentality of planning, strategically for all of these projects. So in our next slide is also to then deal with the issue of the cooperation that is critical for the delivery of infrastructure. So as I indicated earlier on, the early planning is very critical. I think we should then be planning projects knowing that when the financial year starts, there's already projects that are prepared and their implementation ready and the budget ready that we can really begin to push, while at the same time we are dealing with that. So that is the kind of an approach that we are saying as we plan with the departments, is to say, let's perform early consultations and start making sure that we deal with the issue of the scope, so that it's thorough. That if the scope is thorough, we are not going to find variation orders or the project starting, but when it finishes, we can see that it's not going to serve purpose, because there will be certain services that may not necessarily be there. Community engagement, Chairperson, is very, very critical in our component. We have been very much clear on the issues of the social facilitation, and that's why we really dealt with this issue more vigorously within the DBSA, and communities basically comes first, and that's why we want to engage them in even the designs, so that they can become the core designers in the process. So in our next slide, is also to then deal with just broadly, this is the issue around the efficiencies, where we find that some of the projects is like they've not been well thought, and that's why we always advise to then say we need to deal with these projects in such a manner that we deal with the issues of the feasibility and making sure that these projects are really ready and they're addressing the kind of key problems that we really want to do. Hence, at some point, the CEO was talking about the programs that we really are looking at in terms of trying to develop the level of feasibilities and designs, and making sure that the early stages are very clear, and we're clear about the scope that is going to really be done. And that actually help us to minimize even the, when the project starts at 40 million, then it's end up at 80. It's minimizing all those sort of things in terms of the cost overruns. So again, part of what we realize is basically the construction sector itself. I mean, in some point you put these things into the market and you find that there is a kind of a bidding that needs to be done, and then again that also creates some of the inconsistencies, especially when it comes to government projects. So in the next slide, again, it's the issue of the financing part, which we're saying, and see touched on that, is an issue around how we attract private sector investments in the process in terms of some of these mega projects, and also that's where we then propose to then look at advancing more of the innovative solutions, and we might have touched on the issue around the front loading. In some of the cases, as the DBSA, we came up product like front loading and pledging to ensure that even if we know that the municipality is going to receive grants in the next 3 years, and they want to build this infrastructure today, rather than having phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, the best is to then agree in terms of like let's put in the investment into this project now and do it now, and then the payments then can be structured in terms of those particular elements. And that's where we really have a conversation with the National Treasury, which has supported this particular pledging component. Obviously, there are terms and conditions on how that needs to be done. But I think, as we said, we touched on a blended finance mechanisms. I don't necessarily to emphasize that particular part at this point. On the next slide, we're just saying, obviously, there are a number of risks, and we're saying very important that in all of these particular approaches we're taking in our models, we have to really be in a position to ensure that we really are meticulous around the management of the risks. And some of the risks that will really come, Chair, is that you'll find that many projects are not finishing, or projects are not starting on time. And when the projects are not starting on time, you must know that there is a requirement, obviously, that when one is appointed, you need construction guarantee, performance guarantees, you need the relevant insurances, and then they need the working capital. And in that cases, we find that many of our black contractors really on the database. Hello?
No,
Okay.
we can hear you, Chwane. Continue.
Okay, okay. I heard that. Okay. No, so I'm just saying what we decided to look at is also to try and look at the value chain and say, if the contractor is unable to start because of working capital, what can we do? As the DBSA chair, what we did was to start a contractor working capital support, that the people that we appoint, we support them with working capital in terms of the funds that we put aside to support them. It's not money cash giving it to them, but it's basically beginning to enable the material supply and all of that in the process. So, and those are some of the issues that we're really trying to add value into the state delivery of infrastructure towards empowering the contractors themselves. And we're also looking at programs of contractor development to make sure that we take these contractors through, especially even the women contractors and the youth contractors in that particular process. So those are some of the kind of initiatives that I just want to tackle in relation to this particular aspect. And some of the issues that we really have been indicating with most of the clients is the issue around budget confirmations, to then say, if the project has been given to an IA to implement, we really also would really want to ring-fence those particular budgets. And in a number of cases, we get challenges where the budget has been ring-fenced before, but there's just no money available to really pay for such services, and that makes projects to really get stuck along the way, because then we are so intermittent in paying the contractors, and that's why in some cases those contractors then begin to renege in terms of the contract itself. So I think from our side, it's just more to then say it's important to also see as to how we do risk management and work with some collaborative measures that are able to allow us, both the contractors, the clients, and ourselves, to then ensure the delivery of those infrastructure successfully. So on the next slide, it's more the issue around sustainability. Chair, one of the key issues that we really are pushing, especially with regards to the designs that we do, is to understand that we are now living in a climate change space now. So that's why we're pushing that all the designs that have been done, they need to really be climate resilient infrastructure, that we need to ensure that we don't find ourselves built in the similar way like we built in 1939. It's important for us to then design things that are really climate resilient and beginning to look at the green building components in terms of ensuring that we then go for green energy and then green buildings in as far as we're concerned. And I think that's about the efficient resource use and then the issues around the climate change as I spoke about. And those are some of the kind of issues that we think will improve, the models in terms of how we deal with with infrastructure delivery, especially around environmental impact. So in the next slide, Chair, mindful of time, on the next is just to indicate one or two of the lessons that we really particularly looked at, and that is brought in terms of the infrastructure, and that I'm talking from an angle of our financing, also as a financing at the lending side as well as the non-lending side. I think part of what we're saying is the issue around local content. Even in our design of the projects, we always advocate to say we really have to put for local content, and then obviously working with the Department of Trade and Industry, and we're pushing for that as one of those elements that needs to be done. And that we believe is the right thing to do in order to then begin to stimulate industrialization within our own country, and that we're able to ensure that we reduce the dependency on imports, because in some cases we get stuck in some projects because somebody's waiting for a lift that has to come from Korea, and then it's taking 3 months, and from that point it then destabilizes the program to that effect. But again, on the other side, we say stakeholder engagement is mainly the lesson that really I've learned to say this is very critical for the success of any project, and that's why we're really building on ensuring that especially the communities get to really be so involved, because and to an extent that they can be in a position to deal with the so-called with the business forums, as well as the issue that we've been faced with in terms of some construction mafias that are really coming through into some of the projects. So again, the other issues, the governance and the risks that is emerging, to then say it's important that even from a client perspective, we start dealing with the issues of the red tapes and ensuring that we really get to to even stabilize the regulatory environment. Is one thing to then attract, to say private sector needs to come on board, but is one thing when we don't really have prepared, the environment to look much more conducive for private sector participation. So, and then again, the other aspect that I think is critical in the value chain is the environmental and sustainability in the context. That's why we really believe the climate resilient strategies needs to always be at the center of how we design this particular project, so that we don't go and design in the floodlights. When there is floods, then the houses are really being taken through. So that is basically the the kind of lessons that we're integrating in the approaches that we really are doing with regards to delivery of infrastructure. So in the last slide, is more where we're just concluding by just saying we think capacity building and governance reforms remains very critical to sustaining an infrastructure-led growth, and that is in Africa and South Africa as we're part of. And then again, we believe the most other important element is the building a resilient built environment capacity to oversee the infrastructure projects that we're building. So it's if you look at the country now, the biggest companies that are really particularly can really do the infrastructure equivalent to what we're really looking at the mega level, it's about 6 or 7 in the country. So now we have to really be in a position to start building more. Otherwise, we'll then see the Chinese infiltration. Then we start to see a lot of Chinese companies coming into the picture, building most of our bigger infrastructure. And not that it's a bad thing, but it's all a question of saying, which other infrastructure are we not capable to can build, and which one can we infuse so that we can learn from each other in that particular level. Again, there is an issue around strengthening institutions. I think very important that we have to really be accountable and really be, very much accountable as organizations, as an implementing agent, as a department, that we need to really be in a position to ensure that there is lots of transparency and improvement of management of infrastructure projects in that regard, because that is going to be a very good attraction for investment in the country. And again, like as I said, youth employment and entrepreneurial development becomes at the center. Hence, we actually even support much more SMMEs support and the youth in that regard. So the policy reforms, I think, are being undertaken in the country, your PPPs and all of that. We see kind of a good signs that are really coming through in that process. And we think that those are the issues that will drive infrastructure development and create a very clear mechanism that will attract even the private sector participation and investments, because we don't have enough of the fiscals to really carry all of this, since the ISA has indicated there's a serious billions of monies that are required for us to then match the kind of backlogs that we're dealing with. So, Chair, let me pack it here. That is the submission of the DBSA in relation to the thing. So, see, I'm done at this point.
Okay. Thank you, Chweni. Thank you, Chair. And I think in your strategic deliberations, because of the need for jobs, I think we really need to talk about the contribution of infrastructure to localization and job creation. The use of the technical infrastructure we have within the country, how we use our standards bodies, how we use the institutions like the CSIR as well. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, colleagues from DBSA. Thank you for that insightful presentation. Much appreciated. Quite pertinent information you've provided. You stuck to the request. If I may then ask the members to engage. We have a bit of time to engage the presentation that the DBSA colleagues, the CEO and Mr. Rampele has given us. I see a hand from Honorable Bonginkosi Matigizela. I would like to recognize you, Honorable Matigizela, if you may take the floor.
No, thank you, Chair. Let me thank the team from DBSA for a comprehensive presentation. I also want to start by congratulating DBSA for a very good financial performance in the last financial year. And I think, Chair, it's going to be important. Chair is listening. The chair of the committee is listening. I think it's going to be important.
She's around. Yeah, she's got her hand up also.
The platform.
Yeah, she's got her hand.
Chair. Yes, Chair. I think it's going to be important, perhaps, to have a thorough engagement with an institution like DBSA. I have two questions. The first question is that what criteria do you use to partner with an entity? I mean, let me be specific, to partner with the municipality. You've mentioned a few municipalities that you're in partnership with. And what is the nature of your agreement with those municipalities? Now, I mean, what is the nature of your institutional arrangement with those municipalities? I'm asking this question because looking at the role that you have been playing and the role that you can play in stabilizing a number of institutions, it is my view, I know obviously that you can't do everything. It is my view that there's a lot that really you can do to assist us to deal with inefficiencies in a number of our institutions and a number of municipalities. And the last question, and I think I'm not gonna, let this opportunity pass me by. Last night we had a lengthy meeting about the construction of Parliament, and I believe that you are responsible for that. What is the realistic time frame for the completion of Parliament, so that really one plans with a realistic picture in mind? Because there are many, contradicting views as to when the construction of Parliament will be completed. But hopefully, we will get, an accurate one from you today. Thank you.
Can I then hand over to you, Chair? I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, facilitator. Let me join my colleague in welcoming the fully fledged report that was presented to us. I'm having a slight challenge of a network is starting to misbehave. But I want to check with the DBSA first. the good work, or how do you share the good work that you do with entities? As the latter speaker have said, I'm not referring to municipality per se, but we've got entities in the platform, be it your CBE, ISA in particular, because they're dealing with infrastructure, and entities that report to us. Do you have a platform where you sit, you plan, and share the good story of what you achieve and what are the challenges? That's point number one. Based on the fact that currently you are busy with rebuilding the parliament, and being rebuilding the parliament as we are the custodian of all state immovable assets. Besides you giving us a progress report, in your report you spoke about planning in advance. I want to check with the project of parliament when you say there must be a consultative engagement with the stakeholders. In terms of parliament, have you done that? Because parliament is a parliament for the public. Which platform have you used in terms of consulting? While I want to concur with my colleague that how do you manage the time frame, the period that you have anticipated? If you said you're going to finish within 3 years and then you don't finish within the stipulated time, in most cases, I'll want to also put the fact that
Chair,
a
I'm
value
sorry to
for
disturb you.
money
Chair,
versus the
Chair,
project delivery. Do you consider that you have raised a number of issues? For example, the end of project, and it then look at beside what has been. Nziwake?
oh, Chair, I wanted to check with the colleagues. Are you getting the questions? Because on my end, Chair is breaking a bit.
Now we're struggling, honestly, to hear.
Yeah, Chair, I
Answer.
think for the last minute or so, your line was not very clear. We don't want to lose the questions you're raising.
Yeah, I'm experiencing a bit of a challenge, but what is more important is that they need to tell us the value for money versus the project delivery and the time frame. They've raised a number of issues in their presentation that they've got a challenge. They've realized the challenge of the cost effective and also the consultation with the communities or the stakeholders. I've made an example with the parliament. Now you are dealing with the project of rebuilding parliament. What I want to check is that the consultation or the inclusion of stakeholders in terms of rebuilding parliament. You are rebuilding parliament where DPWI is the custodian, but you don't come to the portfolio itself to come and account. You only account to a joint standing committee that is created. Based on your presentation, when you said you consult with stakeholders, are we not part of the stakeholders that you need to consult in terms of rebuilding the parliament and checking up to so far the time frame? Is it still in line with how you have planned? Because by the look of the eyes, you are still dealing with removing rubbles. You have not yet started with even the initial work of rebuilding parliament versus the institution that deals with arts and culture, that you are still going to have, you are in a design stage. So I wanted to check in terms of your presentation, really, what you are presenting is implementable, or you are just putting it to us being a holy book that is not implementable. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Any other members? Okay, in the absence of hands, I would like to hand over back to the colleagues from DBSA, maybe to respond to the questions that the members have raised. And I think it's a number of questions that the members have raised, the criteria that you apply in partnering with the municipalities, the natures of the agreements that you may have with the municipalities, realistic timelines on the parliamentary build. How do you share your good work that you do with some of the stakeholders that you have on the platform? Yeah, value for money from chair of the committee. Yeah, if you may just respond on a range of those questions that were raised by members.
Thank you for the questions. I think the most contentious one that I think is of interest to the members is Parliament, and I think I'm gonna give the opportunity to Chweni just to actually just talk a little bit about the journey of us rebuilding Parliament and where we are, so that we can address even some of the issues that have been raised in the media as well. And I think this is a good opportunity for us as an institution to clarify all of that, the contracting, the process, and the engagements that have been held thus far, and the status of rebuilding. Chweni, please can you clarify dates, everything, give all the information so that we are clear to the committee. Thanks.
No, thank you so much, C, and then thanks to the committee members for the key questions. And I think when it comes to Parliament, maybe let me start it from a point of saying, we as the DBSA got involved in terms of being appointed. Chair, you'll recall we were appointed in May 2023. And basically, as we then came in that particular part, it was definitely an agreement that was signed between us and Parliament, and we then at that point in time also opined on the issue of how then the custodian has to get it to be involved. And that's when then the particular steering committee was established that comprised of National Treasury, that comprised of Department of Public Works, and that we pitched it at DG levels to then ensure that the DGs and all of this participate in that particular process. But from the 2023 May that we appointed, we started obviously the design of the project. We started dealing with the rubble. The rubble removal, we have dealt with it a long time ago. Those were the 5 packages that we have done before to assist Parliament in terms of trying to understand the magnitude of the issue, because it was just rubble on the ground. So we dealt with those particular packages that we finished them. And then that's when we started to then assess properly. And in that process, as we were assessing, we then started to determine that, okay, there are serious structural damages that has particularly taken due to this fire, and that we need to then be in a position to demolish some parts of the building. And then we embarked on that demolition. We finished that demolition particularly this year. In that process, parallel, we were then busy busy doing the designs. So the designs, remember, it is the designs for the new assembly as well as for the old assembly, because the old assembly was affected. We also had to deal with that particular one. At the same time, Chair, we had to build, members had no offices. And that in particular, we had to really be roped in to build offices for the members and the committee rooms. So we built 155 offices within that short space of time, and that happened to really be in 2023 around August, where we finished all the 155 offices and we also finished some committee rooms, 2-3 committee rooms for those that, and you might have been in that particular committee rooms somewhere on the 4th and 5th floor at the 90 plane. So at the same time, we were then dealing with the issue of finalizing the designs and then beginning to look at the appointment of the contractors. So in 2024, in December. We then finalized the designs. We presented these designs to the Joint Standing Committee. We presented these designs to the so at the Chief Whip Forum. We, in fact, even prior to those designs were completed, there was a meeting that was held with all the chief whips of the multiple parties, which we had and that was under the 6th administration, where we had Emperor's Palace discussions around how this thing is going to pan out. So in the 7th administration, obviously, we had a number of interactions with the chief whips forums, and also beginning to indicate as to what we are basically building in that regard. So we appointed the contractor in December of 2024. And then after that appointment, we have to get the construction permit. The construction permit were delayed for a period of a month due to some issues between the Department of Labor and ourselves, because we were asking for that approval to be given, which was supposed to be 30 days. And I think there was some confusion around whether is this building in 120 or is it in 90 plane. But those got resolved. We resolved that. And then the contractor was then appointed in that very same time in January. And then we started active construction, Chair, in April. In April, we started the construction, and then the construction is taking place. So it is not, we are in a construction stage. We are not in a design stage, Chair. We are already in construction. You will recall the time that we took you for an oversight when we were doing the site visit after the new ministers were inaugurated last year. You did see that rubble, and we actually dealt with that particular aspect. For now, we are in construction, and then I think it's also appropriate at some point, Chair, to just propose to visit the site, because it's just closer to yourself, and then you can see the amount of work that we are already doing in that regard. So the appointed contractor, we were very clear to then say, let's see the program and see how we can really do. So these are 20 months. And then we were given a program of 20 months, and that's why we declared to then say in 20 months, we then will really be in a position, starting from April, we'll then be in a position, Honorable Madikizela, to then finish this particular project, given the fact that we have the right cash flows. We have been given the treasury as fully accommodated the project. And then I think for us, the teams are really right at work. If you go now, I can tell you now, you'll find it huge. You won't even recognize the site. We've already started, picking it up. And I think, the gap is that you may not know what we are really building at this point in time. And I think we were saying to obviously to the executive authority to then say, given the fact that there is a need for this conversation, I think we need to then engage at some point through them in order for us to then be in a position to take it through, even the kind of a visual expectation in terms of what this product is going to look like. And that the construction is on board. You may not see anything at this point in time, you just see cranes, but underground we've got basement -1, basement -2, and then the ground. Already we are out of that particular, because it's coming up, because in this parliament we're adding 2 floors. There's 2 floors that are going to be added, 6 and 7. And then there will be the roof at the top. So in that regard, that work is taking place. And then so far, from monitoring and managing of the program, we don't see any particular kind of a challenge at this point in time. We are busy, and constructing. We have milestones that we have declared to then say by end of September, you'll start seeing that we are out of those particular, we are out of the basements, and then we've already prepared all the pillars, because Parliament is going to be held by over 40 pillars, which we've already casted and they're out, and then work is up. So that is basically to then indicate, to just say there is serious work that is taking place underground. On the old assembly, if you get in there, you'll start realizing work has already started. Old assembly we just appointed in May 2025. And then already there is significant work that has already happened, because these 2 projects has to really happen in tandem. At the time that we finish them, they need to really be in a position to work together, because they are linked buildings in particular. So in that regard, there's already demolitions that has already happened. We're working with the South African Heritage Council in terms of salvaging some of the material, but also then beginning to get guidance, because it's a heritage site. So that is the progress so far, Chair, in terms of that process. So what I can just indicate is that indeed, Chair Mogale is correct to then say, we haven't had that particular interaction, and I think there's been attempts for us to talk to appear, but we were saying in terms of the agreements that we have signed and the service level agreement, we were saying we don't have any particular issue to come. We wanted to come with the Secretary to Parliament. But in that regard, I still think we can still work out a way of how we really are able to appraise you on this project. But I would really love you to see and visit the site at a particular point to just see the progress that is taking place. So we are at this point in time still resolute to say by November, we should really be in a position to have a practically complete structure, and then we can then commission the structure in January, and then in January, then we'll then, it will be that all of the audio visuals, the broadcasting, everything should really be in place, and that you can then start to see the functionality of the building itself. So that is where we stand with regards to the program in the time frame. So we're still sticking to the 20th to November, and then making sure that we commission the structure, building and testing it in January, and then we show that actually from February we should then be in a position to have this project done. So work is taking place, Chair. We are in construction. We are not in the design. So yeah, I think so far that is what I could really say. But I think I'm still saying that it is this committee is an important committee for us also from where we're sitting. It's just that we need to just then iron out the process issues and the protocol issues, because we in terms of what we've signed with Parliament is that we really would have to account to them, and then they will be also be in position to account to the various areas. So I think I've covered broadly that particular part of the thing, and we're working with the chief whips. I mean, we've been appearing to the chief whips in a different form through the speaker, and then we also then dealt with the heritage councils that we're working with, and then we also work with some of the universities in terms of the work integrated learning, especially the universities around the area there, around Cape Town, and so on. So that would be the long and short of it, Chair, in terms of our explanation on where we are with Parliament.
Thank you, colleagues. Members, Chair, stakeholders,
Yeah, maybe
Chair?
just to answer the question, Chair.
The
Thank
other
you.
questions, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you for the compliments on the results of the DBSA. We appreciate the feedback. I think when it comes to municipalities, the under-resourced municipalities, the way we have done it is where they actually bring in where they would send a request to saying they need support with planning, or they need support with revenue enhancement. And when that requests come through, it is a clear indication that this is something that they are looking to then address. We then go through our internal processes, and one of the things that we then do is due diligence activities around looking at the management of the municipalities, the governance within the municipality, looking also at it's the governance elements, it's the state of the municipality, the audit outcomes of the municipality as well. But specifically for the partner with a district, that one we actually did an open process where we then received feedback from the process to then say this is what our offering is. And our offering is to strengthen capacity within the municipality. Our offering is to create local economic activity, and in addition to that, to do diagnostic for infrastructure. And there it was the municipalities that then had to respond, to then say, and state, that this is what they need. How are they going to then support, in terms of ensuring that this partnerships, yields the right results. I think when it comes to municipalities, we know that the needs are big, but one of the things that we really, a key criteria that we prioritize when it comes to working with municipalities is the willing coalition, is that, the leadership of the municipality must be willing, to undertake this work, because this work takes time, this work takes commitment. And I'd also like to add that, when we do this work, we also get private sector entities involved, especially in the mining towns as well, because communities needs to start benefiting from an infrastructure perspective, benefits from the mineral resources. And I think for me, just as much there can be technical criteria, the overriding criteria over everything else is the willing. There must be that political willingness at the municipal level, at the municipal management level, to actually want to undertake this work, because it's not easy work. It is work that requires time, and it is a work that requires people who are actually committed in changing the lives of the communities. I just want to add on the issue around engagement. Honorable Dean McPherson, the Minister of Public Works, actually hosts engagements. I think it's on a quarterly basis with all the development partners, and these are meetings that, as the DBSA, we are invited to, so that we can share on the work that we are doing. And those engagements are actually led by the ISA team. But I do agree that, maybe one of the things that the committee can then consider is to then have, to then look at how do we, coordinate engagements better as well. But that's the platform that is currently there. Thank you.
See, let me add also on that issue of how do we share lessons. We also, as the DPSA, normally host what we call the knowledge sharing sessions and the knowledge exchange sessions. So at some point we'll choose best practice around let's say revenue enhancement, and then we'll then call municipalities to the DBSA, host them, and be in a position to then start, getting the relevant, municipalities to come and really talk about how successful they are. And that's basically part of what we do. At some point, we just do webinars. That then happens in our case, just as a means of trying to see how we really, share knowledge in that respect. And I think part of what we always give us as an indicator of the municipal commitment is also the council resolution. There are cases, of course, Chair, where we find we're asking for a council resolution because we want it to really, we're talking of political will and administrative will. So in some cases, you'll find that if a council resolution doesn't, if the council doesn't sit and take it just as a matter of partnering, because we don't just want to partner in vain. We just want to ensure that everybody is aboard to then say DBSA is coming in to support and what it is that we really come to support. So the council resolution becomes an important element. Those 8 municipalities gave us council resolutions in terms of what they've done. So, but we do welcome every municipality that comes and present their case, and then we then ask them to really do what we're really asking them to do, to submit in that regard. So, and I think for us that would be the, just to augment on what the CEO has indicated on the criteria itself. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if there is anyone that we may have missed here. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think we've covered all the questions. Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you, colleagues. Thank you very much for the responses. I don't see any hands on the platform currently, and Yeah, no, thank you very much, colleagues. I think we can move over to the last item or the last presenter of the day, in the form of okay, it's coming from our colleagues, the CEO of Kucha, Mr. Themba Khoza, will be giving us a presentation on mega infrastructure development projects, challenges and lessons, reflections on the 12th priority projects. Mr. Khoza, I would like to hand over to you. We just a minute shy away from 3:25. I think we've allocated, and again, 45 minutes. If you can shorten it and then give us an opportunity to engage the presentation once you are done, that would be very much appreciated. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, facilitator, and good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the chairperson of the committee. Good afternoon to the honorable members of the committee, the DG of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, colleagues from the department, colleagues from other parastatals. My name is Themba Khoza. I'm the Chief Executive of the Kucha Development Corporation. The facilitator is correct that we've been requested to look at the challenges and lessons, to talk about the reflections on the mega projects, the 12. Let me hasten then to say, facilitator, that we are not involved in the 12 projects. The Sustainable Infrastructure Development Symposium of South Africa identified 12 projects. Having said that, we have an interest in them. There are projects where we have an interest in, but what we have then done was to talk about our experience in mega projects in general. So don't be surprised if we're not focusing on the 12 itself. But we have prepared a presentation that talks to those, and I think Isa has done have spoken on those, and we do have an interest in Project Ukuvuselela, which is a national project, refurbishment of health facilities at the national level, and then school project and national in KZN. We also do have an interest. There is some work we're doing, but it is not at a mega project level. So I'm not alone, facilitator. I am with Dr. Mabula, who is the executive manager for infrastructure development, infrastructure planning and development within the Kucha Development Corporation. I'm going to hand over to him. He's going to take the committee through, and then if through you, if I need to come back, I would request to come back. Thank you very much, facilitator.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thanks, Munson. And good afternoon, Chair and members and these stakeholders at large. I thought, Chair, let me just show my face prior to projecting the presentation so that I can then switch off the video to manage the bandwidth.
Thank you. You can go ahead, sir.
Yeah, you can tell Chair, if the presentation is showing on your side. Can you confirm, Chair?
Yes, we can see the presentation. It's on presentation mode. You can go ahead, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, Shane. As the CEO mentioned, we were requested by the portfolio committee to assist them with sharing our experiences and insights with respect to apologies, Chair. There's something on my screen that is not going off. It just said the experiences and lessons learned on the development of mega projects. And we sought to try to understand the strategic intent of the portfolio committee requesting this from the CDC. And pretty much as the facilitator indicated right at the beginning, that the portfolio committee needs to fulfill its mandate of conducting oversight function over the executive authority that leads the portfolio of public works infrastructure, and to craft its strategic direction for the duration of the remaining duration of the seventh parliament and the administration. And therefore, in then seeking to make sense of this request, Chair, then we interpreted this as being a request by the portfolio committee as a means with which it could provide lens through which it could better appreciate the challenges associated with infrastructure development, particularly in the mega infrastructure space, thereby enhancing its effectiveness in carrying out its mandate. So therefore, Chair, we then made the CDC then considered a wide range of mega complex projects that it implements, so that we can then provide those insights, and those projects then Chair would be part of those that we implement as part of development of the Guha special economic zone, and those that we assist other SSZs in development, and also those that we develop as part of providing implementing agency services to a wide range of public sector entities that I'm going to cover in the few slides to come. And therefore, this presentation, therefore, Chair, is really a response to that request. In preparing this request, we just going to premise, just to contextualize who CDC is, just to touch on the implementing agency services without taking too much time on that side of things, and then just share the different types of projects and the spectrum of projects, so that we could be on the same side with respect to our understanding and interpretation of what we refer to when we talk about mega complex projects. And also dive in then, Chair, to respond to the request that was tabled before us by the portfolio committee. From the ownership point of view, and who is CDC and when did we start operating? The CDC is a state-owned entity that was established in 1999, and it's a Schedule 3D public entity in terms of the Public Finance Management Act. And our executive authority that we report to is the MEC of the Department of Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism in the Eastern Cape. And in enabling us to carry out various activities that we carry out as an organization is that we are supported by those mandates, the first one being on the SSZ development and operation. Specifically in this instance would be the Guha Special Economic Zone SSZ, and also the assistance that we're providing to the Nelson Mandela Metro in the development and management of the Nelson Mandela Bay Logistics Park, which is supporting BW in Kariega or Utinik. And also the newly identified zone, which is a pharmaceutical and vaccine zone, following the difficulties that we're experiencing with COVID-19. So that will then be one of the new additions that with our mandate to expand work that we do in the SSZ development. And then the one that is of focus for this afternoon is the work then that emanates from the mandate that we have as an implementing agent. And also the mandate, which is that of operating in the African continent through our Guha Africa program. And the last one is the mandate that you have on project preparation and packaging, out of which also some of the mega complex projects stem. And then in terms of the strategic intent, in order for us then to make sense or also of what we do as an organization to be directed and aligned, that our vision really is to be the leading catalyst for championing socioeconomic development. So all the endeavors and everything that we do in pursuit of that vision. And then moving on, Chair, looking at the implementing agency services that we provide, why do we do that as an organization? Really, it is in pursuit of the strategic goal, once again, linked to the vision of championing socioeconomic development. And the focus here is for us to provide best technical solutions in creating complete, cost-effective, and sustainable functional spaces of quality through infrastructure provisioning, thereby responding to the identified needs that would have been identified by the stakeholders and the clients that we provide services to. And in order for us to be able to respond to this service delivery, then we do that through the qualified, competent, and ethical professionals in the built environment space. Then, with respect to the implementing agency services, the CDC started providing these as early as 2004. And these services are accessed by those who require the assistance of the CDC through Section 238 of the Constitution, which is on agents and delegation. And in providing these services and the wide range of projects that we then get involved in, which vary from relatively small projects to mega complex projects. And also in this space, then we provide a full spectrum of program and project management services, which we refer to as end-to-end services. And as a public entity, also providing this assistance mainly to public entities, all our procurement and contracts management processes are guided by the legislative framework applicable in the public space. And as I indicated, the clientele that we provide these services to will be government departments at various levels, national, provincial, and local level, and also to state-owned entities. And once again, as a public entity, the CDC is audited by the Auditor General of South Africa on year-to-year basis. And for the past 7 consecutive financial years, which includes 24-25, the CDC has been able then to attain clean audit. And that audit, I must say, it covers that we do in the SEZ and also in the implementing agency space. With respect to coverage, our head offices are in Gqeberha, Port Elizabeth, but we've got satellite offices right across the country: Cape Town, East London, Tata, Durban, and in Tshwane. With respect to the different types of projects, I think this is where I will start slowing down. Our observations as an implementing agent and also implementing projects in the SEZ space is that different types of infrastructure projects demand different project management approaches, tools to manage them, and different set of technical skills. And therefore, the appreciation of these and awareness is quite imperative from a planning point of view. And the diagram on the right-hand side, I'm not going to go through it in detail, but if you look at the bottom left-hand side, the painting by numbers, those are the projects that we're most accustomed to, which we refer as relatively simple projects that we do over and over again, where to a large extent the project requirements would be fully defined and known based on the previous experiences. And also the project management processes and tools would be well developed based on the past experiences. But if you look at the top right hand of corner, that's where then you find mega complex projects, which to a large extent then we tend to refer to as folk projects. And to a large extent, the difference between the two is that with the painting by numbers projects, there we will be dealing with, to a large extent, known knowns. Whereas in the folk project space, you're dealing with unknown unknowns, in that the project requirements would be not necessarily fully defined, as the case is with the painting by numbers projects. And also with respect to the project management processes and tools, those would not be well developed. So it is therefore critical to be conscious of those, as I indicated, so that you could put the relevant skills to manage this based on the level of complexity. And if you then look at the spectrum of projects, which is similar to what I indicated earlier on, that you would have those simple repetitive projects, which then would have relative high degree of repetitiveness. Therefore, with respect to then those tools and management, project management approaches, those be well known. And moving towards the right-hand side, then would be the projects that are not repetitive, but tend to be unique. And the projects then that we're talking about here, the complex and non-repetitive projects, then would be in that spectrum. And hence then a special focus that needs to be put to them, given their unique challenges. And then when we talk about starting with mega projects, in our definition, when we refer to those, we're talking about projects that are a billion rands and above. And then from a project complexity side, it would be various dimensions of the complexity, which may be given rise by the size of the projects with respect to the number of components making up that project that need to be managed. And also from a variety point of view, with respect to various stakeholders that might be involved in that project, or else the different financing arrangements, as the case would be typically in the PPP space. And also the context in which the project is being implemented, in as far as the project environment is concerned. And also the various interrelations that might be required to enable the implementation of that project when it is completed, with respect to various interdependencies that might be required from other support projects associated with what you have intentions of implementing. And then moving on, Chair, to then the request at hand, as I think as the CEO indicated, we tend to just limit ourselves to what we were requested, understanding that the project management space is quite broad. But in order then to stick on what we were requested, we then focused mainly on the complex mega projects. And also, the approach that we adopted was informed more by the best practice standards, being aware of the regulatory requirements, and etc. But to a large extent, then this is what really informed our approach, where we considered as a main tool to go through this, the product lifecycle diagnostic approach, where we refer to a project lifecycle is nothing else but a systematic and a holistic approach that defines a series of stages that a project has to go through. And therefore, in responding to the question, then the challenges that we identified, we sought then to link them to these various stages in the life cycle. Mainly looking at the technical processes. And once again, when one is in the mega complex space, then the life cycles would vary according to the nature, the purpose, use, and the prevailing circumstances associated with that project, per those best practice standards. And whilst we're conscious of the life cycle, but it doesn't imply that projects should follow a predetermined set of activities unless they are value adding towards achieving the intended goal. So therefore, the issue of customization in as far as complex projects, mega projects become pertinent. And as against the waterfall approach that is adopted when dealing with relatively small and simple projects, the process associated with the mega projects then change slightly in that it becomes iterative, based on the fact that, as I indicated earlier on, that the requirements may not necessarily be fully defined at the beginning of the project. So therefore, some of those then get realized through the process of progressive elaboration, which implies then that as you go from one phase to the next, there's a new information that might come up, which necessitate that you take a step back to ensure that from a process point of view, there's nothing gets lost as you proceed. Looking at the key request at hand is that once again, as I indicated, that we looked at various stages in the product development, product life cycles stage. Or the first stage being the concept stage, and in that stage, then there would be various technical processes that one would need to consider. And we're conscious of the fact, Chair, that there would also be technical management processes, risk management, communication management, etc. So, but for the purpose of today's discussion, we thought that we should just limit ourselves just to at the technical processes. The first one, Chair, our observation is really generally insufficient time afforded to planning process, and the tendency for those who are managing projects to succumb to pressures, external pressures, and the tendency also to cut corners, leading to ill-conceived projections, whether it's from time point of view or from the cost point of view. And the next one is the inclination towards vying for short-term fixes at the expense of sustainable long-term solutions, and that therefore leads to poor return on investment and unrealized value for money. In other words, you tend to go for short fixes, which may in themselves make the situation worse with respect to the intervention that would have been required had one spend sufficient time and provide a sustainable long-term solution. The other one, which is to a large extent associated then with the work in the project preparation space, would be associated with weak business cases because of insufficient time or funding to undertake this work, which is what I think the colleagues from the BSA have just covered as well. Which work is required then to undertake those specialist studies that are required from market research point of view, feasibility studies, etc., to enable you then to have a business case, or to confirm that indeed one has a bankable business case. Moving on, looking at the stakeholder needs and the requirement processes. Once again, a point that was spoken about at length about the poor process of identifying key stakeholders and soliciting their requirements. And also of a critical importance is that misalignment between business requirements and stakeholder requirements for various reasons, and particularly in as far from a scope point of view and the balancing with the available budget. Typically, one of our experiences in the public workspace is that of the project instructions, which is a document that says that this is a project that you need to implement of this cost estimate. Is that at times these get issued with unrealistically low cost estimates, which lead then to immense delays in revising those once condition assessments have been carried out, which then surface the true functional requirements to respond to what would need to be attended to. And typically, as was mentioned earlier on, the telecom towers found itself in that spectrum of projects which experience this problem. And also the other one is misalignment among the stakeholders on the project requirements. Once again, leading to details, delays with the implementation of projects, and which is what we also experienced with our own projects, the liquid natural gas project, and also other projects that we're implementing for other entities like the Social Nguve Hospital for National Department of Health, and the care group prison that was made mention of earlier on because of misalignment between the Department of Correctional Services on how to proceed with this project and the views of the department on how to proceed with it. And then moving on to the development stage in FIS systems requirement definition is concerned. Once again, this one of the challenges here is the misalignment between the true system functional requirements and the provided system requirements. In other words, what is required versus what is provided. And that to a large extent being compromised by the limited budget availability, and therefore things done to fit the budget that has been made available. Once again, the telecom towers being one of those typical examples of projects that were experiencing this problem. And the other challenge is the incorrect use of project management tools, as I indicated, to manage complex projects, tending to treat them as simple projects, leading to unrealistic projections that are completely out of kilter and leading to a number of changes and changes from the projections point of view. Moving on to the next technical process, which is looking at the regulatory approvals, which is something that was touched on as well by the other colleagues before us. And to a large extent, this is related to the resistance by some of the interested and affected parties to allow certain types of projects to be developed, to take place in certain parts of the country, and leading to inability them to secure the requisite, typically environmental licenses. And some of those, in our observation, stem from what we consider as a conflict of interest. And one would recall what took place with respect to the World Coast Shell Explorations project, and also our own projects, from the independent power producer point of view in relation to the Molilo power project and the Cow Power Ship. And I must say, Chair, that whilst in the country we do have the Infrastructure Development Act, which is intended to try to ameliorate these problems in as far as particularly those projects that are of SIP, strategic infrastructure projects, are concerned. But the question is whether or not that act in itself is effective enough to assist the country in managing these mega projects when these problems arise. And the other problem is a challenge are elongated processes of securing these regulatory approvals. Once again, that could have been addressed through the Infrastructure Development Act. And those timelines, invariable, not aligned to business needs. The other challenge, to a large extent, that is mainly associated with mega projects, is the requirements, particularly for EIA approval point of view, which do not accommodate the non-traditional procurement processes which are required when one is dealing with mega projects, typically when one is pursuing turnkey approach, where the requirements would, for one to come up with information that stems from detailed designs, which can only be available after the contractor has been appointed. When then they would come with a design team to produce those. But you find that when you're looking for those approvals, those requirements are requested for, are required upfront prior to having the contractor being appointed to then enable those detailed designs and information to be made available. The other challenge has to do with the details in securing client approvals for stage gate processes. Because once again, we need to be aligned with the regulatory approvals in as far as the FIT-BIM requirements are concerned with the framework for infrastructure delivery and procurement management, which necessitate us to go through various stage gates. But the challenge here, particularly when you deal with complex processes, is the elongated time that it is taken by clients to grant these approvals. And in order to get around this problem, one of the suggestions that are tabled to some of the clients is for us to assist them in managing some of these processes. But some of the clients are very much uncomfortable with adopting what is referred to as the principle of managing by exceptions. Therefore, that leading to the delays that we experience. Moving on to the next technical process on the architecture definition processes and design definition process. The designs and technical specification, the challenge here being that they're not taking into consideration the various important principles of constructability, serviceability, and maintainability. So ensure that, for instance, as we deal with the need of ensuring that we make available a certain portion of work to the SMEs, that the SMEs themselves will be able to carry out that meaningful work successfully. And also from a maintainability point of view, the lack of being able to do so give rise then to challenges later on during construction and operation stage, with the negative effects that are associated with getting access to spare parts or replacement parts timelessly and cost effectively during the operation stage. And from a systems analysis process, in as far as the modeling and simulation is concerned, that this process, it is not carried out. To test the ability of the system to realize the output specifications. In other words, that the system or the project was intended to produce. Typically, the experience that we know or we have with respect to some of the Eskom power stations, the recently built ones, and also the Kokmaya with the Prasa railway project. And then moving on, Chair, from a development stage, you'll notice, Chair, that there are those typical problems that we encounter with respect to weather and all that. We did not cover those, Chair, in the interest of time. But then with respect to one of the critical technical processes in the mega project space, is the process of integration, validation, and verification, those processes. And our observation is that challenges associated with the fact that these processes are not carried out at all, or not carried out iteratively throughout the project lifecycle as required when dealing with a mega project. To test if the system being contemplated can be integrated with the new environment or where it's supposed to be implemented, typically, as I indicated, the Prasa railway projects. and also validated to ensure that the right system was built in the first place, and also verified to ensure that the system was built in the right way. Moving on to the procurement processes, and from a production stage point of view, the challenge here is the reluctance in pursuing other procurement strategies, and where the gravitation most of the time is that people are more accustomed to the traditional design by employer route. And then once you then embark in these different procurement strategies, you then encounter all sorts of problems with your procurement committees, and also with approvals that you might be requiring from the client department that you're providing services to, because of lack of appreciation of the strategic intent of pursuing them in the first place. And also the mismatch between the client internal processes and the alternative procurement strategies that are being pursued, where to a large extent, I think this was mentioned also with respect to the standard operating procedures, that those that would be in the client department that you're seeking to provide services to are only accustomed to dealing with the design by employer route. Once you then get into the 10 key project approach or implementation approach, you find that they are not accustomed to that, therefore taking away the advantages of pursuing this type of development. And then moving on, looking at the implementation processes. The challenge here really are poor performance by service providers, and poorly managed due to poor contracts management processes. And also, given the need for us to ensure that we're aligned with the regulatory requirements in the public space, then one of the difficulties then is that of replacing poor performing service providers timelessly because of those elongated processes of securing a replacement service providers. And an ultimate slide, Chair. Now you're looking at the utilization stage. That is at the time when you then you're done with the construction. One of the technical processes, once again, is a transition process. This is the process that readies the end users to be able to make use of the facility that has been put in place. The observation or the challenge is that invariably the end users are not ready to receive the new system or the facility. Therefore, from an implementing agent point of view, that leading to the finished facility remaining unutilized for a extended period of time, which is one of the things that the Auditor General has frowned upon with respect to those client departments that needed to have ensured that the facility gets used immediately upon it being completed. Also the notion of the end users being not trained to operate the new system, leading to abuse or early system breakdowns. Then from an operation processes point of view, once again, one of the challenges being associated with the poor performing service providers, especially if one is looking at the facilities management processes that at times need to be taken or being processed or carried out by service providers. And once again, Chair, which is something that Mr. Dennison mentioned at the beginning, one of the challenges that is in the industry is lack of authentic reporting on benefits realization, where you spoke about the outcomes and impact, which then negates the ability then to confirm whether or not the business case that was put in place indeed did realize its objective, and also negating the ability then to collate information for future similar projects from a decision-making process point of view and a better planning point of view. And then moving on to the support stage, from the maintenance processes point of view, really, the big challenge is with us also mentioned earlier on is a lack of funding to undertake meaningful facilities management processes. And I did hear the department talking about the 14 that is made available per square meter, for rents per square meter for maintenance activities. Once again, I mean, it's an area that one would have expected that you would be having variable costs based on the life of that particular facility. But in the main, then is the lack of funding to undertake meaningful facilities management processes and maintenance interventions. And then the last stage, Chair, is the retirement stage, which looks at the disposal processes. Once again, this was spoken about with respect to hijacked buildings. That the challenge here is the lack of proper planning for retiring facilities when they have reached their useful economic life, where this could either be through repurposing them, demolish them, or refurbish them completely. And the lack of doing that, which, by the way, is a process that needs to have been taking place at the time when one is doing the planning processes right at the beginning of the project, is that it leads then to disused facilities being illegally occupied. And if we were then to summarize our observations here, is that the key point is that there is a need for planning, and that more time needs to be made available, afforded to the planning processes. And also a need to balance the pressures that would come from the ensuring that astute technical processes have indeed been followed, and balancing those with the political pressures that might be associated with the intervention that is required. And importantly, Chair, which is one thing that we found as a CDC to be quite useful, is really engaging the stakeholders right at the beginning, which is one of the things which we believe our success with one of the mega projects with the Cecilia Makione Hospital was instrument, and also our assistance to the Swane Automotive SZ, those early engagement of stakeholders. It's one of the things that made us to be successful in the implementation of those mega projects. And the need for streamlining approvals to cut the delays with ensuring that the integrated processes that will be faster processing of those. And importantly, in as far as the mega complex projects, is that of being aware of the need to approach iterative, flexible project management processes. If I may put stop at that point, Chair, and thanking you for your attention.
Colleagues from the Kucha development, thank you very much for the presentation. Once again, much appreciated. It was insightful. And I would like then now to give an opportunity. We are at 7 minutes past 4. We were planning to finish at 4:15. But I would be amiss if I do not give members an opportunity then to engage, maybe briefly with the presentation from CDC. And then soon after that, then we can close, we can adjourn for today and pick up again tomorrow. I have a comment from Honorable Mkhize on the comments. I will just go through the comment. The state cannot afford a silo-based project planning. Integrated stakeholder frameworks must be enforced before approval of mega projects. I think this is definitely directed to Kucha colleagues. Maybe they would like to comment when they get an opportunity on that. If I may see any hands from the members, if they would like to, Member Mkhize, I see you have your hand up. I recognize you, Member Mkhize. Any other hand? Not yet. Member Mkhize, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much. I believe that as committee members, sitting in this strategic session, it is not to rubber stamp glossy presentations, but we need to ensure that the painful lessons of failed projects are never repeated. The presenter has shown us that the state continues to cut corners in planning. There's misalignment of stakeholders, Chair. There's delay in approvals. It's like we are tolerating a failing service provider. I think as a committee, our direction must be about embedding these lessons into enforceable frameworks, meaning we must make more time for planning, tighter procurement reforms, stronger accountability for service providers, and guaranteed utilization of infrastructure. I mean, South Africans cannot afford another telecom tower or another unoccupied hospital. We owe it to the people as this committee to plan right the first time, deliver efficiently, and enforce accountability at every stage. The committee must be the watchdog that ensures that infrastructure serves communities and not these connected contractors. Thank you, Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhize. Any other hand from the members or comments on the comment line? I don't see any hands. Is it you, Chair?
Members, they must participate, man. Seems like they've just logged in but vanished in the platform. Or maybe they're taking an advantage that you are the one calling all members to comment. But now I'm fine.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you for that, Chair. Members, I will take guidance from the Chair. If I can get more comments on even if it's you'd like to comment on the previous presentations that we've received, that will greatly assist us when we then start crafting the strategic priorities tomorrow. This is an opportunity that
please read my comment, which is a suggestion from my side.
Mkhize, why should we should visit? Okay. I see that we should visit this project. Okay. Okay, colleagues, any other comments? Okay, while the members maybe are still maybe just analyzing and coming up maybe with comments or inputs on the presentation, maybe let me give an opportunity. Okay, there's another hand. Member Edwin Path, yes.
Yes, hi, Muzi. Yeah, I thought I'd maybe just ask, maybe for the benefit of the department and the committee, of the three, I mean, any one of the three presenters are welcome to give an answer here.
Yes.
But I mean, we've just heard from some really big developers, really big implementing agents, organizations that deal with big budgets and big infrastructure projects. And I'm sure each of the individuals that spoke would consider their organization one striving for excellence, one seeking to really make a tangible change to the South African economy, to job creation, etc., etc. The exact same sort of mandate or goal that the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has. So I think my question would be, what is it, or how is it that these organizations have been held accountable? What about the way that they've been held accountable, whether it be by their boards or their board chairpersons or the members of their boards? How have they been held accountable, and how has that contributed to the successes that they've seen? So just trying to get an overall sense, perhaps, how we as a committee can play a similar role to the department to ensure that it also achieves its mandate and goals. So just a broad question. It doesn't matter, any one of the three who went before, who presented, are welcome to answer.
Okay. No, thank you, Honorable Park, for that. Any other member would like to have a bite? Okay. If I may, okay, I see a hand. Okay, Shahib, is that a comment?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's after we've had something to eat, and then it's not so easy in this shift. I wasn't going to say anything, but I just wanted to know whether it is possible for KUGA, the DBSA, ISA, and the department and PMTE to just today or tomorrow give us an idea of what we need to do as a committee to assist with the Infrastructure Development Act. Because the act is outdated. I have ideas, but it would be good to hear from these role players, especially the last three, ISA, CDC, and Development Bank. And even if Treasury was around, it would be good to hear from them as well, or the presidency even, because that act is a strong coordinating instrument. And if it's not doing what it's supposed to do, we need to say precisely where, which provisions, or which issues need to be tackled. So from my side, that would be very useful for us as a committee. Must say thank you to CDC and DBSA, especially around the assistance that they give around infrastructure. It was good to learn more about infrastructure and the involvement in municipalities. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Shahib. Okay, maybe let me now, two participants have raised their hands. Okay, let me see. Oh, member Kobe and member Mkize in that sequence.
Thank you, Chair. And maybe just to respond to the Chair, I think we've received quite a lot of information as it relates to the processes of infrastructure from planning phase all the way to implementation from different implementation bodies. And I think because we've been working largely, by and large, throughout our term with just the department, seeing how other entities or implementing agencies do it, has for me just created sort of a fog, and a lot of information overload. But it is something worth taking and considering. And maybe because we've got all these various players in our strategic planning session, maybe if we can have sort of best practices across all those 3, 4 entities, the CDC, the DBSA, to our department, which definitely has shown, I think, over the past year that we've played oversight on it, that the struggles seem to be somewhere along the value chain between planning phase and implementation. And if we can have if we can draw lessons, and maybe not parallels, but lessons to inform if we can, as a portfolio committee, create a template for us that can assist us in saying we have best practice in terms of infrastructure from planning all the way to implementation. And here are the bottlenecks. And then what do we need to do in terms of the debottlenecking recommendations that could come from us in terms of oversight. So I think for me, I was just struggling with a lot of the information, and I think that it would be of value if us as a portfolio committee can sort of bring together the different presentations and find a way that can help us or assist us in creating a template for us for best practice, so that we can play greater oversight to the immediate entity, which is department, which is Public Works and Infrastructure, over and above the role that DBSA does or CDC. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Kobe. Member Mkize?
Thank you, Chair. Like you said, Chair, that we can still phase questions to the other presenters. My 2 questions are to the IGR presentation. On the IGR presentation, why is there no clear breakdown of how much is budgeted for the IGR activities versus actual infrastructure delivery? How can we justify funding digital engagement when schools and clinics still lack the basics? Then my second question, on page 4, the presenter mentioned digital tools for communication and tracking. So my question is, who is procuring these tools at what cost and what monitoring exists to prevent fruitless expenditure? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Mkhize. Thank you for that. Okay, I don't see any other hands. I would like to start with the CDC and then move up the program. And if any other stakeholder would like to respond, but if there's a IGR, there's a specific questions that you ask, if they can come after CDC, and then maybe any other comments that may come from other stakeholders, they can raise their hand and then comment and provide an input. CDC, if you can respond on the questions that were asked by members or comments that were made. I think there was a comment around integrated planning, and there was a comment about a visit to the projects, to this project, and I think there was a comment around in terms of poor planning. If you can respond on those, it would be great, and then we can go over to IGR.
Yes, Chair, if I may start, Mbomi, once again, and the CEO would come in, particularly in as far as how do we get held accountable. I can agree more, Chair, with the Honorable Mkhize, that particularly if you're dealing with mega complex projects, which I believe, once again, Chair, that in order for us to realize this turnaround from an economic point of view, that it is actually this set of projects that we need to be pursuing as a country. But also looking at the economic spin-off that would be realized. Because if you just build a very big building without necessarily that is going to enable the economic development that we need, would once again not mean much. But I'm fully aligned with the thinking that she is putting on the table. Because once again, what I appreciate with that comment, Chair, is that the work that we did as the entities, CDC, DBSA, etc., it is intended really to highlight this, so that at the end of the day, when the portfolio committee is carrying out this work, can assist the country in enabling this integrated planning to take place. So I fully agree with that, Chair. And then to Honorable Matikizela, we would be happy to take the portfolio committee to these projects. The recent one being, which is closer, is the Tassens project, Chair. So there are still very, very fresh lessons that have been learned from that project. And if we had time, the Chair would take the entire afternoon sharing our experiences on that project and how it was successful with the difficulties that were at play. But would be very much happy. And also the Cecilia Makiwane Hospital Chair would be happy to do so. Of course, having secured the approvals from the department, which I don't think Department of Health would have a problem with that. I will leave the one about the how do we get held accountable to the CEO. But on the point that Mr. Dennison is raising, I think this is a critical question, Chair, because at the time when the IDA, the Infrastructure Development Act, was put in place, it was put in place with an assumption that it will address these key problems that we're dealing with from an approval point of view, which, as I indicated, and he also confirmed that it is really achieving its purpose. So maybe, Chair, not that that's what he said. We would be happy to join hands and look at this from different perspectives as to what are those things that then can be done legislatively to improve this piece of legislation to be more effective and achieve what it was intended to achieve. And indeed, Honorable Gobe, there's a lot of information. I don't take your comment lightly. And I would be very much also in support of this notion of all this information being put together, because we looked at DBSA did talk about the challenges, looking at from a different perspective, and the CDC also came in from a slightly different perspective. But you can put all these together to inform the PC in carrying out its work. So if we were to be requested to assist with that after the portfolio committee, as Honorable Kope has suggested, would also not have a problem with providing that assistance. Yeah, I think maybe, Mnumzana, if I may then give over to the question posed by Mr. Honorable Bath on the way we carry that accountable. Thanks.
To you, facilitator, I concur as well with Dr. Mabula on what Member Mkiza was saying, that at the end of the day, the lessons that we brought to the committee needs to mean something in terms of how the committee moves forward and how the committee carries its work. I think Dr. Mabula has answered Honorable Matikizela on the issue of how we are held accountable as the entities. I think it's more about having the board and interacting with the boards every 3 months. That there is a board, and every 3 months we interact, we go in, we account, and there are committees as well that deal with the detail that comes from management. And also, we also account to the departments or entities that appoint us for the work that we do. And also we account to the end users at the end of the day. So there are a lot of areas of people that we account to. So from a systems point of view, you develop the systems such that you are able to respond to all of those. So I think it's more about the accountability and knowing that we are a service provider. We are providing a service. I think that's what makes it work. Whereas maybe with the committee, is that departments might come once or twice a year, I'm not sure. I think, again, Dr. Mabula has covered Honorable Kobe's input in terms of the comment that she made. And I also agree with what she's saying and how the committee should draw the lessons and move forward. I support that if there's anything else that we can do to assist the committee, we'll be more than happy to do so. Thank you, Mr. Facilitator.
Thank you, colleagues. If I can then move over to IGR, maybe to respond to the questions that were raised by members. There were 2.
Yeah, thank you so much, facilitator. With respect to the questions raised by Honorable Mkize around the issues of budget in terms of our presentation, we do have a budget, particularly for the IGR branch, which is very minimal. It's a budget which deals with the coordination function, which we're doing just to facilitate coordination. We don't implement any capital project within the branch. So the allocation we have is mainly around the program support to the core business of public works. So most of the things in terms of implementation is happening at the line function level. So it's a minimal to an extent that we're going to around, if across all the the units within the branch, it's a budget which is less than 5 million allocated to officials to facilitate coordination, engagement with stakeholders. But with the core program and project is happening at other line function in the core. So, but we can share that because the information is there. But with regard to the other bulk of the budget, is the transfer payments, which is sitting with us. We sit with the transfer payment to PMTE for the department and all the 4 entities, CBE, CITB, Agrima, but currently there is no earmarked allocation for IDT. So as a question of issues of the financial challenges which they're having, where we're trying to assist them. So Treasury didn't allocate anything for this current financial year for IDT, as it were. But basically, this is the budget, it just passed through us. It's not the budget we utilize, we just transfer in terms of the earmark funds, which National Treasury allocated to the department. So we do oversight. So, but in terms of the operational budget for the unit, it's a very, very minimal budget. Dealing with us as officials when we travel to assist in the facilitation because we are in the IGR space, when there are public participation programs, where we find ourselves having to get officials to be there. And also a minimal budget, we deal with a venue hire, where sometimes we are required to sort of have venues for integrations, meetings, and so forth. So that's the budget which we have, but we can sort of share with honorable member if we need that. We do have a breakdown. It's information which we have. So we sort of put our presentation high level just to have a conversation with members in terms of the partnerships which we have and the stakeholders. On the issues of digital issues, we also don't sit with money for developing a digital solution for the department. We use the solution which is centralized through our ICT and GRC. So all what we do, we're trying to say, from our end, we need to have our work digitized because of the agile nature of the stakeholder that we interact with, so that there's a quick feedback mechanism on what we do, particularly when we deal with the issues of dispute resolutions with IGR partners, because we help our line function in terms of resolving some of the dispute around the issues of land transfers, disposal, and also issues of site clearances, working with municipalities, where we find ourselves having to interact with a lot of municipalities assisting our regions in terms of site clearances. So for us to be agile with this kind of stakeholders, we need to digitize our work so that we have a quick way of interacting and resolving the issues at hand. So yeah, those are the responses we can put so far, Chairperson and the facilitator, in terms of the questions for clarity put by Honorable Mkhize. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you for those responses. Any other stakeholders that you would like to have an input on this, on the discussion? Would entertain for a minute or two.
Chair, my hand is up. I'm not sure if you can see it. It's cast.
Yeah, I can see you, Mr. Mabuza. You can go.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to come in on the IDA issue. So the department, especially the policy branch within the Department of Public Works, working with ESA, has already started a process of amending the Act. We actually have a draft Act. The Act has been consulted with the state law advisors. We've engaged DPME on the CS issues. And key to the amendment of the Act as well is engagements, with the aim to deal with some of the regulatory issues that project owners and project sponsors are facing. I mean, the Act also is addressing issues pertaining to the coordination of the infrastructural players, which is something that honorable members have raised in this meeting. I think where we are at the moment is that the requirement is that, maybe let me also say that the other aspect that the Act is dealing with is the establishment of ESA as a public entity itself. And for that to be done, there must be concurrence with the Minister of Treasury. And I think that's where we are at the moment, where we're still waiting for Treasury to respond and give us inputs on the bill, as well as the business case for the establishment of ESA as an entity. So there's an intention to address some of the issues that are bedeviling the sector, but we're still waiting for government processes to kick in and continue. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you for that. Okay, without let me see, I'm just double checking if there are any hands. Okay, no, there are no other hands. Colleagues, I think we've reached a time where a stage where we can then close for today, and we can then pick it up again tomorrow. If I may check with Shaib, which of the stakeholders are still coming back tomorrow? Or all of the stakeholders will be participating again tomorrow? Nola, Shahib?
I'm not a good person to remember things like that. I was hoping Nola would jump in. But of course, all stakeholders are
Hi,
welcome.
Muzi. So, according to the program,
I've lost you, Nola.
no, I was still listening to Trape speaking. Sorry, Muzi.
Mhm.
Okay, according to the program, there are no particular items that today's stakeholders would be participating on, because most of the items are mostly earmarked for the committee itself, because that's where the committee would literally be crafting its own strat plan. But I think the chairperson in her opening remarks did indicate that the department would be required back again tomorrow. I'm not sure about the other stakeholders, subject to their availability. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, I'm asking this question based on the comment. I think one of the members made a comment in terms of the information that has been provided today. I think an opportunity maybe to process everything. Maybe tomorrow there will be a bit of time to allocate and say, let's further engage some of the stakeholders. However, maybe I can check with the chair. Chair, if you can maybe provide guidance on that particular question. If nothing changes, then it's fine. I can hand over to you to make closing remarks. But if you can provide guidance on that question. Chair. Okay. No, I think in the absence of the guidance from Uche, I think I think she did provide a bit of the guidance when we opened up the session that the department will still be required to participate tomorrow. Members, I think on my end for today, on my part for today, I've come to the end of the program. I would maybe take an opportunity maybe to sit down and look at, because I think we behind time for today. I think on the program there were item for me to make closing remarks. Maybe I can take this opportunity and say maybe tomorrow when we start, I can do my own summary and my own points that I picked up today, maybe as a departure point for the discussions that you're going to have tomorrow. But just to allow members a bit of rest, it's been a long day. And thank you very much for the respect and the opportunity you've granted me to facilitate this session. On my part, would like then to hand over to Chair, if she's still on the platform, to make the closing remarks for today. Chair.
Muzi, I think I recall her saying that she had network problems.
Network problems, okay.
Yeah, so
Okay.
it was just, I think we should add. Thank you.
We should add. Okay, any senior member maybe to make closing remarks to the stakeholders that should not be participating tomorrow? To pick up from the chair. I can't be the one just closing. I am a facilitator.
Rosie, it's Edwin speaking. I'm not a senior member, but I'll just want to say thank you for facilitating so well today. And I just think everyone has benefited from the presentations given. And I think, yeah, we're all good and ready for a evening's rest, and we'll see everyone tomorrow. But thank you for your really good facilitation and for trying your very best to keep time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, members. Thank you, Honorable Edwin, for those kind words. I see your comment, Member Akobe. Thank you very much. Let's see each other again tomorrow, members. I think we start again at 9. At 9 yeah, it's 9 o'clock tomorrow. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You, Chair, and
Thank you, stakeholders. Thank you, everyone. See you all.
Recording stopped.
Thank you.